The third year at Hogwarts had begun with its usual rush of excitement and whispered rumors of escaped prisoners. Hermione Granger had returned to the castle more determined than ever to balance her workload, now more packed than most students could manage, thanks to her time turner. She spent her days darting between classes, notes in hand, and her nights in the common rooms surrounded by books. Everything was as it should be, until it wasn't. It started on a drizzly Thursday in potions class. Snape's robes billowed behind him as he marched around the classroom, scowling at anyone who dared breathe too loudly. Hermione, ever the eager student, had brewed her shrinking solution with precision, her flask bubbling with a perfect shade of green. She'd been too focused to notice the way Draco Malfoy glanced over at her cauldron, brows furrowed in what looked suspiciously like curiosity. As Snape prowled past her table and nodded with rare approval, Hermione allowed herself a small, proud smile. But then something strange. As she turned to clean up, her eyes flicked to Draco's. He wasn't sneering. He wasn't rolling his eyes or muttering insults under his breath. He was watching her, almost thoughtfully. Their eyes met, and Hermione felt it, a tiny, confusing flutter. It wasn't that she hadn't noticed Draco before. Everyone noticed Draco. He had that cold, aristocratic charm, the kind that came with polished shoes, perfect posture, and words like Potter laced with venom. Hermione had always dismissed him as an arrogant nuisance. But now, as he tilted his head slightly and gave her a look, less hateful than usual, almost amused, she felt her cheeks warm in a way she didn't quite understand. She brushed it off as leftover heat from the potion steam. That made sense. It had to. In the days that followed, things only grew stranger. Hermione started catching herself looking at Draco across the Great Hall. Not in the usual glaring sort of way, but more like observing, analyzing, and sometimes, despite herself, admiring. His confidence, his command of sarcasm, the way he somehow made even rolling his eyes look like a form of artistry. She hated herself for it. Draco Malfoy was everything she stood against: rude, entitled, a pureblood snob. He insulted her friends, disrespected her professors, and had once called her a mudblood to her face. She should despise him. And yet, something had shifted. It wasn't helping that Malfoy seemed to have shifted too. In Care of Magical Creatures, when Buckbeak refused to let Draco approach again after the incident, he glanced at Hermione. "Looks like even hippogriffs know who to trust," he muttered, not to her, but loud enough for her to hear. It wasn't said with malice. It almost sounded like regret. Hermione didn't know what to make of it. She told herself to focus. Harry needed her. The trio had their hands full with Sirius Black on the loose, new subjects to tackle, and time-turner-induced exhaustion. She had no room in her mind, or her heart, for someone like Draco Malfoy. But feelings had a way of creeping in where logic failed. The moment she realized it had gone too far came during a charms class. Professor Flitwick had paired them randomly, and of course, fate or the universe or some cruel twist of irony decided she should work with Draco. She bristled as she took her seat beside him, ready to ignore him entirely. But he surprised her again. "You're good at this," he said after she demonstrated the wand movement for the summoning charm. "I mean, everyone knows you're brilliant, but you're actually good." Hermione stared at him. "I thank you," she said awkwardly, unsure of how to respond to a compliment from Draco Malfoy. "That's rare coming from you." He smirked, but not in his usual cruel way. "Don't get used to it." They practiced in an odd, tentative silence, filled only with flicks of wands and stolen glances. For the first time ever, Hermione didn't find his presence completely unbearable. In fact, she felt a strange calm beside him. Later that night, she sat in the common room, books open but forgotten. Her mind kept drifting back to Draco, his comment, his smirk, the way his fingers moved when casting a spell. She hated that she noticed that. She hated it even more that she liked it. Ron noticed something was off. "You all right?" he asked, frowning from across the chessboard. Hermione blinked. "What?" "Yes. Just tired." Harry was too deep into his latest strategy to notice anything wrong, but Ron kept glancing at her, suspicious. That night, Hermione stared at the ceiling of her dormitory bed, heart thudding far too fast for comfort. This couldn't be happening. It was just a phase. A silly, passing curiosity. Like when she briefly thought Lockhart might actually know something. It would go away. It had to. But the next morning, when she caught sight of Draco leaning against a pillar in the entrance hall, arms crossed and smirk just barely playing on his lips, her heart gave a traitorous skip. And that's when she knew. This wasn't going away anytime soon. Hermione kept her distance for the next few days. She buried herself in books, avoided looking in Draco's direction, and reminded herself at least 10 times a day that this crush was ridiculous. It went against everything she believed in. He stood for the exact opposite of what she fought for. And yet every time she remembered the look in his eyes during charms, something inside her stirred. She was determined to shake it off. Hogsmeade weekend arrived, bringing with it a chilly breeze and warm anticipation among the students. Hermione had agreed to go with Harry and Ron, even though the idea of spending time in a bustling village while constantly dodging thoughts of Draco made her stomach uneasy. Ron noticed her silence as they walked through the streets. He nudged her lightly. "You have been really quiet lately," he said, eyeing her with concern. "Everything all right?" "Just tired," Hermione replied, forcing a smile. "So many assignments." She hoped that would be enough to end the conversation. But Ron was Ron. "You sure it is not Malfoy getting on your nerves again?" he asked, scoffing. "I saw him looking at you weirdly during herbology the other day." Her heart jumped. "What do you mean by weirdly?" "Like he was planning something," Ron said, shaking his head. "You should keep your distance, Hermione. He is up to no good." "He always is." Hermione nodded slowly, but her thoughts were already drifting. Had Draco been watching her? If so, why? Was he simply annoyed she always did better than him, or was there something else behind those pale gray eyes? They entered Honeydukes, and the sweet scent of sugar filled the air. She tried to enjoy it, tried to distract herself with fizzing whizbees and chocolate frogs. But even as Harry laughed at Ron stuffing his mouth with 5 Bertie Bott's beans at once, her mind was elsewhere. Then it happened. As they exited the shop and turned down a quieter street, she saw him. Draco stood by the wall outside Zonko's, flanked as always by Crabbe and Goyle, though they looked bored and half asleep. Draco was speaking to them, but when he saw Hermione, he paused. Their eyes met again. For a moment, the crowd disappeared. There was only him, and her, and the silent understanding that something strange was happening. He didn't sneer. He didn't smirk. He simply looked at her, as if trying to figure out a puzzle he had never thought he would care about solving. Hermione quickly looked away. She was angry at herself for caring. Angry that her heart was betraying her values, her logic, her better judgment. This had to stop. Back at the castle that evening, she sat by the fireplace in the common room. Her book lay open on her lap, but the words made no sense. She closed it and stared into the flames. Why him? What was it about Draco Malfoy that made her chest ache when she thought of him? He was proud, cruel at times, arrogant beyond belief. But he was also smart, witty, and recently oddly quiet around her. It was as if he too was confused. The next morning brought another surprise. Professor Lupin had returned from his brief leave and announced a new defense against the Dark Arts project. Students would be paired up randomly for a series of practical dueling exercises and spellwork research. Hermione listened as names were called out. Ron with Seamus, Harry with Neville, Lavender with Dean, and then Granger and Malfoy. Her breath caught. She felt Ron's eyes snap toward her. "That is ridiculous," Ron hissed under his breath. "He is going to hex you when you are not looking." Professor Lupin raised a hand before Hermione could respond. "This project is about learning to work with others, especially those you may not always agree with. That is part of the challenge." Hermione nodded slowly. She had no choice. Maybe this would be the chance to end this crush once and for all. Spending time with Draco might remind her why she had disliked him in the first place. Or it might do the exact opposite. She approached their usual classroom after dinner, where Lupin had said their first meeting would take place. Draco was already there. He stood by the window, arms crossed, watching the sky darken. Granger he greeted without turning around. Malfoy, she replied stiffly. They stood in silence for a moment. Then he sighed. "This is not exactly how I planned my week." "Nor mine," she said flatly. But to her surprise, he did not snap back. Instead, he turned and looked at her thoughtfully. "You really think I am some kind of monster, do you?" The question caught her off guard. "I think you are rude," Hermione replied honestly. "And cruel. And very proud." He tilted his head. "And yet here we are." She opened her mouth to respond, but found herself speechless. He had a point. They were here, paired together, forced to see each other not just as rivals, but as partners. "We should get started," she said, finally breaking the tension. Professor Lupin said we should begin with basic disarming spells. They began the exercises awkwardly, trading spells with caution. Draco was precise, quick, and never underestimated her abilities. He didn't laugh when she disarmed him cleanly after only a few rounds. Instead, he gave her a small nod. Impressive. Hermione stared at him. "Thank you." That night, as she returned to Gryffindor Tower, her mind raced. Every part of this felt like walking a tightrope. One wrong move, and everything would come crashing down. But she also felt a thrill, a dangerous curiosity. She wanted to know what lay beyond the cold mask Draco wore, and whether anything real could ever exist between two people from such different worlds. She didn't have the answer yet, but she knew she would find it, one spell at a time. The following week passed in a blur of dueling practice, whispered questions in the library, and an unspoken tension that wrapped around Hermione like a charm she could not undo. Working with Draco was not easy. He was sharp-tongued and impatient, but he was also quick-witted and surprisingly focused when it came to their shared project. They met in empty classrooms or the back of the library, away from curious eyes. Hermione pretended it was purely for the sake of concentration, but the truth gnawed at her. She did not want to explain why she was spending so much time with him. Not to Ron, not to Harry, not even to herself. One evening, as they worked in the corridor outside the defense against the dark arts room, Hermione attempted a silent Expelliarmus. Her wand movement was perfect, but the spell fizzled. "You hesitated," Draco said, stepping forward. "Do it again." This time, without thinking. Hermione frowned. "I do not hesitate." "You do when you are unsure," he replied calmly. "Your face gives it away." She glared at him. "Do you always analyze people like this?" "Only when I am interested," he answered without missing a beat. She froze. The air shifted. Something unspoken passed between them, and Draco looked away first, turning his attention back to the parchment on the desk. "You are impossible," Hermione muttered, cheeks warm. "And you are always trying to understand things that should not make sense," he said. "Like why someone like me would say something like that to someone like you." There it was again, that flicker of something beneath his usual bravado. A strange honesty, raw and unexpected. She hated how it made her heart race. The next morning in Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall paired them for a practical demonstration. They were to transfigure beetles into quills, a task Hermione could do in her sleep. But beside Draco, her focus slipped. She aimed her wand. The beetles sprouted feathers, but the body remained intact. "You are distracted," Draco whispered. "No, I am not," she whispered back through gritted teeth. "Yes, you are," he said. "And I think I know why." Hermione felt her chest tighten. This had gone too far. She needed to end this, whatever it was. But when she looked at him, he was not smirking. He looked just as confused as she felt. That evening, she skipped dinner and headed straight to the library. The quiet rows of books had always been her sanctuary. But even here, she could not escape the thoughts that chased her. She had never felt like this before. Not for Victor, who had been kind but distant. Not even for Harry, who was her closest friend. What she felt now was messy and inconvenient and entirely unplanned. And it was about Draco Malfoy. She turned a page without reading a word. "You look like you are about to set that book on fire," said a voice behind her. She turned. Draco stood there, hands in his pockets, expression unreadable. "How did you know I was here?" she asked. "I always know where to find things that are hard to reach," he said simply. Hermione closed the book. "We should talk." He nodded and sat across from her. "This is ridiculous," she said. "I do not like you." "I cannot." He raised an eyebrow. "You sound like you are trying to convince yourself." "I am being logical." "Then stop," she snapped. "Just for once. Stop being so calm about everything. You insulted my friends. You insulted me. How am I even supposed to look at you like this?" Draco leaned forward. "I never expected you to. But you do. And that is what makes this so dangerous." Hermione stared at him. She hated that he was right. She hated even more that he knew it. "I need to focus on my studies," she said, standing up. "Then focus," he replied. "But do not pretend this does not exist." She walked away, heart pounding, hands shaking. Her world felt unsteady. For the next few days, she avoided him. She sat beside Ron and Harry in every class, filled her schedule with extra work, and answered questions faster than usual. But nothing helped, until she received the note. Meet me by the greenhouses. Midnight. No names. Just answers. There was no signature, but she knew who it was from. She should have ignored it. She should have burned it. But as the clock struck 11:59, Hermione found herself stepping into the cold night air, cloak wrapped tightly around her shoulders. Draco was already there, leaning against the wall. "You came," he said quietly. "What is this?" Hermione asked. "I just wanted to talk. Without wands. Without homework. Just you and me." She crossed her arms. "And what are we talking about exactly?" "About what happens next." Hermione looked at him. There was no sneer. No arrogance. Just a boy standing in the moonlight, unsure of the path ahead. "I do not know," she said softly. "Neither do I," he admitted. They stood in silence. The wind stirred the leaves. Somewhere in the distance, the lake lapped against the shore. "Maybe nothing happens," Hermione said. "Maybe we forget this." "Maybe," Draco echoed. "But maybe we do not want to." The words hung in the air between them. In that moment, Hermione realized that some choices were not about right or wrong. They were about truth. And the truth was that part of her did not want to forget. Part of her wanted to see where this path might lead. And for now, that was enough. Hermione woke the next morning with a strange stillness in her chest. It was as though part of her had changed in the quiet of the night by the greenhouses. She tried to tell herself it was just a conversation, just words shared between two confused students. But it felt like more. She had stood beneath the moonlight and admitted something to herself she never thought possible. She did not want to forget. The day moved slowly. Ron was too focused on Quidditch talk to notice anything different about her, and Harry was deep in his latest theories about Sirius Black and how he might be getting into the castle. Hermione nodded at the right moments, offered the occasional response, but her thoughts kept drifting to one place. Or rather, one person. Draco did not look at her during charms. He kept his eyes forward, hands steady as he cast his spells. But Hermione could feel the difference in the air. Something had shifted between them. Something real. They met again that evening. Not by plan. Not through a note. It just happened. She was leaving the library later than usual, her arms full of books about magical law and wand theory, when she turned the corner and nearly walked into him. "Sorry," she muttered, stepping back. Draco caught a book before it hit the ground and handed it to her. "Still trying to solve the world one book at a time," he said. "It is what I do best," she replied. Their fingers brushed as he passed her the last book. Hermione pulled away quickly, her heart jumping. He noticed. "I was not sure if you would want to talk again," he said. "I was not sure either," she replied. "But you are here. So are you." They stood in silence. "Walk with me," he said after a moment. She hesitated, then nodded. They wandered through the quiet corridors, their footsteps echoing softly off the stone. No words passed between them for a while, but it was not uncomfortable. Hermione felt strangely at ease beside him, as if for once she did not have to be anything more than what she was. Eventually, she broke the silence. "Do you ever wonder how we ended up here?" "All the time," Draco answered. "I mean, look at us," she said, shaking her head. "You used to call me names. Insult my friends. I used to wish you would get expelled. You still might," he said with a smirk. She gave a small laugh. It surprised them both. "Do you regret it?" she asked quietly. "The way you treated people." Draco looked ahead. "I do not know," he said. "Sometimes I think I had to be that person to survive. Other times I think I was just scared. Of being wrong. Of being weak." "You are not weak," Hermione said before she could stop herself. He turned to her. "Neither are you." They stopped near the statue of the one-eyed witch. Draco leaned against the wall, arms crossed. "So what now, Granger?" he asked. "Do we keep pretending this does not exist?" Hermione met his gaze. "We cannot let anyone find out. Obviously. Ron would never speak to me again. Potter would hex me. The worst part is," she said, lowering her voice, "I do not even know what this is yet." "It is not hate," Draco said. "I know that much." "No, it is not," she agreed. He took a step closer. Hermione did not move away. "We could try," he said. "See where this goes. Keep it quiet. Just for us." She nodded slowly. Just us. For now. They did not touch. They did not kiss. But something passed between them all the same. A silent agreement. A beginning. The next week brought complications. Ron began asking more questions. Why was Hermione always late to meals? Why was she spending more time away from the common room? Why did she seem distracted in class? Harry noticed too, but said nothing. He watched her with quiet concern, and Hermione hated lying to him. But the truth felt too heavy to share. She met Draco at odd hours. Between classes. After dinner. Sometimes only for a few minutes. They spoke about school, about books, about everything and nothing. He listened more than she expected. He challenged her when she got lost in logic. And once, when she told him about Spew and her plans to improve elf rights, he did not laugh. He just said, "Sounds like something you would do." Hermione felt her feelings deepen with every meeting. And though she told herself it was dangerous, that it would all fall apart eventually, she could not stop. It was during one of these secret meetings, hidden behind a stack of forgotten desks in an unused classroom, that she saw something different in Draco's expression. He was quiet, more than usual. "What is it?" she asked. He hesitated, then looked at her carefully. "Do you ever think about what happens when this stops?" She frowned. "When what stops?" "Us," he said softly. "Whatever this is. When it ends." Hermione felt a sharp pang in her chest. "I try not to think about that." "Maybe you should," he said. "Just in case. Are you planning to end it?" "No," he said quickly. "But I know how the world works. And I know what I am supposed to become." She stepped closer. "You are not bound to that, Draco." He looked down. "Maybe not. But people expect things. From me. From you. Eventually we will have to choose." Hermione placed a hand on his arm. "For now we do not." And in that moment, surrounded by dust and silence, she saw something in his eyes that made her heart ache. Fear. Hope. Longing. The same things she felt too. They were not ready to talk about love. Not yet. But the seed had been planted. And it was growing stronger every day. Hermione's days had never felt so full and so fragmented at the same time. Her schedule remained packed: arithmancy, ancient runes, essay deadlines, house elf liberation meetings. But somewhere in between it all were stolen moments behind pillars, quiet glances across classrooms, and conversations whispered under her breath. She had mastered the art of pretending nothing was different, even as everything had changed. Every time she saw Draco now, something inside her shifted. It was not just the thrill of secrecy or the novelty of their unexpected connection. It was the way he listened when she spoke, even about things he had once mocked. It was the way his walls lowered just enough for her to see the boy behind the arrogance. The boy who, for all his sharp words, looked at her like she mattered. But she knew this was dangerous. Every step forward felt like walking along the edge of a spell that might collapse at any moment. And that moment came sooner than she expected. It started with Ron. They had just come from herbology, walking back toward the castle, Harry a few steps ahead. Ron nudged Hermione's arm, frowning. "You keep disappearing lately. Is it homework or something else?" Hermione forced a casual shrug. "Homework mostly. I am helping Professor Vector with a few extra calculations." Ron didn't look convinced. "You're not seeing someone, are you?" Her heart skipped. "What makes you ask that?" "I don't know. You're jumpy. And you keep looking at the Slytherin table like you're waiting for someone to wave at you or something." Hermione bit the inside of her cheek. "You're imagining things." Ron narrowed his eyes. "You're hiding something. I can tell." Hermione changed the subject as quickly as she could, but the seed had been planted. She knew Ron would not let it go. That evening, she skipped dinner and found Draco in the astronomy tower. He was already waiting, arms folded, staring at the horizon. "Trouble?" she asked softly. He gave a humorless laugh. "You could say that. My father sent me a letter. Wants to know why I've been less involved with the usual circles." Hermione crossed the room slowly. "What did you tell him?" "That I've been focused on school." "Which is technically true. And that was enough. For now. But he'll dig. He always does." They stood in silence for a few moments. The tower felt colder tonight. The wind stronger. "Ron is suspicious," Hermione said finally. "I figured he would be. He asked if I was seeing someone. And you lied. What else could I do?" Draco didn't answer. His gaze drifted down toward the Quidditch pitch. where practice was underway for Gryffindor. "This can't last forever," he said quietly. "You know that, right?" Hermione nodded slowly. "I know. But still you came. Still I came." He turned toward her then, and for a moment his expression was unreadable. Then slowly, carefully, he reached out and took her hand. No words were exchanged. Just quiet understanding. A fragile moment shared between two people who had been told all their lives that they were supposed to hate each other. But nothing about this felt like hate. The next day brought the consequences. Ron found her outside the library before breakfast. His arms were crossed, his face pale. "We need to talk." Hermione set her books aside, heart sinking. "What's wrong?" "I saw you. Last night. At the tower. With him." She opened her mouth, but the words caught in her throat. "You're not even going to deny it?" Ron asked. Hermione looked down. "I can't." Ron took a step back, eyes wide with disbelief. "You're actually with Malfoy." "It's not like that," she said quickly. "I didn't mean for it to happen. We were paired for a project and—" He interrupted. "And what fell for him over a textbook?" Hermione flinched. "I didn't plan this. I don't even know what it is yet. But it's real. And I can't just pretend it isn't." He shook his head. "He's a Malfoy, Hermione. He's everything you fought against. You think he's changed, but he hasn't. You're just blinded because he's giving you attention. It's not like that." He turned away before she could finish. "I can't believe this," he muttered. "I thought I knew you." She watched him walk off down the corridor, heart aching. That night, she told Draco everything. He reacted just as she expected. "Ron will talk. Harry will listen. And soon enough, everyone will know." "Then let them know," Draco said flatly. "I'm not ashamed of this." "Are you?" Hermione hesitated. "I'm not ashamed. I'm scared." Draco took a deep breath. "Me too." There was a silence between them. Heavy. Real. "You don't have to stay in this if it's too much," Draco added. Hermione looked at him. For once, he looked vulnerable. "Honest. I'm not leaving," she said. "But I need time. To figure out how to face what's coming." Draco nodded. "I'll wait." They left separately that night. No secret passageways. No hidden gestures. Just the promise that they would keep going, together or apart, until they knew what they were becoming. Hermione walked back to Gryffindor Tower with a storm in her mind. She had taken a step no one expected. And now, nothing would ever be the same. By the end of the week, the halls of Hogwarts were buzzing. Whispers followed Hermione wherever she went. Conversations stopped when she entered a room. A few Ravenclaws stared at her like they were seeing something strange, and even the younger Gryffindors looked at her with wide eyes, unsure whether they should ask or avoid the truth. Hermione had not said anything, but someone had, and it did not take a genius to figure out who. Ron would not speak to her. Not in class, not in the common room, not even in the Great Hall. When he passed her, he looked through her like she did not exist. Harry, though quieter, was harder to read. She caught him watching her during lunch, brows furrowed, spoon unmoving in his bowl. He was hurt, but he was trying to understand. Hermione knew it would only be a matter of time before he approached her. Until then, she stayed busy. She dove into her books, kept to herself, and took the long route between classes to avoid the growing looks. But Hogwarts was a small place, and secrets never stayed hidden long. She found Draco waiting for her in the corridor outside the library after hours. He leaned against the stone wall, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. "So that is it then," he said as she approached. "Everyone knows." "Yes. Your Weasley friend must be proud." "Don't call him that," Hermione said sharply. Draco raised an eyebrow, still defending him. "He is angry because he cares. He's not wrong to be upset." Draco looked away. "You don't owe anyone an explanation." "But I do. To Harry. Maybe even to myself." He said nothing. The silence stretched. "They think I've lost my mind," she said quietly. "That I've betrayed something." "Have you?" Hermione looked at him. "If I had, would I still be here?" He met her gaze, and for a moment the tension eased. They sat on the steps outside the Charms corridor, backs against the wall. She rested her head on her knees, tired from the weight of judgment pressing on her from every direction. "It's not fair," she muttered. "Everyone thinks they know who we're supposed to be." "Let them think it," he said. "They don't matter. They matter to me." Draco ran a hand through his hair. "I told you this wouldn't be easy. I didn't think it would be like this." He turned to face her. Then let's stop. Her head snapped up. What? If this is hurting you, he said slowly. If it's too much, we can end it. Right now. Hermione stared at him. Her heart twisted. She searched his face for a trace of sarcasm, a smirk, a joke. But there was none. Only honesty. Do you want to end it? She asked. No. Neither do I. He let out a slow breath. Then we keep going. Even if everyone turns their back. Even then, she said. The next morning, Harry finally cornered her outside the common room. We need to talk. Hermione closed her book. I know. They walked together, slowly, past the moving staircases and quiet portraits. It's true, isn't it? Harry said after a while. About you and Malfoy. Yes. I don't understand. Neither do I, she said honestly. He nodded. But you like him. I don't know what to call it yet. But yes. Harry stopped walking and looked at her. Is he using you? No. Is he serious about this? I think he's more serious than even he expected to be. Harry looked torn. I don't trust him. But I trust you. Hermione smiled faintly. That's all I need. They didn't say anything more after that. He walked her back to the common room, quiet but no longer cold. It wasn't approval. But it wasn't rejection either. Later that night, Hermione found a note tucked into her charms textbook. Midnight. The Ollery. She climbed the spiral stairs under the cover of darkness, robes tight around her against the wind. The Ollery was cold and still, moonlight flooding through the high windows. Draco stood by the far wall, his hands buried in his pockets. You came. You asked. He walked toward her. Something in his expression had changed, more serious, more raw. You told Potter. Yes. And he's not happy. But he's trying. Draco nodded. I can live with that. They stood in silence, the hoots of owls echoing above them. I've been thinking, he said finally, about what happens next. So have I. I don't want this to stay hidden forever. Hermione blinked. You don't. No. Not if it means I have to pretend you don't matter. Not if it means walking past you like you're a stranger. She felt her throat tighten. Draco. I don't care what they think. My house. Your house. Our friends. I only care about you. She stepped forward. Are you saying this is real? I'm saying it's starting to feel that way. And you're not scared. I am. But I think I'm more scared of losing it. Hermione didn't answer. She simply took his hand. And for the first time, neither of them pulled away. Hermione could still feel the weight of Draco's hand in hers as she walked back to Gryffindor Tower. The castle was quiet, save for the rustling tapestries and the occasional flicker of torchlight on stone walls. Her heart was full of noise, uncertainty, hope, fear, and something else that felt dangerously close to wanting more. She slipped inside without waking anyone, crawled into bed, and stared at the ceiling for hours. She had made her choice. She had chosen to hold his hand. She had chosen to be seen. Morning came too quickly. At breakfast, she sat across from Harry. Ron was still nowhere to be found. A few students stared longer than usual, but Hermione kept her head down and focused on her toast. Harry did not say much, but when he handed her a folded schedule for the upcoming Hogsmeade weekend, she understood. He had not forgiven her yet, but he was not going to abandon her either. That afternoon, Professor Snape announced that all third years would begin preparing for a new round of dueling practice. A demonstration would take place in front of the whole year in 2 weeks, and partners would be assigned by skill, not by house. Hermione's stomach turned before Snape even said her name. Granger. With Malfoy. The Slytherin table stirred with interest. A few heads turned. Some smirked. Oh, that's going to be a disaster, someone whispered from the Ravenclaw side. Hermione felt the heat rise in her face. She kept her eyes on her plate, but she could feel Draco's gaze from across the room. The next few days were filled with tension. Draco met her outside the Great Hall that evening. We should practice soon. She nodded. I know, but if we do it out in the open, they'll talk anyway, he interrupted. Might as well give them something worth talking about. She gave him a look. You really don't care what anyone thinks. I care what you think. That made her pause. They met in an unused classroom on the 4th floor, away from most of the school traffic. Dust floated in the air as sunlight streamed through the narrow windows. Draco drew his wand. Ready? Hermione hesitated. Let's go. The duel began softly, cautiously. Stunning spells and shielding charms passed between them, each of them focused but holding back slightly. "You're hesitating again," he said after deflecting her spell. "I'm not trying to hit you," she said, lowering her wand. "Then what's the point of the practice?" She frowned. "This is harder than it should be." Draco stepped closer. "Because you don't want to hurt me." She didn't answer. "That's not a weakness," he added. "Just don't let it slow you down." They resumed. This time she didn't hold back. Her Stupefy spell hit his shield with a satisfying crack. He smiled. There she is. The hour passed quickly. By the time they finished, the classroom was a mess of knocked-over chairs and spell-scorched walls. "We'll do fine in the demonstration," Draco said, running a hand through his hair. "We just have to act like we're not thinking about each other." Hermione nodded, trying not to let that sentence sit too long in her chest. As they packed up their things, the door creaked open. Pansy Parkinson stood in the doorway, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. "Well, this explains everything," she said coldly. Draco's face darkened. "Pansy." She ignored him, eyes fixed on Hermione. The rumors were true. Hermione straightened. "We're just practicing for the duel." "Save it. You think I'm stupid. You think none of us noticed you sneaking around. Malfoy with a Gryffindor. And not just any Gryffindor." Draco stepped forward. "Leave it alone, Pansy." "You really think the others won't hear about this?" she asked, voice sharp. "You're throwing away everything." "For her. I didn't ask for your opinion." Pansy's gaze moved back to Hermione. "You think this ends well for you? For either of you?" Then she turned and stormed off. Draco let out a breath and rubbed his forehead. "Great. That's going to spread." Hermione's chest tightened. "Maybe we've pushed this too far." "No," he said quickly. "We haven't. We just need to be smart. Smart doesn't stop people from talking. Let them talk." She shook her head. "You say that now, but what happens when they start turning on you?" "Then I'll turn back harder." Hermione looked at him for a long moment. "You've changed." Draco gave a small smile. "Maybe. Or maybe I've just started caring about the right things." They didn't talk much after that. The mood had shifted. What had once felt like something small and secret was now teetering on the edge of something very public and very dangerous. By the next day, the news had spread. In the corridors, in the library, even in the Great Hall, students whispered. Some laughed. Some stared. A group of Slytherins muttered darkly as Draco walked by, and a few Gryffindors shot Hermione looks full of disbelief. She ignored them all, until Ron stopped her near the moving staircases. "I hope it was worth it." Hermione turned. He looked tired, eyes full of something heavier than anger now. "Disappointment. I didn't do this to hurt you. You did it anyway." He walked off without another word. That night, Hermione sat by the fire in the common room, alone. Books sat untouched beside her. She heard footsteps. Harry sat down next to her. "How bad is it?" he asked. "Worse than I expected." "You still want to keep going with it?" "Yes." Harry gave a small nod. "Then I'm with you." Hermione looked at him, startled. "Not with him, but with you. No matter what." Her eyes stung. "Thank you." The fire crackled softly between them. Outside, the school whispered. Inside, Hermione held steady, no matter what came next. By Monday morning, the news had spread like fiendfire. Hermione had never felt more watched in her life. As she walked through the corridors, students turned to stare openly. A few tried to act subtle, whispering behind books and parchment, but most made no effort to hide it. Every step she took through the castle felt heavy, as if she were dragging 1,000 eyes with her. She wasn't surprised when a folded note was passed to her under the desk in Transfiguration. She expected it to be something cruel or snide, but it was from Professor McGonagall. "See me after class." The lesson dragged on, and Hermione's nerves twisted the whole time. As soon as the final bell rang, she approached McGonagall's desk, her bag clutched tightly. "Professor, you wanted to see me." McGonagall stood, arms folded, her expression unreadable. She motioned toward her office with a nod. Hermione followed. Once the door shut behind them, McGonagall spoke, her voice low but direct. "I won't pretend not to know what the rest of the school is gossiping about." Hermione remained silent. "What you choose to do with your personal time is not my concern. But your safety is." Hermione blinked. "My safety? There are students who won't take kindly to a Gryffindor getting involved with a Malfoy." He isn't like them, Hermione said quickly. Not anymore. Be that as it may, the Malfoy name carries weight. You need to be cautious. Hermione nodded, swallowing the lump in her throat. And Miss Granger McGonagall added, eyes softening slightly. You are one of the brightest students Hogwarts has seen in decades. Do not let anyone convince you otherwise. Hermione's voice cracked. I won't. When she left the office, her mind was racing. She found Draco later that day, sitting near the edge of the Black Lake. He was skipping stones alone, the collar of his cloak pulled up against the wind. She sat beside him without speaking for a moment. You heard about Pansy's latest theory, he asked after a long silence. No. What is it now? She's telling people you've enchanted me. Said it's some kind of long-game Gryffindor plan to humiliate Slytherin. Hermione scoffed. That's absurd. You'd be surprised how many are willing to believe it. She stared out at the lake. It's not going to stop, is it? No, probably not. A long silence passed between them. A pair of third years walked by in the distance, pointing and whispering. Draco reached for her hand under the edge of his cloak. She let him take it. Are you still sure about this? She asked quietly. More than ever. They stayed there for a while, silent and still, pretending the world didn't exist. But it did. By the end of the week, the tension reached the teachers. Professor Snape pulled Draco aside during potions and warned him to be more discreet. Madame Pomfrey told Hermione she should be careful who she trusted when she came in for a headache draft. Even Filch muttered something under his breath when he caught the two of them speaking near the greenhouses. The biggest blow came from the library. Madame Pants, who normally adored Hermione for her respective rules, denied her access to the restricted section for the first time in 2 years. When Hermione asked why, the librarian only said, "You'll need a new letter of permission from a different professor." That night in the common room, Hermione slammed her book shut and stood. I'm done pretending this is fine. Harry looked up from the chessboard where he had been playing alone. What happened? They're punishing me in small ways. Little things. Subtle. But it's happening. Harry stood slowly. You want me to say something? No. I want to fight it the right way. With facts. Logic. Proof that I've done nothing wrong. You don't have to fight alone, Hermione. She gave him a grateful glance. The following week, Hermione and Draco were called to demonstrate a duel in front of the entire third year. The hall buzzed with noise as students from every house gathered. The moment they stepped onto the platform, whispers filled the air. They bowed. Wands raised. The silence fell. Expelliarmus. Protego. Stupefy. Draco dodged. Hermione countered. The duel became a dance, measured, practiced, clean. There was no hesitation now. Only rhythm. Only precision. The watching students were silent by the end. Snape ended the session with a rare nod. That will suffice. As they walked off the platform, Hermione heard something unexpected. A few students clapped. Others looked thoughtful. She and Draco exchanged a glance. Maybe, just maybe, this was their way forward. Not by hiding, not by pretending, but by being undeniably good at what they did. The next few days were less cruel. Not easy, not warm, but quieter. Some students even stopped whispering when Hermione passed by. But there were still shadows. One afternoon, Ginny cornered her near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. You really like him, don't you? Hermione paused. Yes, I do. Ginny's eyes narrowed, but her voice was steady. Then be ready for the backlash. It won't stop overnight. You're messing with decades of house rivalry. Hermione met her gaze. I'm not doing this for drama. I'm doing this because it's real. Ginny gave a small nod. Then I hope it's worth it. Hermione watched her walk away. She turned the corner and nearly bumped into Draco. I heard. Hermione raised an eyebrow. Eavesdropping now. He shrugged. I like knowing things. She smiled faintly. What do you know now? That you're not running. Neither are you. No, I'm not. They stood close, the space between them thinner than it had ever been. And in that closeness, despite all the whispers, warnings, and walls between them, they both knew one thing. This had only just begun. The first snow fell quietly overnight, dusting the castle in a soft, silvery layer that shimmered in the pale morning light. Students woke to find icicles hanging from every ledge and frost glittering across the windows. Winter at Hogwarts had always felt magical, But this year, for Hermione, it felt different, calmer, even as the storm around her hadn't fully passed. She walked through the corridors wrapped in her cloak, her eyes scanning the sea of faces. The looks had changed. Some were still skeptical, others dismissive, but many were simply indifferent now. It was as if the school had grown tired of the drama, distracted by the promise of the upcoming Yule Ball. Hermione hadn't given the event much thought. Her focus had been on surviving each day, defending herself with quiet strength and academic excellence. But it was in the middle of History of Magic that Parvati leaned over and whispered a question she hadn't prepared for. "Who are you going with?" Hermione blinked. "Going where?" "The Yule Ball. Everyone's talking about it." She paused. "I hadn't really thought about it." Parvati's smile was teasing. "Bet I know who wants to ask you." Hermione looked away, her cheeks warming. Later that day, she and Draco found themselves in the astronomy tower, a place they had gradually made their own. It was quiet, high above the noise of the castle, and offered a view of the snow-covered grounds that seemed to stretch forever. He leaned against the stone wall, watching her with an expression that was both curious and cautious. "You've heard about the ball, right?" She nodded. "Of course. And are you going?" "I don't know yet. It depends." "On what?" She hesitated. "On whether you're asking." A rare smile touched his face. "Well then, consider yourself asked." She laughed, the sound catching in the cold air like a charm. "I'll think about it." Hermione didn't need to think. She wanted to say yes. But part of her feared what it would mean. What the rest of the school might do if they made their connection public in such a bold, visible way. The answer came to her unexpectedly, during lunch in the Great Hall. A group of Ravenclaws sitting nearby whispered and pointed toward her. But this time, they weren't mocking. One of the girls even offered her a small smile. It was the first time in weeks someone outside of Gryffindor had treated her like anything other than a scandal. She realized then, the only way forward was to stop hiding. The gossip had less power when she didn't cower beneath it. That evening, she found Draco in the corridor outside the Slytherin common room. "I'll go with you." His eyes lit up in a way that surprised her. "I didn't think you would. I'm tired of hiding." He stepped closer. "So am I." They didn't touch, didn't linger, but the space between them was no longer filled with hesitation. The week before the Yule Ball passed in a blur. Invitations flew around the castle. Dress robes were discussed in detail, and excitement buzzed through every corridor. Even Ron, who still refused to speak to Hermione unless necessary, seemed caught up in the fever of the season. When the night arrived, the castle was transformed. Candles floated above the dance floor, enchanted snow drifted from the ceiling, and the air shimmered with soft music and warm laughter. Hermione descended the stairs into the great hall slowly, her heart pounding. She wore a gown of deep emerald green, not Gryffindor red, not Slytherin silver, but something in between, something uniquely her. Students turned to stare as she entered, but this time, there was a different kind of silence. One of surprise, admiration, even awe. And then she saw Draco. He stood near the base of the stairs, dressed in formal black robes that suited him far too well. His eyes never left her as she walked toward him. "You look," he started, then stopped, struggling for words. She smiled. "You too." They didn't need more than that. As the music swelled, they danced. At first awkwardly, then with increasing confidence, as though the rhythm of the evening belonged to them alone. Around them, the students whispered again, but differently now. There was still confusion, curiosity, but not the venom of before. The longer they danced, the quieter the rumors became. Even McGonagall watched them with a distant, unreadable expression. When the music slowed, Draco leaned in slightly. "Thank you for saying yes." Hermione glanced around the room, then back at him. "You said once this wouldn't be easy. It still won't be, but it's worth it." He nodded. Every second. As the night wore on, they didn't stay on the dance floor. They wandered the decorated corridors, past floating wreaths and enchanted mistletoe. In the quiet of the courtyard, with snow falling gently around them, Hermione turned to face him. "Do you ever wonder what people will say tomorrow?" "All the time. And you still want this." He reached up and brushed a strand of hair from her face. "I don't care what they say. I care what you say." She took a step closer, heart racing. "Then I say yes." She didn't mean yes to the ball. She meant yes to everything. To this complicated, unexpected thing between them. To the risk. To the possibility. And for the first time, beneath the winter sky and Hogwarts' glowing windows, they kissed. Not hidden in shadows. Not behind the walls of fear. But in the open. Unapologetically. By the time the next morning arrived, the news had spread like fiendfire. Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy had not only attended the Yule Ball together, but had also kissed in the open courtyard where anyone could have seen them. No one knew exactly who saw it first, but by breakfast, every house table was buzzing. Gryffindor was split down the middle. Some glared at Hermione with open disapproval, while others, mostly younger students, watched her with admiration for daring to do what no one expected. Slytherin was quieter, colder. Most of them refused to even look at Draco. Hermione sat at the far end of the Gryffindor table, alone but not afraid. She ate her toast slowly, reading through her potion's notes like nothing had changed. She could feel the weight of dozens of stares on her, but she did not flinch. Across the hall, Draco was sitting between Blaise and Theodore, his expression unreadable as he toyed with a piece of fruit. Blaise muttered something to him, and Draco replied without looking up. His eyes lifted only once, when they met Hermione's, and in that brief second, everything stilled. It was as if the chaos of the castle disappeared in that silent glance. She nodded slightly. He gave the smallest nod back. They didn't need to speak. Classes that day were tense. Whispers followed Hermione through every hallway. A group of fourth-year girls from Hufflepuff stared openly as she passed, and one of them even nudged her friend and giggled. In Transfiguration, Ron dropped his textbook with a loud thud just as she entered, and she ignored it. He hadn't spoken to her since the ball, and his resentment had grown heavier, sharper. Professor McGonagall didn't comment on any of it, but Hermione noticed the way her eyes lingered a bit longer than usual when calling attendance, as if silently acknowledging the strength it took to be present in the face of judgment. The worst came during lunch. Hermione had just begun pouring pumpkin juice when Lavender leaned across the table. "So, is it true then, did you really kiss Malfoy?" Hermione looked at her calmly. "Yes." Gasps erupted around them. Some shocked, others amused. But the silence that followed was the heaviest of all. Ron stood abruptly, his chair scraping the stone floor. "You've lost it, Hermione." Completely. He walked away without another word. Lavender blinked, caught off guard by the intensity, but quickly turned her attention back to Hermione. "How could you like someone like him after everything? People change. Or maybe they don't. But I've made my choice." Seamus, sitting nearby, finally spoke. "You're braver than most, Hermione." "That's what I think." Hermione gave a small, grateful nod. She knew she would remember that moment, those words, for a long time. Later that evening, she found Draco in the library, tucked in a corner that rarely saw foot traffic. Books on magical lineage and defensive spells were scattered around him, but he wasn't reading. He looked up when she approached. "Rough day." "You could say that." He closed his book. "Same here. Blaise says I've lost my mind. Pansy hasn't spoken to me all day. My father will probably hear about this by tomorrow." She sat beside him. "And how do you feel?" "Like I'm doing the one thing that matters and everyone hates it." She smiled faintly. "Welcome to my world." They didn't speak for a few minutes. The quiet comfort between them was enough. Then Draco glanced sideways. "You know what this means, don't you?" Hermione raised an eyebrow. "What?" "There's no turning back now." She didn't hesitate. "I'm not turning back." The holidays approached faster than expected, and while some students left for home, others stayed behind. Both Hermione and Draco remained at Hogwarts, choosing the quiet of the nearly empty castle over the uncertainty waiting for them outside its walls. One snowy afternoon, they walked along the lake's edge, bundled in scarves and gloves, laughing over how Draco had nearly slipped on the ice moments earlier. "You know, I always thought you were untouchable, Granger. Always so perfect. So far above it all." She glanced at him. "And I always thought you were hopeless." He smirked. "Not exactly romantic, is it?" "No, but it's honest." They stopped near a tree frozen in winter bloom. Draco stepped closer. "I'm glad we didn't wait. I'm glad we stopped pretending." "Me too." And just like that, without a grand gesture or flourish, they held hands. For the first time, not hidden behind shelves or shadows or closed doors. Their fingers intertwined naturally, like they had always belonged that way. Far from the gossip and judgment, Hogwarts seemed to breathe around them differently. The world had shifted, and though the road ahead promised to be anything but easy, they had made their choice. Together, the quiet that followed the holidays did not last. Once students returned for the next term, the whispers resumed with new energy. Rumors had mutated in their absence. What was once a fleeting scandal had become something deeper, more unsettling to the rigid lines Hogwarts students clung to. Hermione entered the common room on the first day back to find it nearly silent. A few younger students gave her curious glances, while Parvati and Lavender sat close together near the fire, talking in hushed tones. Ron looked up from a game of wizard chess with Dean and immediately turned away, jaw clenched. She knew she had crossed a line she could never uncross. Not just socially, but symbolically. A Gryffindor and a Slytherin. A Muggle-born and a pureblood. It shook people, not because they didn't believe it could happen, but because it had. She didn't regret it. In the corridors, she often passed Draco, and though they rarely stopped to speak in public, their glances said enough. A brief look in defense against the dark arts. A tiny smirk shared while passing each other near the staircase. The connection between them had become more stable, like a new structure still forming, but holding steady against storms. One afternoon in potions, Professor Snape paused when he reached their paired cauldron. He glanced between them, then said only, "Acceptable work," before gliding on. Hermione knew he had noticed. He always did, but this time he chose silence. The larger reaction came from Professor Trelawney, of all people. During a particularly fog-filled divination lesson, she paused mid-prediction and gave Hermione a piercing look. "Your future is clouded, my dear. There is conflict where there should be clarity. The stars warn against hearts aligning with serpents." Hermione barely managed to stifle a groan. "Is that your professional opinion, Professor?" Trelawney blinked, caught off guard. The signs speak for themselves. Maybe the signs need a second opinion. A few students laughed under their breath, and the class moved on, but the moment stayed with her. It reminded her just how deeply some people feared change, especially the kind that didn't fit their neat predictions. Meanwhile, Draco was weathering his own storm. Slytherin House was colder toward him than ever. Pansy barely acknowledged his presence. Even Theodore, who usually stayed neutral, had become distant. One night in the common room, Blaise sat beside him with a sigh. "You know they're talking about removing you as prefect." Draco looked up sharply. "What?" Blaise shrugged. "You're not exactly setting the example they want. Between the rumors and your disinterest in house meetings, they're saying you're not committed anymore." "I'm committed to what matters." Blaise studied him. "Just make sure it's worth it." Later that week, Draco found himself climbing the staircase to the astronomy tower. It was nearly curfew, but he didn't care. He knew she would be there. She always went there when she needed quiet. He pushed open the door and found her leaning against the stone wall, staring out into the snow-filled sky. She didn't turn around. "I figured you'd come." He stepped beside her. "Blaise says I'm losing everything for you." Hermione didn't flinch. "Are you?" He didn't answer at first. "Then, maybe. But if I don't stand for this, what do I stand for?" She finally looked at him. "You don't have to keep defending it. I don't want you to lose everything just to prove something to me. I'm not proving it to you. I'm proving it to myself. For once in my life, I'm choosing without fear. Without following the script." There was something about the way he said it, firm, but not angry. Steady. Honest. Hermione touched his hand gently. "Then I'll stand with you. Whatever comes next, we face it together." The snow started falling again, soft flakes settling over the edge of the tower. Far below, Hogwarts glowed against the night, its windows warm and golden in the distance. But inside the walls, pressure was building. Eyes were watching, and not all of them were friendly. Unknown to either of them, from a shadowed hallway below, a figure stood hidden, watching the tower above. The silhouette paused, then turned and disappeared into the dark. Change was rippling through Hogwarts, and not everyone would accept it. Winter stretched on, its grip tightening around the castle. Ice formed thickly on the windows, and the grounds were coated in a white silence that blanketed everything, except the growing tension. Every corridor Hermione walked down felt lined with invisible threads, each one tugging with suspicion and unseen eyes. Classes continued, but the atmosphere was different. Hermione felt the shift most in the way people paused mid-conversation when she entered a room, or how Ron still refused to look at her directly. It wasn't just about her and Draco anymore. It had become a symbol. People had chosen sides, even if they never said so aloud. In herbology, Neville passed her a tray of soil with a tight-lipped smile. He hadn't said a word to her since returning from break, and she knew why. He had always admired her strength, her brains. And he didn't understand how that same Hermione could fall for someone like Draco Malfoy. She tried not to let it sting, but it did. Hogsmeade weekend was approaching, and Hermione debated not going. But when she received a note slipped into her book during Transfiguration, her decision was made. 3 broomsticks at 1 sharp. Sit by the window. She recognized his handwriting instantly. When she arrived, the tavern was already bustling with students escaping the cold. Hermione ordered a butterbeer and sat at the far window, watching the snow fall outside. Moments later, Draco slid into the seat across from her. His hood was still up, damp with flakes of snow, but he pulled it back as soon as he sat down. "You're brave coming here," Hermione said quietly, not touching her drink. "Half the room is staring." "Let them," he replied. "I'm tired of hiding. You weren't the one getting owls from people I thought were my friends." She didn't say it in anger. It was just the truth. "Parvati told me I'm damaging Gryffindor's reputation." Draco scoffed. "And here I thought I was ruining Slytherin's future." They both smiled, though the weight of their situation lingered. "I overheard something," he said after a pause, his voice dropping low. "Blaise was talking to Theo. They said someone's been talking to Umbridge, feeding her information about us." Hermione's brow furrowed. "What kind of information?" "Enough. Meetings. Where we go. How often we see each other. She's planning something." Hermione leaned in, whispering urgently. "But she's just a professor. She can't." "She's not just a professor," Draco interrupted. "You know that. She's here on ministry orders. She's already taken power from Dumbledore once. If she thinks we're breaking rules, especially ones she created, she'll use it against us." He nodded. "Exactly." That night, Hermione didn't return to Gryffindor Tower right away. Instead, she wandered through the library, searching for any clue, any law, any regulation Umbridge might be using to justify spying. She found nothing concrete, but the absence of answers was telling in itself. Umbridge wasn't bound by rules. She was rewriting them as she pleased. Later that week, Draco passed her in the corridor and murmured, "Meeting room near the West Tower. Midnight. Come alone." She waited until the castle was quiet before slipping from her dormitory, her wand tucked into her sleeve. She moved quickly through the shadows, heart pounding in her chest. When she reached the meeting room, Draco was already there, seated by the window with a candle flickering on the desk beside him. "I think she's planning to use the Inquisitorial Squad," he said before she could speak. "They're allowed to search rooms now. If she suspects we're doing something against school policy, she could make it look like we're breaking the law. But we're not. She doesn't care." Hermione crossed the room, lowering her voice. "What do we do?" Draco stood. "We need to be smarter. Careful with when and where we meet. Stop using notes. Nothing that can be traced." Hermione hesitated. "This is starting to feel like we're running a secret rebellion." He looked her in the eye. "Aren't we?" Their gazes held for a long moment, and in the quiet, Hermione reached for his hand. "We can't lose each other. Not now." Draco gave the faintest nod. "Then we won't." Just as she was about to respond, the door creaked open with a soft, ominous groan. Both froze. A figure stepped into the doorway. Silhouetted by the moonlight, robes gliding across the floor, wand raised. "Well," came the cold, satisfied voice. "Isn't this interesting?" It was Dolores Umbridge. Her smile was wide and cruel. "You've both broken more rules tonight than I can count. But don't worry," she said sweetly. "The Ministry will be very interested in this little alliance." Hermione's heart stopped. Draco stepped in front of her. Everything had just changed. Hermione stood frozen behind Draco as Umbridge stepped fully into the room, her pink cardigan and smug expression more threatening than any hex. The flickering candlelight made her look almost ghostly, like a specter of authority sent to crush the very spirit of rebellion. "Well, well," she said with a simper. "Out after curfew. Private meeting between a Gryffindor and a Slytherin. I do believe this violates at least 7 of my decrees." Hermione tried to steady her breath. Her wand was still in her sleeve, but she knew reaching for it would only make things worse. Draco didn't move either, though his stance was tense, like a coiled spring ready to snap. "You followed us," he said, voice hard. Umbridge gave a tinkling laugh. "Of course I did, Mr. Malfoy. You've been rather sloppy. Whispering in corridors, exchanging looks across classrooms. Did you really think I wouldn't notice?" Hermione stepped forward. "This isn't against any real rule. We're not doing anything wrong." "Oh, but that's where you're mistaken, Miss Granger," Umbridge said, her voice sickly sweet. "As High Inquisitor, I have the authority to determine what constitutes inappropriate behavior. And what I see here is deeply inappropriate." She flicked her wand. Instantly, ropes sprang from thin air, binding Hermione's wrists. Another set wrapped around Draco's arms, holding them tightly to his sides. Neither of them could move. "You'll come with me," Umbridge said, satisfaction dripping from every word. "It's time we had a little disciplinary hearing." They were marched silently through the corridors, the ropes digging into their skin with every step. No students were out. Only the soft echo of their footsteps filled the air. Hermione's mind raced, but no solution came. Umbridge had them, and she would use this moment to destroy more than just their reputations. She pushed open the door to her office and motioned for them to sit in the stiff-backed chairs in front of her desk. The walls, covered in plates with meowing kittens, seemed to mock the situation with their cheerful innocence. "I must say," she began, taking her seat, "I never expected this kind of betrayal from you, Mr. Malfoy. A pure-blood wizard from such a respectable family, fraternizing with someone like her." Draco clenched his fists. "You don't get to talk about my choices." "But I do," she said, smiling wider. "And as for you, Miss Granger, you're one of Dumbledore's favorites, aren't you? I wonder what he would say about this. Perhaps it's time your privileges were revoked. No more prefect duties. No more library access after hours. No more trust." Hermione kept her voice calm. "You're abusing your power." "I'm exercising it," Umbridge said sharply. "The Ministry has trusted me to maintain order. You two are a threat to that." She reached into a drawer and pulled out a thick parchment scroll. "You will both sign confessions. Acknowledge that you were plotting unauthorized meetings and spreading disobedience among the student body." "No," Hermione said at once. Draco added firmly, "We won't." Umbridge looked delighted. "Very well. Then we'll do this the hard way." She pulled out a quill, the same one she had used to punish students before, the one that carved words into the skin instead of ink on parchment. She set it in front of Hermione. "You first," she said. Hermione stared at it. Her hand trembled, not from fear, but from rage. Everything she believed in was being threatened. Her independence, her dignity, her heart. She didn't move. "I said pick it up," Umbridge snapped. But before Hermione could respond, the door burst open. Professor McGonagall stormed into the office, robes billowing behind her like a storm cloud. "What is the meaning of this?" she demanded. Umbridge stood. "These students were found breaking multiple rules, Minerva. I was in the middle of conducting disciplinary proceedings." "You will unbind them at once," McGonagall said icily. "I will do no such thing. You are not the headmistress. You have no authority to detain students without a witness present. That is school policy. Or have you forgotten that Hogwarts still has a code of conduct that predates your decrees?" The silence was heavy. Umbridge hesitated, but McGonagall's glare was unwavering. With a flick of her wand, the ropes around Hermione and Draco vanished. Hermione massaged her wrists as Draco stood quickly beside her. "This is not over," Umbridge hissed. McGonagall looked down at her. "You're quite right. It's not, because I'll be reporting this entire incident to the headmaster. And believe me, Dolores, he will not be pleased." She turned to Hermione and Draco. "Go, back to your dormitories. Now." Neither of them spoke until they reached the stairwell. "Thank you," Hermione whispered. Draco exhaled slowly. That was too close. They paused at the top of the stairs where their paths would split. "I don't want to stop," Hermione said, looking up at him. We won't, Draco replied, stepping closer. But we'll have to fight smarter. Hermione nodded. I can handle that. And as they parted ways, there was no doubt in either of their minds. This wasn't just a crush anymore. It was something much deeper. And it was worth fighting for. The next morning dawned gray and heavy with fog. The kind of day that made Hogwarts feel more like a fortress than a school. Hermione sat in the library, a pile of unopened books before her. But her eyes were fixed on the window. She couldn't focus, not when the events of the previous night kept replaying in her mind. The ropes, Umbridge's voice, McGonagall's fury, and most of all, Draco's calm defiance. Madame Pants watched her from behind the counter, her suspicious eyes following every shift in Hermione's seat. She knew Hermione well. Hermione practically lived in the library, but today was different. Today, Hermione wasn't here for research. She was waiting. The door creaked softly, and Draco slipped inside, hood pulled low, eyes alert. He crossed the floor with practiced ease, sliding into the chair across from her. You're late, Hermione said, but her voice held no edge. Had to throw off a nosy second year who kept following me, Draco muttered, brushing damp hair out of his eyes. Probably thinks I'm up to something. You are up to something, she replied with a quiet smile. He leaned forward. You all right? After last night, Hermione nodded slowly. Yes, but we need to be more careful. If McGonagall hadn't shown up. She did, Draco said firmly. That's what matters. Hermione hesitated, then reached into her bag and pulled out a folded parchment. I've been thinking, if we're going to keep meeting, and we should use the room of requirement. It changes shape depending on what we need. No one can find us if they're not meant to. Draco's eyes lit up with cautious admiration. Smart. It's not just about privacy, she said. We need to start planning for more than just avoiding Umbridge. She's watching everyone. She won't stop until she controls everything. The classrooms, the common rooms, even the corridors. Draco leaned back. So what do you suggest we do? Form a resistance. Hermione lowered her voice even more. We already did. Harry's group, Dumbledore's army. But now, I want something else. Something quiet. Just you and me. Something no one else knows about. His brows lifted. You trust me that much? She met his gaze. I do. For a long moment, Draco didn't say anything. Then he pulled out a small notebook from under his cloak and opened it. It was filled with tight, slanted handwriting, notes about spells, patrol patterns, student movements, and even a few pages about Umbridge's decrees. You've been tracking her, Hermione whispered. She thinks I'm on her side, he said. I've used that to gather as much as I can. Hermione took the notebook gently, flipping through it. This could help us so much. Draco nodded. But it's not just about survival anymore, is it? No, Hermione said. It's not. They sat in silence for a moment. Then she looked up and said, We'll meet tonight. Room of requirement. After dinner. Draco reached across the table, fingers brushing hers for just a second before he pulled back. I'll be there. Later that evening, Hermione walked quickly through the corridor on the 7th floor, past the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, her mind repeating the thought like a chant. I need a place to meet. I need a place to plan. I need a place to be safe. A door appeared. She stepped inside and found a small, warm room filled with cushions, bookshelves, and a map of Hogwarts charmed to track movement. It was perfect. Minutes later, Draco slipped in behind her. Feels like our own little headquarters, he said, scanning the room. Hermione smiled. Exactly. They settled onto the cushions, books between them, the map glowing softly nearby. As they worked through spells, protections, and the logistics of keeping their meetings secret, the tension between them softened into something steadier, something real. Do you ever think about what happens after all this? Hermione asked suddenly. After Umbridge? After school, Draco said. All the time. And, he looked at her. I think if we can get through this, then maybe we can make our own future. One that doesn't care what house we were in, or what blood status we have. Hermione's heart beat faster. I'd like that. Draco leaned a little closer. Me too. They didn't need to say anything more. In that moment, surrounded by old magic and hidden secrets, they understood each other completely. But outside that room, the War of Shadows continued. And it would soon reach them again. The room of requirement became a sanctuary for them. By day, Hermione continued being the ever-diligent Gryffindor, perfecting spells and hiding her feelings behind sharp intellect. Draco remained the cool, untouchable Slytherin prince, sneering at the wrong crowd, making just enough noise to stay invisible to Umbridge. But by night, within the walls that listened and shifted for them, they were different. They were not Gryffindor and Slytherin. They were just two people caught between loyalty and longing. Hermione sat cross-legged on the floor, her wand tracing protective enchantments midair. Draco watched her from across the room, his chin resting on his hand, not even pretending to hide the softness in his gaze. He hadn't said anything about that moment in the library. The way their hands had touched, the way her voice had gone quiet when she'd said she trusted him. But he hadn't forgotten it either. "You know," Hermione said without looking up, "we're going to have to lie. More than usual." Draco raised an eyebrow. "We already do. I mean, to the people closest to us," she said. "Harry, Ron, even Blaise, if he's watching you as closely as I think." Draco stood, pacing a little. "Blaise is sharp, but he doesn't care what I do as long as I don't make him part of it. Pansy, though, she's not stupid. She's watching me more than ever." Hermione looked at him carefully. "Do you think she knows?" "I think she suspects," he admitted. "She mentioned you yesterday. Said you'd been looking too happy lately." Hermione groaned. "Oh no. Relax," he said with a smirk. "I told her you'd probably just found a new arithmancy book." Hermione laughed. It was the kind of laugh that made her cheeks flush and her eyes sparkle. Not far from the truth. He stepped closer. "You've been different too. More careful." "How can I not be?" she whispered. "I've spent my entire life trying to be perfect. Now I'm sneaking around behind my best friends' backs just to be with someone they hate." His smile faded. "You think they'd hate you for this? Ron might never speak to me again. And Potter? He'd try to understand. But he wouldn't trust you. Not like I do." The air grew still between them. Draco finally spoke, voice lower. "I've never had anyone say that to me before. That they trust me. It's strange." Hermione stood, moving until she was just a few feet away. "I do. Even when I shouldn't." "You should," he said, eyes never leaving hers. "But it's not safe. For either of us." Hermione nodded. "I know. But I still choose this." He didn't move for a long second. Then his voice came quieter. "So do I." Suddenly, the map on the wall pulsed. A red glow blinked at the edge of the hallway outside the room of requirement. Hermione turned quickly. "Someone's there." Draco pulled his wand. "It might just be a student." They watched in silence. The dot moved slowly, pausing every few steps. "That's Filch," Hermione breathed. "How did he get this close?" Draco narrowed his eyes. "He shouldn't be able to find the door unless someone told him." Hermione looked at him sharply. "Do you think someone suspects we're meeting?" "Could be. Or maybe he's just wandering. But it's not worth the risk." They both gathered their things quickly. Draco whispered a charm to erase all traces of their presence. The map's glow dimmed again. As they slipped out in separate directions, Hermione felt her heart pounding. The thrill of sneaking around had always been secondary to the fear. Now, with the possibility of being exposed, the danger was real. Tangible. Later that night, she lay in her bed in the girls' dormitory, staring at the ceiling. Lavender and Parvati whispered nearby about something shallow and dreamy, but Hermione didn't hear them. Her mind was on the room. On Draco. On the way her heart raced when he looked at her like she wasn't just a brilliant witch or a war strategist, but something more. She thought about Harry. About Ron. And about the letter she had written weeks ago and never sent. The one where she tried to explain everything. Why she was drawn to someone so opposite, so dangerous, and so unexpected. Down in the Slytherin dorms, Draco sat at his desk, staring at the cover of his notebook. He had memorized every word Hermione had written in it during their meetings. His own notes about Umbridge had grown more detailed. But now there were other things. Her laugh, the way her nose crinkled when she thought too hard, the fire in her eyes when she disagreed with something. He knew this couldn't last forever. The secret, the hiding, the tension between who they were and who they were supposed to be. But right now, in the space between war and peace, in a castle ruled by a tyrant in pink, they had carved out something for themselves. Fragile, hidden, real. and soon it would be tested more than either of them imagined. It started as a whisper in the corridor, a glance exchanged between students, a quick hush when Hermione stepped into the room. She noticed it first during breakfast, Susan Bones giving her an odd look from the Hufflepuff table, followed by a nudge and whisper to Hannah Abbott. Hermione tried to ignore it, pushing scrambled eggs around on her plate while Ron droned on about the Chudley cannons. But the whisper grew louder. By the end of the week, Hermione could feel it wherever she went, uneasy silence followed by murmurs just as she turned away. She wasn't naive. Hogwarts had a rhythm, and when that rhythm shifted, it meant someone knew something they weren't supposed to. She confronted Ginny in the library, away from the crowded common room. "Is something going on?" Hermione asked, voice low but urgent. Ginny hesitated, then shut her book. "People are talking, Hermione." "About what?" "You and Malfoy." Hermione's breath caught. She tried to hold Ginny's gaze. "What are they saying?" Ginny tilted her head. "That you've been disappearing a lot. That someone saw you heading toward the 7th floor one night. And that Malfoy was seen coming from the same direction minutes later." Hermione's mind raced. She had taken every precaution. They'd never left the room at the same time. Never touched in the halls. Never exchanged more than a glance in public. "Who saw us?" she asked. Ginny shrugged. "No one's saying. Just that it's out there now. And you know how gossip spreads here." Hermione felt like the floor had shifted beneath her. "You don't believe it, do you?" Ginny looked torn. "I don't know what to believe. But I know you. And I know you wouldn't risk everything for a fling. So if there's something happening, I just hope you're being careful." That night, Hermione couldn't sleep. She stared at the canopy above her bed, thinking about the look on Ginny's face. It hadn't been judgmental, it had been concerned. And that made it worse. This wasn't just about hiding anymore. This was about who might be watching, who might be waiting to use it against them. In the dungeons, Draco was dealing with his own storm. Pansy had cornered him near the Slytherin common room. "You're slipping," she said, arms crossed. "You've been off all term. And now people are saying you're meeting someone in secret." Draco's tone was cold. "I'm not obligated to report my schedule to you, Pansy." "I'm not stupid," she snapped. "You're distracted. And I saw the look on your face in potions. When Granger walked in, you used to mock her. Now you don't even look at her the same way." He didn't answer, which only confirmed her suspicion. "You're going to ruin yourself," she said, voice low and furious. "You think your father won't find out? Or the Dark Lord? You think they'd let you keep sneaking around with her?" Draco stepped forward, jaw clenched. "Watch what you say." "I'm trying to protect you, Draco," she hissed. "But I won't lie for you. Not if this brings shame on our house." He walked away without responding, but her words stayed with him. The danger wasn't hypothetical anymore. It was breathing down his neck. They met in the room of requirement that night, even though they both knew it was reckless. "I think someone saw us," Hermione said the moment the door sealed shut. Draco nodded. "It's spreading. Pansy confronted me." Hermione wrapped her arms around herself. Ginny did too. Well, more like warned me. She didn't seem angry. Just worried. Pansy wasn't worried. She was threatening. They stood in silence for a while. The walls around them had shifted to form a narrow alcove with tall windows. Rain poured beyond the glass, streaking like tears across the view of the forbidden forest. "Maybe we should stop," Hermione said quietly. "Just for a while. Until it blows over." Draco didn't respond at first. His hands were curled into fists at his sides. "Do you want to stop?" Hermione looked at him, eyes shimmering. "No, but I don't want this to ruin you. Or me." Draco stepped closer. "I don't care what they say. I've never felt more myself than I do when I'm with you. But we live in different worlds, Draco. At some point, this has to end, doesn't it?" He shook his head. "No, it doesn't. Unless we let it." Hermione moved to him slowly, resting her forehead against his chest. His arms came around her, pulling her in. "I'm scared," she whispered. "Me too." They stayed like that, motionless in each other's arms, surrounded by the soft sound of rain. They knew the truth now. Someone was watching. The whispers were turning into voices. And eventually, voices turned into accusations. But neither of them was ready to walk away. Because love, when born in shadows, either withers under scrutiny, or finds a way to survive the light. The tension in the air at Hogwarts was palpable. The corridors, once filled with idle chatter and laughter, now held a strange quiet. Hermione moved carefully through the hallways, keeping her head down, eyes forward, pretending not to notice the whispers that followed her like a ghost. Even the professors had begun to glance at her with suspicion, though none dared voice their thoughts aloud. Classes became unbearable. Sitting across from Draco in potions was a test of will. He kept his expression impassive, barely sparing her a glance. But she could feel him. She knew his every breath, every shift of his hand. She had memorized him in silence. And now, that silence was louder than anything. Snape watched them both with narrowed eyes. During one class, he deliberately paired them together, ignoring the usual order. Hermione nearly dropped her quill. "You'll be brewing the draft of peace," Snape said, eyes fixed on them. "I expect excellence." Draco didn't speak as they worked side by side. Hermione reached for the silverweed just as he did. Their fingers brushed. A spark shot through her, but she didn't react. Neither did he. They finished the potion in near-perfect silence, their synchronization seamless. Snape observed them for a moment longer before moving away, but Hermione knew. He suspected. That night in the room of requirement, Draco was already waiting when she arrived. He stood near the makeshift fireplace, his cloak still damp from the rain. "We can't keep this up much longer," Hermione said as she stepped inside. "It's getting worse." Draco turned to face her. "I know. Snape suspects something. He's watching us. He won't say anything. Not yet. But someone will. Someone will catch us, and they'll twist it into something ugly." Draco ran a hand through his hair, the strands damp and falling into his eyes. "I've been thinking about what comes next." Hermione paused. "What do you mean?" "I mean after this. After Hogwarts. After the war. You're thinking that far ahead?" He looked at her, and there was something in his eyes she hadn't seen before. Fear and hope, battling for space. "I want there to be an after," he said quietly. "I want there to be a version of the world where we don't have to hide." Hermione's heart tightened. "I want that too." He walked to her slowly, deliberately, and took her hands in his. "Then we need to survive this. Both of us. And to do that, we need to be smarter. We can't be seen. Not again." She nodded, squeezing his hands. "Then we disappear. At least until it calms down." Draco let go of her and took a step back. "We stop meeting here. We stop looking at each other. No notes. No messages." Her voice cracked slightly. "For how long?" "As long as it takes." The silence that followed was worse than any argument. Hermione nodded, even as her chest ached. She understood. This wasn't about fear. It was about survival. And if they were to have any chance at a future, they had to endure the present apart. They said goodbye with a look. No hug. No touch. Just a final glance that held all the words they couldn't say. The next morning, Hermione returned to the rhythm of her routine. She sat with Harry and Ron in the Great Hall, pretended to laugh at their jokes, even when her smile felt brittle. Across the room, Draco sat among the Slytherins, eyes down, his food untouched. They didn't look at each other once, but the world kept moving. A week passed, 2, and still no sign of him. No message, no room of requirement, just silence. Hermione buried herself in books, studied late, spent hours in the library. She tried to distract herself with exams, with prefect duties, with anything that would make the ache lessen. Then one night, while returning from the astronomy tower, she found a note tucked inside her robe pocket. She looked around, but the corridor was empty. Her hands trembled as she unfolded the parchment. 2 words. Still here. No name. No initials. But she knew. Her heart soared. She tucked the note into her sleeve, holding it close like a secret prayer. The storm might have been raging around them, but somewhere beneath it all, they were still holding on. The note had awakened something inside Hermione. Just 2 words, but they carried the weight of 100 conversations, of 1,000 glances shared across crowded rooms. Still here. It was enough to keep her going, to remind her that Draco had not vanished into the cold indifference of the Slytherin world. He was still fighting, still waiting, just like she was. The days remained quiet, at least on the surface. Hermione kept up appearances, smiling when she needed to, responding to Ron's awkward attempts at conversation, helping Harry with spells for their upcoming defense practical. But underneath the calm, her thoughts constantly circled back to Draco. Each time she passed him in the hallway, she resisted the urge to look. Sometimes she could sense his gaze on her, brief and careful, like a secret signal only she could feel. It was painful, this distance, but it was also powerful. It meant they were both resisting for the same reason. They were choosing survival, choosing the future. One evening, while sorting books in the restricted section of the library, Hermione found another note. Near the base of a thick, dusty volume on advanced magical theory, a slip of parchment had been tucked between pages. She paused before pulling it out, her heart already pounding. Same handwriting, same simplicity. Next moon, she traced the words with her fingers, feeling the connection surge through her. The full moon was in 5 days. They would see each other again. The anticipation built slowly, days ticking by with aching patience. Hermione felt the weight of each hour, her mind half distracted even in her studies. On the night of the full moon, she waited until well past curfew before slipping out under her cloak. The castle was quiet, the corridors dim with the soft blue hue of moonlight filtering through arched windows. She reached the room of requirement, her steps careful and silent. When the door appeared, she stepped inside and immediately felt the warm embrace of magic, of memory. Draco was already there, sitting in a worn armchair near the fire. He stood when he saw her. Neither of them spoke at first. Then Hermione rushed forward, and for the first time in what felt like years, they embraced. His arms wrapped tightly around her, holding her like she might vanish if he let go. "I missed you," she whispered, her voice catching. "I thought I was going mad," Draco said quietly. "Seeing you but not being able to speak. Not even a nod." "It was the right thing," she said, pulling back to look at him. "But it hurt." "I know." He brushed a strand of hair from her face. "We're nearly through this. 1 more year. Maybe less." Hermione nodded. "Harry's preparing for what's coming. Dumbledore too. Everyone knows the fight is getting closer." "I know." Draco's voice was low. "My father, he's pressuring me. They expect me to choose." "And will you?" she asked, fearing the answer. "I already have," he said without hesitation. "It's you." She closed her eyes, trying to steady herself. "They'll come for you. If they find out, let them. I'll be ready." Hermione wanted to believe that. She wanted to believe they could both outrun the war. "I can't lose you, Draco." "You won't." He stepped closer, taking her hand. "We'll leave when the time comes. Hogwarts won't be safe much longer. But until then, we keep our heads down. 1 more term. Then we run." She wanted to argue, to ask where they would go, how they would hide. But instead, she just leaned her forehead against his, letting herself believe. Later that night, after they'd shared quiet hours together, she slipped back to Gryffindor Tower unseen. As she crawled into bed, her chest felt lighter, her heart steadier. But the world beyond their little room had not stopped turning. The very next morning, Hermione was summoned to McGonagall's office. She entered cautiously, finding not just her head of house waiting, but also Professor Dumbledore, sitting beside the fire with an unreadable expression. "Hermione," McGonagall said, "please sit." She obeyed, trying to mask her racing thoughts. "We wanted to speak to you," Dumbledore began, "because there are concerns." Hermione said nothing, waiting. "There have been reports of suspicious behavior," McGonagall said. "Late-night movements, secretive actions. And your name," Dumbledore added, "has come up, along with Mr. Malfoy's." Hermione's stomach dropped. She kept her face neutral. "I don't know what you mean." "I believe you," Dumbledore said gently. "But be careful. These are dangerous times. Even the appearance of impropriety can draw the wrong kind of attention." Hermione nodded slowly. "You're a bright student," McGonagall said, her voice tight but not unkind. "And we care deeply for your safety." "I understand." "You may go," Dumbledore said. "But if ever you feel in danger or lost, my door is always open." She stood, thanked them both, and left the office as calmly as she could. But her hands were shaking. As she returned to her dorm, one thought burned in her mind. Someone new, and their time was running out. Hermione sat alone in the far corner of the library, a book open in front of her, though she hadn't turned a page in over 10 minutes. Her eyes were fixed on the parchment, but her mind was somewhere else, looping Dumbledore's warning over and over. Someone had noticed. Someone had connected her and Draco. That changed everything. She could no longer trust that the room of requirement was safe. She could no longer assume their glances were invisible. She needed to be smarter, more cautious. Draco was already risking everything by staying close to her. One slip, and he would lose his place at Hogwarts, or worse, be summoned back into the hands of his father. Her heart clenched at the memory of his voice in the firelight. I already have. It's you. It wasn't just romantic anymore. It was dangerous. But wasn't that always what love meant, especially now? A shadow passed by her table. Hermione looked up. It was Ron, watching her with a furrowed brow. You've been off lately, he said, sitting down without invitation. You all right? I'm fine, she replied quickly, too quickly. He tilted his head. Look, I know things have been weird between us. But if something's going on, I want to help. She smiled faintly. Thanks, Ron. But there's nothing wrong. Just a lot of work lately. You're working harder than usual. Even for you. And Harry noticed too. Hermione hesitated, not wanting to push Ron away completely. We're nearing exams. And with everything else going on, I just need to stay focused. Ron didn't look satisfied, but he nodded slowly. If you ever want to talk about anything, I'm here. She gave him a polite smile. I know. As he left, Hermione felt a strange twist in her chest. It wasn't guilt. It wasn't regret. It was the beginning of understanding. Ron would never really understand this part of her life. No one would. Not Harry, not Ginny, not even McGonagall. What she had with Draco didn't belong in the world of Gryffindor common rooms and Quidditch talk. It lived in silence and secrecy. Later that evening, she waited by the window in the astronomy tower, watching the storm roll in. Clouds gathered over the forbidden forest, and lightning lit up the horizon. A sign of the chaos brewing beyond the castle walls. Or maybe just her own nerves catching up to her. She heard the door open softly behind her. I figured I'd find you here, Draco said, his voice low but calm. Hermione turned quickly, closing the distance between them. We have a problem. I know, he said. Snape spoke to me. Said there were rumors. That I should be more discreet. Did he mention me? No. But he knows. He always knows more than he lets on. Hermione sighed. I was called into McGonagall's office. Dumbledore was there. They were careful, but they know something. Then we stop, Draco said firmly. We can't keep meeting like this. Not until things cool down. Hermione's stomach twisted. She nodded, even though it went against every part of her. I hate this. I do too. But you're more important than whatever comfort we get from sneaking around once a week. He stepped closer, brushing her hand with his. You told me you didn't want to lose me. I feel the same. And I won't let either of us be caught. Hermione nodded, holding his gaze. Just promise me we'll find a way back to this. When it's safe. We will, Draco said. This doesn't end here. They stayed a moment longer before parting, this time without a kiss, without a hug. It hurt more than either expected. The next few days were heavy. Hermione buried herself in schoolwork, while Draco seemed to vanish from the hallways, always a few steps ahead or behind her. Their secret had grown into something larger than them. Now it had shadows, rumors, watchers. But she couldn't let it distract her. Not when the world outside was falling apart. The Daily Prophet reported more disappearances. A Muggle-born family in Kent. A known Order sympathizer. Hogwarts itself felt like the last place left untouched. And even that was cracking at the edges. One afternoon, Harry approached her quietly as they left Transfiguration. Hermione, can I ask you something? Of course. Do you think Draco's different this year? She froze for a split second. Why do you ask? Just something about him. He's not sneering anymore. He's not even fighting back when Ron goes after him. I keep wondering if he's up to something. Hermione carefully kept her tone steady. Or maybe he's just tired of the same fights. Haven't we all changed this year? Harry considered that. Yeah, I guess. It's just something feels off. Hermione looked him in the eye. Just be careful, Harry. Don't let suspicion cloud what you really see. He nodded slowly. You're right. It's probably nothing. But Hermione knew better. It wasn't nothing. It was everything. Later that night, she found another note, slipped into the pages of her arithmancy book. The handwriting was still careful. Still his. End of term. One last time. Hermione's breath caught. Their last chance before summer. After that, there would be no excuse to see him. No Hogwarts to shield them from the outside world. She held the note close to her chest and whispered to the silence around her. One last time. The room of requirement felt colder than usual, its walls thick with a silence neither Hermione nor Draco dared to disturb. They stood across from each other, each holding the weight of too many unspoken things. Outside, the last day of term buzzed with farewells, trunks rolling down hallways, and owls swooping through the sky with letters clutched in their talons. But inside this room, there was only them, and the understanding that this was the last time they could risk being here. Hermione looked up at him, her hands clenched at her sides. "You're leaving tonight?" He nodded. "My mother wants me home before dark. It's getting worse out there." She knew what he meant. The war wasn't at their doorstep. It had already walked through the front door. News of raids, disappearances, even attacks on ministry officials now littered the headlines. The lines between friend and enemy were drawn more clearly every day. She didn't know how much longer Draco could walk between them. "I wish we had more time," Hermione whispered. Draco took a step closer. "If we did, we'd just get caught. I'd rather leave like this than watch you suffer the consequences." Hermione's eyes burned, but she refused to cry. "I hate how right you are." He brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. "You're stronger than you think." She swallowed hard. "So are you." For a moment, they just stood there. The distance between them had never felt so fragile. Then, almost cautiously, Hermione reached for his hand. He didn't hesitate. His fingers closed around hers like they had always belonged there. "You know what hurts the most?" she said softly. "Not the goodbye. It's knowing I have to pretend like none of this ever happened when I see you again." Draco's jaw tightened. "You won't be the only one pretending." There was a pause. "Do you think we'll ever be able to stop hiding?" she asked. "I don't know," Draco replied. "But I want to believe that someday, when all of this is over, maybe we won't have to anymore." Hermione looked down at their joined hands, then back into his eyes. "You better survive this war, Draco Malfoy. Because if you don't, I swear I'll never forgive you." His lips quirked just slightly. "Now that's the Hermione I know." They leaned in slowly, their foreheads touching. The kiss they shared was soft, quiet, and heavy with everything they couldn't say aloud. It wasn't desperate, it was a promise. No matter what came next, they had this, and they wouldn't let it be forgotten. When they finally pulled apart, Hermione stepped back first. "You should go," she said. Draco nodded. He walked to the door but paused before opening it. "All right," he said. "Somehow." And then he was gone. Hermione stood alone in the room, staring at the door. She wanted to run after him, to demand one more hour, one more word. But instead, she turned away and left through the other side, disappearing into the winding corridors of Hogwarts, back into the world of secrecy and silence. The train ride home was uneventful. Ron sat beside her, flipping through a Quidditch magazine, while Harry dozed across from them. Hermione stared out the window, watching the countryside blur by. She wasn't listening to the click of the rails or the chatter of students in nearby compartments. She was replaying his words in her head, trying to hold on to them before they faded. Every glance, every touch, every whispered moment behind closed doors, they had been real. And now they were memories. When they arrived at King's Cross, she waved goodbye to Harry and Ron and joined her parents on the platform. She tried to smile, tried to be present, but the ache in her chest wouldn't leave. That summer passed in a blur of long nights, quiet dinners, and books she couldn't concentrate on. She checked the post every morning, but no letters came. No owl. No sign. Was it too dangerous to write? Had he changed his mind? Was he still safe? She told herself to stop hoping. But she didn't. Weeks turned to a month. And then one evening, as she sat by her bedroom window with a book in her lap, something tapped the glass. Her heart leapt. She opened the window slowly, and a small, nondescript owl fluttered in. It dropped a folded parchment on her desk and vanished into the night without waiting for a treat. Hermione's fingers trembled as she picked up the letter. It was short. "I'm all right. I can't say much, not yet. Just know I meant every word. I'll find you when I can." She pressed the letter to her chest and closed her eyes. He He was alive. He remembered, and he hadn't let go. Hermione Granger would wait, no matter how long it took. The beginning of 6th year was colder than usual. The air at Hogwarts carried a bite that wasn't just from the weather. It was from the tension that now weaved its way through every corridor. Darker times had settled in, and even the portraits seemed quieter, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. Hermione walked into the Great Hall with Harry and Ron, the usual chatter surrounding them. She smiled when necessary, laughed when expected, and kept her eyes from wandering too far toward the Slytherin table. But she felt the absence. Every morning, every night, a part of her missing in the form of one blonde-haired boy who hadn't returned. Draco hadn't come back to Hogwarts. It wasn't surprising, not really. His father was in Azkaban, his mother rarely seen, and the Malfoy name had become even more dangerous to be associated with. But knowing that didn't make it easier. Hermione found herself searching anyway. Each time the doors opened, each face that passed by. It was habit now, quietly looking for something she knew wouldn't appear. Ron didn't seem to notice her distraction. He had grown more animated with each passing week, clearly hoping Hermione would now return his interest. But she didn't. Her smiles toward him never reached her eyes, and her mind was often elsewhere. Classes resumed as normal. Dumbledore had returned as headmaster, but there were hushed whispers about something he was planning with Harry. Hermione wasn't part of it, not yet. And for once, she didn't press for answers. Her thoughts were elsewhere, entangled in memories of secret meetings and unreadable gray eyes. One evening in the library, she sat at her usual corner table, quill in hand but parchment untouched. She wasn't reading. She wasn't studying. She was listening. Listening for anything. Any whisper of news. Any clue that he might still be somewhere close. Then she heard it. 2 Ravenclaws whispered nearby, their voices low, but just loud enough for Hermione to catch. They said he's been seen in Nocturne Alley. Who? Malfoy, the younger one, supposedly running errands for you-know-who now. Hermione's stomach turned. She stared at the book in front of her, unseeing. The words blurred together as something cold spread through her chest. Was it true? Was he really involved now? Had he chosen that path after all? Or was he just surviving? That night, she returned to the common room early, ignored Ron's attempts at conversation, and sat by the window, staring into the darkened grounds. Her fingers found the letter he'd sent over the summer, still folded neatly in the inside cover of a book she always carried. She read it again. Every word. I'm all right. I can't say much, not yet. Just know I meant every word. I'll find you when I can. She clung to it like a lifeline. That weekend, she snuck away to Hogsmeade. While most students crowded Honeydukes and the 3 broomsticks, Hermione slipped away down a less traveled path, her cloak pulled tight around her shoulders. She reached the edge of the forest and waited. She wasn't sure why. Maybe instinct. Maybe hope. Maybe desperation. She waited until the sun began to set. And just as she turned to leave, she saw him. Draco stepped out from behind a tree. He looked thinner, paler, and his robes were worn. But his eyes were the same. Gray. Alert. Watching only her. Hermione didn't speak. Neither did he. For a long moment, they just stared at each other, as if speaking would shatter something fragile between them. Then slowly she stepped forward. He didn't move. When she was close enough, she reached out and touched his arm. You came, she whispered. I said I would. They sat down behind the tree, hidden from sight. There was no fire, no warmth, but Hermione didn't feel the cold. I can't stay long, he said. I figured. They're watching everything now. Even here. I had to use a disguise just to get past the wards. She looked at him carefully. You're not here because they sent you, are you? He gave a small shake of his head. No. This is the one thing I'm doing for me. She felt a sudden wave of relief and guilt all at once. I heard things. About you. About Nocturne Alley. His jaw clenched. I don't have much choice, Hermione. I'm walking a line I can barely see. But I haven't forgotten who I am. Or what we were. We still are. That made him pause. He looked at her again, this time more closely. You really still believe that? I do. He exhaled slowly. Then I'll keep trying. I'll keep sending messages. I'll find ways. But if anything happens... Don't, she cut him off. Don't say goodbye again. I wasn't going to, he said. I was going to say, I love you. Hermione blinked. The words caught her off guard. Not because she didn't feel the same, but because she hadn't expected to hear them tonight. I love you too, she said quietly. They didn't kiss. They didn't hold hands. The moment was enough. When they finally parted, it was with no promises. Only the understanding that what they had was real, even if the world around them wasn't ready to accept it. Hermione returned to Hogwarts with a steady heart and a renewed strength. The storm was coming, but she wouldn't face it alone. Somewhere out there, Draco was holding on too. The week after Hermione saw Draco again passed in a blur of half-completed essays and restless nights. Every time she closed her eyes, his face filled the darkness, pale and haunted, yet so unmistakably him. She kept her promise and said nothing to Harry or Ron. Some secrets were too delicate to share, and this one was hers to protect. Classes grew more intense. Slughorn's lessons and potions became increasingly demanding, and McGonagall seemed determined to push them harder than ever. But Hermione welcomed the distraction. It helped her push back the ache in her chest that came with every sunrise, knowing Draco was somewhere out there, alone and surrounded by danger. She continued her routine. Quiet mornings, library evenings. But now, everything had a different weight. She was waiting again. Watching again. Not with blind hope, but with a deeper awareness. Every owl that swooped through the great hall, every whisper in the halls, every flicker of movement outside the windows, she noticed them all. One afternoon, while walking toward the Transfiguration classroom, she caught a strange movement out of the corner of her eye. A folded scrap of parchment floated gently to the ground beside her. She stooped quickly, heart racing, and tucked it inside her sleeve before anyone could see. She waited until she reached the library to open it. Hidden between the tall stacks of forgotten texts, she unfolded the message. Same place. Same time. This Saturday. D. Hermione's hands trembled. He was risking everything again. And so was she. But the pull between them was too strong to resist. That Saturday arrived in a blur of anticipation. The sky was gray, low clouds threatening rain as she made her way toward the edge of the forest. Her cloak wrapped tightly around her. She reached the same tree as before and waited. Minutes passed. Then she saw him. He stepped from the shadows, wearing a cloak darker than the night, his features more worn than the last time. But his eyes lit up when they landed on her, and Hermione felt something in her chest unclench. "You're late," she whispered. "Blame the Ministry." "They've tightened surveillance," he replied, brushing snow from his shoulder. They sat together again, silent for a while, just listening to the wind. "I don't know how much longer I can keep doing this," Draco said finally, voice barely audible. Hermione looked up sharply. "What do you mean?" He hesitated. "The things they're asking of me. It's getting worse. I'm not just running errands anymore. They want me to prove myself." She reached for his hand, pressing her fingers into his cold skin. "Don't. Not if it means losing yourself. I don't want to. But if I refuse, you're not alone." He glanced sideways at her, expression unreadable. "Sometimes I feel like I am." "You're not," she repeated. "You have me." He looked at her for a long time. Then he said, "They've asked me to identify people. Targets. Even some students." Hermione's blood ran cold. "Who?" "I haven't done it. Yet. I'm stalling. But they're watching me closely." The silence between them was heavy now, filled with all the things they couldn't say out loud. "If you ever need to disappear," Hermione said quietly, "I'll help you." Draco blinked. "You would do that? I already chose you." He didn't speak for a long time. The only sound was the wind rustling the brittle grass. "I want to believe I can make it through this. That there's still a version of me worth saving." "There is," she said softly. "I see it. Every time I look at you." Their eyes met, and something shifted in that moment. Not just between them, but in the world around them. As if the forest itself recognized the fragile bond they clung to in the growing storm. Before they parted, Draco pulled something from inside his cloak. It was a tiny mirror, cracked slightly at the edge. He handed it to her. "It's charmed," he said. "Not traceable, but it only works between us. If you ever need me, really need me, just say my name into it." Hermione curled her fingers around the mirror. "Thank you. I'll send another message when I can." And with that, he disappeared back into the woods, swallowed by the shadows once again. Back in the castle, Hermione tucked the mirror into a hidden compartment in her trunk. She felt both heavier and lighter, burdened by truth, but comforted by connection. She couldn't tell anyone. Not yet. But knowing Draco still had pieces of himself left to fight with gave her strength too. The days ahead would grow darker, she was certain. But the light between them, faint and flickering, still burned. And she would protect it, no matter what. Hermione kept the charmed mirror close, hidden in a small velvet pouch at the bottom of her satchel, where only her fingers could find it by instinct. She never spoke into it. Not yet. Just knowing it was there, knowing Draco had given her a way to reach him, was enough. It became a silent promise, pressed between the pages of her everyday life. Classes marched on, relentless as ever. The hallways buzzed with tension. Hogwarts was no longer the safe place it had once been. Even the portraits seemed quieter, more watchful. Whispers of disappearances and strange sightings made their way through the common rooms like cold drafts. Ron had grown more suspicious of Hermione's absences. He had stopped asking directly, but she noticed the way his eyes followed her when she slipped away. Harry, preoccupied with his own mission and the endless unraveling of Dumbledore's clues, barely noticed. But Ron was watching, and waiting. One evening, in the quiet of the Gryffindor common room, Hermione sat by the fire pretending to read, her mind far away. Her fingers curled around the pouch in her bag, tracing the mirror's edge through the fabric. What was Draco doing right now? Was he safe? Was he thinking about her? The fire crackled. Ron's voice broke her thoughts. "You've been distant." Hermione looked up. "What do you mean?" "I mean, you're always gone lately. Even more than usual." "I thought it was just the library, but—" He trailed off. Hermione closed her book. "I've had a lot on my mind." "I know. We all do." She didn't respond. Silence stretched between them. "You'd tell me if something was wrong," Ron said eventually. "Right." Her throat tightened. "Of course." But the lie tasted bitter. Later that night, long after the common room emptied and the castle fell silent, Hermione sat alone in her bed with the curtains drawn. The moonlight spilled across her pillow. She pulled the mirror from its pouch and held it to her lips. Her voice was barely a whisper. "Draco." For a moment, nothing happened. The surface remained dull and dark. Then it shimmered. His face appeared in the reflection, weary but alive. His silver eyes widened in surprise. "Hermione." She couldn't stop the smile. "I wasn't sure it would work. You called me." His voice was soft, hushed. "Is everything all right?" "No," she said. "But I'm glad to see you." His mouth twitched, almost a smile. "You're glowing." "It's the moonlight," she whispered. "Still, you look like hope." Hermione's heart beat faster. "Where are you?" "Safe for now. I found an old safe house near the coast. It's falling apart, but no one knows it's there. I needed to lie low. There are things happening. Things I can't talk about here." "You're being careful?" "As careful as I can be. I'm walking on a blade's edge every day." "You always were," she murmured. Draco leaned closer to the mirror. "I've thought about you constantly." "Me too." They sat in silence, just looking at one another through the charmed glass. For a moment, it didn't matter that they were miles apart, separated by war and secrets. In the reflection, they were together. "You shouldn't call me unless you have to," he said quietly. "It's safe, but nothing is truly invisible anymore." "I know," Hermione said. "But I needed to see you. Just once." His voice softened. "And now I can sleep. Then good night, Granger." "Good night, Malfoy." She tucked the mirror away with trembling hands and lay back against her pillow. Her chest felt full of a strange warmth that she hadn't felt in weeks. Not joy, not relief. Something quieter, closer to peace. But the next day, everything changed. A student from Hufflepuff, a fourth-year girl named Eloise, was found hexed in the hallway outside the library. Her memory had been tampered with, and strange runes were carved into the walls nearby. The professors were on high alert. Filch paced the corridors like a bloodhound. Students were sent to their common rooms early, and whispers spread like wildfire. Hermione knew the runes. They were old, obscure, and dangerous, used in blood rituals and dark tracing magic. She had read about them in a restricted section book Draco once borrowed from the library. He had returned it before anyone noticed. And that terrified her. Was he involved? Was this someone else using the same tools? Or was he being framed? The uncertainty clawed at her. That night, she pulled out the mirror again. "Draco," she said, more urgently this time. His face appeared, more shadowed than before. His hair was damp with rain, and he looked exhausted. "Hermione, did you hear about Hogwarts? What happened to that girl?" His jaw tensed. "Yes. Was it you?" "No," he met her eyes firmly. "It wasn't me. But I think I know who did it." "Who?" "I can't say. Not yet. But I'm trying to stop them. I need time." "You're not going back to them, are you?" "I never truly left," he said bitterly. "But I'm not with them either. I'm walking a line, and I don't know how long I can stay balanced." "Just don't fall," she whispered. "I won't. Not as long as I know you're on the other side." She nodded, eyes stinging. The mirror flickered. "I have to go. If they see me using this, it's over." "Be safe." He hesitated. "Hermione?" "Yes. Thank you. For still believing in me." And then he was gone. Hermione sat in the dark, clutching the mirror like a lifeline. The shadows were closing in faster than ever. But she wouldn't let go. Not now. Not when Draco was still fighting. Still choosing. Still hers. The next morning dawned gray and silent, a veil of fog covering the castle grounds like a secret no one dared speak. Hermione walked through the corridors with her head down, ignoring the whispers, the side glances, and the way even the walls seemed to close in tighter around her. Something had shifted overnight, not just within the castle, but within her. She knew now that she was living two lives. In one, she was the brilliant Gryffindor student helping Harry and Ron with their mission. In the other, she was the girl whispering into a stolen mirror, confessing her fears to a boy who had once been her enemy and now held her heart in his hands. But the weight of that double life was growing heavier. At breakfast, Ron nudged her plate toward her. "You didn't eat last night either." "I'm not hungry," she mumbled, poking at a piece of toast. "You're not sleeping. You're barely speaking. Something's wrong." Hermione opened her mouth to deny it, but the words dried up before they reached her tongue. She forced a small smile instead. "Just tired." Ron didn't look convinced, but he didn't push. Harry glanced between them, his own eyes shadowed with fatigue. No one was okay anymore, and everyone knew it. Later, in the library, Hermione slipped behind a dusty row of shelves and pulled out the mirror again. Her hands were shaking. "Draco." He appeared quickly this time. His hair was windblown, and there was a dark bruise just under his jaw. "You shouldn't keep calling like this," he said, but there was no anger in his voice, only concern. "I had to know you're still safe." "I am. For now." Hermione's voice dropped. "You said you thought you knew who was behind the runes. Do you know now?" Draco's expression changed. "Yes, but it's worse than I thought." "What does that mean?" "It means they're not just experimenting. They're preparing something. Something that involves the school. I overheard them talking about mapping the castle, finding old pathways, tracing protections." Hermione's blood turned cold. "So this is real. An attack?" Draco nodded. "I don't know when, but yes. I think they're planning to breach the castle from within." "Have you told anyone?" "I can't. If I go to the Order, they won't believe me. If I alert the wrong person, it'll get back to them. My position's already fragile." Hermione's breath caught. "Then tell me everything. Every detail. We'll find a way to stop them." But before he could speak, a noise cut through the silence. Footsteps. Hermione panicked, shoving the mirror into her robe and ducking down. Someone was coming around the corner of the shelves. "Ron." His eyes locked on her, and his face froze. "Hermione." She scrambled to her feet. "Ron." I was just looking for a book. You were talking to someone." "What?" "No." He stepped closer. "I heard you. I heard you say his name." Hermione's heart dropped. "Ron, you've been sneaking off. You've been lying. It's him, isn't it? Malfoy." She couldn't lie. "Not now." "Yes," she said, voice trembling. "I've been talking to him." Ron's fists clenched at his sides. "Are you mad? He's one of them. He's dangerous. He could be feeding you lies. He could be using you." "He's not," she said sharply. "You don't know him like I do." "No. And apparently, I don't know you either. The hurt in his voice stung more than she expected. He turned to walk away, then hesitated. Harry's going to find out. You should tell him before I do. Hermione stood frozen as Ron disappeared into the hallway. The moment he was gone, she pulled out the mirror again. Draco. He was still there, though his expression was grim. You heard that. I did. He's going to tell Harry. Draco shook his head. Then it's over. They'll never trust you again. I don't care about that. I care about you. His eyes softened. Don't say that. I mean it. I care about you too, Hermione. But this war, it will rip everything apart. You have to be prepared. I'm already in it. There was a long silence. Then he whispered, they're coming soon. Be ready. The mirror went dark. Hermione leaned against the shelf, her knees weak. Her heart pounded like a drum in her chest. Everything was falling apart. Her friendship with Ron, her loyalty to the mission, her trust in herself. But there was no turning back now. That night, she sat in the Gryffindor common room, staring at the fire. Harry came in late, his face pale and drawn. Ron followed a few minutes later. Their eyes met across the room, and Hermione knew. He had told him. Harry walked over and sat beside her. He didn't speak for a long time. Then finally, why? Because he's not the enemy you think he is. Harry didn't argue. He just nodded slowly. We'll need every advantage we can get, he said. Hermione looked up in surprise. I don't like it, Harry added. But if he's willing to help, then we use it. Ron stared at them from across the room, jaw clenched. Hermione knew nothing would ever be the same. But for the first time in days, she felt a flicker of hope. The next morning, Hermione met Harry outside the library. He was quiet, but his expression was steady, determined. He had barely spoken after she confessed everything about Draco, yet here he was, standing beside her in the chilly corridor like nothing had cracked between them. You're sure he's not lying? Harry asked as they walked. Yes, Hermione said without hesitation. He's risking too much to deceive me. He warned me about the rune attacks. He told me there's something coming from inside the castle. He's trying to help. Harry nodded once, but she could tell he wasn't fully convinced. Trusting Draco Malfoy didn't come easy. Still, the fact that he hadn't immediately dismissed her or cut her off was a small miracle. I need to meet him in person, Harry said. Hermione paused. That's not going to be easy. If he's seen with you, we'll find a way, Harry said. There's too much at stake now. In the following days, they started planning. The Room of Requirement became their secret meeting point, one Harry, Ron, and Hermione had used countless times before. Hermione enchanted the mirror again, leaving a subtle message for Draco about the place and time. No names, no direct signals. Just a suggestion. A hope. When the time came, she and Harry arrived first. The room shifted around them, turning into a shadowy stone chamber lined with candlelight. A single wooden door appeared at the far end. Minutes passed. Then it creaked open. Draco stepped through, his cloak damp with rain and his eyes scanning the room before settling on Hermione. For a moment, he looked ready to speak. Then he spotted Harry. They both froze. Hermione stepped forward quickly. Draco, it's okay. I asked him to be here. Draco's jaw tensed. I figured. I'm just surprised I'm not stunned or tied up. Harry folded his arms. Tempting. But I'm listening. There was a long pause. The room held its breath. Then Draco walked closer, slowly, until he stood in front of them. They found something, he said. Below the castle. An old passageway that connects to the Forbidden Forest. Some kind of route used in the early days of the school. They planned to use it as an entry point. How do you know? Harry asked. I followed one of the senior Death Eaters. Yaxley. He doesn't trust me, but he doesn't think I'm a threat either. I heard them discussing coordinates, the old tunnels, protections they want to break. Are they coming soon? Hermione asked. Yes, Draco said. Within weeks. Maybe days. There's talk of aligning it with some event, maybe the Halloween feast. It's a symbolic date for them. Harry paced, processing the information. We need to warn McGonagall. We need to block off that passage and set traps. Draco hesitated. If you do that too soon, they'll know someone tipped you off. They'll suspect me. I need more time. And if they move before you're ready? Harry asked. Then we fight, Draco said simply. It was the first time the three of them stood on the same side, in the same room, against the same threat. Strange, how war had rewritten the rules so completely. Over the next few nights, Hermione and Draco continued their secret communication. Her feelings for him had deepened. They talked not only of war, but of hopes, fears, and regrets. Sometimes she caught him smiling at her through the mirror, a rare, soft smile that belonged to no one else. But outside that fragile connection, things were worsening. Students whispered about strange lights seen near the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid mentioned creatures growing restless, as if sensing danger. Filch reported cold drafts in locked hallways. And Ron barely looked at Hermione anymore. He had spoken to Harry, but the rift between him and Hermione remained. One afternoon, Hermione tried to speak to him near the greenhouses. "Ron, please. I didn't lie to hurt you." He kept walking. She caught up to him. "You don't have to like it, but don't shut me out." "You chose him," Ron said, eyes burning. "You chose Malfoy. I didn't choose anyone. I'm trying to stop a war." Ron shook his head. "No, you're falling for someone who will break you." She didn't reply. She couldn't. That night, back in the room of requirement, Draco brought something with him. A folded piece of parchment. "I copied part of their plan," he said, handing it to Harry. "The passage, the timing, everything I could gather." Harry took it, his eyes narrowing as he read. "This is more than useful. This could give us the edge." Draco turned to Hermione. "But once you act, I'll be exposed." "We'll protect you," she said quietly. Draco stepped closer. "There's a way you can help me disappear if things go wrong. I'll leave instructions. A potion. A charm." Hermione's heart pounded. "You're talking like you won't make it." "I'm saying I'll do what's needed." Harry interrupted. "We need to act fast. We'll alert McGonagall, seal the tunnel, and prepare defenses around the castle perimeter. No one else can know where this came from. If this works, you'll be safe." Draco didn't look convinced. Safe is not a word that means much anymore. Hermione took his hand, careful not to let it linger too long in front of Harry. "You're not alone," she whispered. That night, as the three left the room of requirement in silence, none of them noticed the figure hidden in the shadows down the corridor. Someone had followed Draco. Someone had seen everything. The following morning, Hermione awoke with a weight in her chest she couldn't shake. She kept thinking about what Draco had said the night before, about disappearing, about doing what was needed. It wasn't just strategy anymore. It was sacrifice. The thought of him vanishing into the shadows after everything they'd gone through left her with a knot she couldn't untangle. Harry was already up, pacing the common room when she arrived. "We have a problem," he said quietly. Hermione's stomach dropped. "What happened?" "McGonagall called me in this morning. Someone left a letter under her door. No name, no handwriting. But it included a rough sketch of the room of requirement and said Draco Malfoy's been using it for private meetings. They didn't say what it was about, but it means someone knows," Hermione finished. Harry nodded. "She hasn't acted on it yet, but she's watching. If we meet there again, we risk everything." Hermione rubbed her temples. "Do you think it was Ron?" Harry didn't answer immediately. He looked uncomfortable. "He's angry, but I don't think he'd do something that dangerous." "No, I think someone's been tailing Draco. Someone from the other side." Hermione's heart beat faster. "Then he's not safe. We have to warn him." "We can't meet in the room again," Harry said. "Not now. Maybe not ever." Hermione nodded, though her mind was already searching for other options. The Mirror of Two still worked, but they needed somewhere Draco could go without being seen. That evening, she scribbled a message in runes and held the enchanted mirror tight. "Do not return to the room. It's compromised. We'll find another way. Meet near the astronomy tower, third-floor passage behind the armor." Midnight. She waited. The mirror shimmered. Draco's reply was brief. "Understood. I'll be there." Midnight arrived in tense silence. Hermione tiptoed past a sleeping fat lady portrait and down the empty corridors. Her cloak was wrapped tightly around her, hair pulled into a loose braid. The hallway behind the armor was cold and forgotten, its windows fogged with mist and magic. Draco appeared moments later. His expression was guarded but calm. "You were followed," she said softly. He raised an eyebrow. "I suspected, but I didn't know it was that bad." Someone sent McGonagall a note, she told him. We think it was a spy. Draco swore under his breath. They're closing in. I can feel it. Hermione nodded, drawing her cloak tighter. We'll need to lay low for a few days. No messages, no meetings. Just gather what you can and stay out of trouble. Harry's working on the rest. He's convinced McGonagall to patrol the tunnels herself. If we get lucky, they'll seal it without the Death Eaters realizing what went wrong. Draco looked at her then, really looked. What about us? She paused. What do you mean? I mean, after all this. If I survive, if the war slows down, do we have a chance? Hermione didn't expect the question. Not here. Not now. But she found herself staring into his gray eyes, remembering the nights by the fire, the way he had softened only around her, the way his walls had slowly crumbled with every secret shared. Yes, she said. I believe we do. Draco's breath hitched slightly, but before he could respond, a soft creak echoed behind them. Both turned. Footsteps. Close. Too close. Hermione's wand was out in a flash, and Draco backed into the shadows. But no spell came. No ambush. Just Ron. He stepped out from behind the stairwell, wand lowered but eyes blazing. I figured I'd find you here, he said. Hermione felt her stomach twist. Ron, this isn't what you think. He looked straight at Draco. Isn't it? Midnight meetings, secret messages, side deals with the enemy. I'm not your enemy, Draco said quietly. Ron stepped closer. You were. For 6 years. And things change, Hermione snapped. People change. Ron's voice rose. He's playing you, Hermione. No, he's not, she said. You think I'd be fooled that easily? Ron turned back to Draco. You say you're not our enemy. Then prove it. Come with me. Right now. Tell the headmistress everything. Draco hesitated. If I do that, they'll know I've been spying. The Death Eaters will find out. I'll be dead by sunrise. Then you never really left them, Ron said bitterly. Hermione stepped between them. Enough. You don't get to make that call. Not when you haven't even tried to understand. Ron looked at her like she was someone he didn't recognize anymore. I trusted you. You were the smartest, most loyal person I knew. And I still am, she said, voice shaking. But I'm also someone who sees the truth even when it's hard. Draco is trying to help us. That has to count for something. A long silence stretched between them. Then Ron backed away slowly. You do what you want, he muttered. But don't expect me to pick up the pieces when it all falls apart. He turned and vanished into the corridor, leaving Hermione and Draco alone again. Draco looked down. He's not wrong to hate me. No, Hermione whispered. But he's wrong to ignore what's right in front of him. Draco brushed his hand against hers, just a soft touch, but it grounded her. They were walking a line too thin to see. Every step forward felt like a gamble. I should go, he said. Be careful, she replied. That night, as Hermione returned to her dormitory, she found her thoughts caught between hope and fear. The alliance was weakening. Trust was splintering. And somewhere beyond the castle walls, the shadows were still gathering. The corridors of Hogwarts had never felt so divided. Whispers filled every hallway, and students exchanged glances that held more suspicion than curiosity. Hermione walked past them, her head high, though her heart beat like a war drum in her chest. She knew eyes were on her, especially after Ron's outburst had reached the ears of others. The trio was no longer a unit in the way it used to be, and students had started to notice. The next few days were quiet, but the silence felt unnatural. Draco had gone underground. Hermione hadn't heard from him since their meeting behind the armor. She trusted that he had taken her warning seriously, but the uncertainty gnawed at her every hour. Harry was doing his best to remain neutral, focusing on what mattered, locking down the tunnels before any Death Eater could use them again. I'm going to try to speak to Ron, Harry said one afternoon in the common room. He's not eating properly. He avoids me, avoids you. I don't think he's angry anymore. I think he's hurt. Hermione nodded, her voice quiet. He has every reason to be. I just wish he would talk instead of hide behind his resentment. You should know something, Harry added, lowering his voice. I caught Seamus and Dean talking in the courtyard. Apparently, someone has been spreading rumors. They said you've been sneaking off with Draco, plotting something. Hermione's chest tightened. That's dangerous talk. I know. And I don't think it's just gossip anymore, Harry replied. Someone wants you exposed. Someone who's watching. Hermione didn't need to ask who. Her mind leapt immediately to Pansy Parkinson. She had caught the girl glaring at her in potions, whispering with Daphne Greengrass, her eyes sharp with something beyond jealousy. That night, Hermione found herself pacing the library after hours. She had charmed the door shut behind her and cast muffling spells along the walls. She pulled out the mirror. Are you safe? A long moment passed before the mirror shimmered. Yes, but I've been followed twice now. I had to lose them in the catacombs. Hermione gripped the mirror tighter. We can't keep doing this. They're tightening the net. If you're caught, you'll be lucky to survive the day. Draco's reply was slower this time. I know, but I have something. Information. You need to come. Secret chamber under the east wing. The one with the broken snake statue. Tonight. Hermione hesitated. She had read about that chamber. It was forgotten, even by Filch, and once belonged to a Slytherin prefect decades ago. She had never been there. Few had. I'll be there. Midnight crept in quietly. Hermione wrapped herself in her cloak and moved silently through the darkened halls. No portraits stirred. No ghosts floated by. When she reached the east wing, she pressed her wand into the carved eye of a stone serpent, just as the mirror instructions had said. The wall gave way with a quiet rumble, revealing a narrow spiral stair. She descended slowly, heart racing, until she stepped into a low chamber lined with cracked green stone. Cobwebs veiled the corners. The broken snake statue lay in pieces on the floor. Draco stood near a rusted iron table, holding a bundle of parchment in his hands. His face was pale, but his eyes burned with purpose. They're planning an attack, he said without preamble. Not on the school. On the ministry. Before the term ends. Hermione's breath caught. They're going to use a group of enchanted objects. Cursed time turners made unstable. Once activated, they create time loops that damage everything around them. They want to collapse entire floors of the ministry. Who's leading it? Hermione asked, stepping closer. Rookwood. And he's working with someone here at Hogwarts. I haven't confirmed who, but it's someone in Ravenclaw. Hermione nodded slowly. We need to get this to Harry. And Kingsley. Quietly. Draco hesitated before passing her the parchments. There's more. They're using a code system now. They don't name names, they use phrases. It's harder to track. I've only managed to decode parts of it. Hermione took the bundle and tucked it deep inside her robe. I'll start working on it tonight. He looked at her, a moment of hesitation clouding his face. Hermione, if I disappear again, I want you to know this hasn't been a trick. I didn't come to you to manipulate. You've been the only real thing in all of this. She stepped closer, voice quiet. I know. For a moment, it felt like the war didn't exist. Their hands brushed, but didn't fully meet. The silence between them was no longer heavy with fear. It was heavy with feeling. But it broke all too quickly. A scraping sound echoed from above. A footstep. A whisper. Someone had found them. Draco's face hardened. Go. Now. Take the back tunnel, through the northern alcove. I'll block the door. I'm not leaving you here. You have to, he urged. If they get the documents, it's over. Hermione's breath hitched, but she nodded. She turned, cloak flying behind her, and slipped through the rear opening Draco had mentioned. The tunnel beyond was tight and dark, but she moved quickly, clutching the parchment bundle like it was her lifeline. Behind her, a crash rang out. Voices. Spells. Screams. She didn't look back. When she emerged near the old charms classroom, her lungs were burning. She stopped only long enough to hide the parchments in a stone groove under the window ledge. Her hands trembled, but her mind was clear. She would find a way to protect him, to protect the truth. And if Draco was taken, then she would burn through every stone in Hogwarts to bring him back. Hermione sat quietly in the hospital wing, her fingers trembling slightly as she gripped the edge of the cot. Madame Pomfrey had finally relented and let her sit there to calm down, though she kept hovering close by with suspicious eyes. Hermione's robes were stained with dirt and soot, her hair disheveled, but she didn't care. She hadn't slept since the previous night, and all she could think about was the echo of voices behind her when she had escaped the chamber. Draco had stayed behind. On purpose. She had waited until the halls fell quiet again before retrieving the hidden parchments from beneath the charm's classroom window. Then she spent the next few hours decoding what she could, every minute gnawed by fear that Draco had been captured. But when she had returned to the chamber at dawn, it was empty. No blood, no sign of struggle. Just a dark scorch mark where spells had collided. It was unclear whether that was good or bad. "Drink this," Madame Pomfrey said, thrusting a steaming cup of bitter potion into her hands. "You'll collapse from exhaustion otherwise. I won't have another foolish student passing out during exams." Hermione took a sip without arguing. The warmth didn't soothe her nerves. By the time she returned to the common room, Harry was pacing. He grabbed her arm as soon as he saw her. "Where have you been?" "I've been looking everywhere." "I couldn't sleep," she lied. "I needed air." Harry didn't look convinced. "Something's happening. McGonagall's been in meetings with Kingsley and the Aurors all morning." A few Slytherins were questioned. Pansy looked like she'd seen a ghost. Hermione's heart skipped. "Do they know?" she asked carefully. "No," Harry said, voice low. "But they know something went down last night. And they think someone was trying to pass information. There's talk of a spy." Hermione looked away. "Then we need to make sure that spy stays anonymous." Harry paused. "You know something, don't you?" She hesitated. "Draco's in trouble." Harry's expression didn't shift. "He's always in trouble." "No," she said. "Real trouble. He gave me information. About a planned attack on the Ministry. He's not working for them. Not anymore." Harry folded his arms. "And you trust him?" "Yes." A long silence hung between them before Harry finally said, "All right. Then let's make sure he doesn't get caught." Hermione handed over the parchments. "We need to decipher these before anyone else gets their hands on them. Some of it's in code. I've translated parts." Harry scanned the top page. "This is serious." They spent the next hour holed up in the corner of the common room, bent over the papers. Hermione showed him the phrases and symbols Draco had told her about. The coded times, the dates, the strange poetic language used to hide intentions. Each new word they uncovered made the danger more real. By midday, Hermione slipped away under the pretense of studying. She moved through the castle like a ghost, checking every place Draco had ever mentioned, abandoned rooms, secret staircases, even the Ollery. No sign of him, until she passed the statue of the one-eyed witch. She paused. The passage behind the statue had long been unused, ever since Filch caught Fred and George sneaking sweets from Honeydukes in second year. But now the wall was slightly ajar. Hermione pressed herself into the shadows. A figure slipped out. Draco. His robes were torn and soot-stained, and his left hand looked bandaged. Before he could vanish again, Hermione whispered, "Draco." He froze, then turned quickly. "What are you doing here?" "I've been looking for you," she said, stepping closer. "Are you all right?" "I got out through the tunnel," he muttered, glancing around. "They didn't catch me. But it was close. Too close." "What happened?" "Two of them found the chamber. I recognized one. Mulciber. He's not a student anymore, but he's sneaking into the castle. Someone let him in." Hermione swallowed hard. "A Ravenclaw. Maybe. Or someone else entirely. But they know I'm not loyal to them anymore. I won't get another chance." She touched his arm gently. "Then we have to finish this. We give Kingsley what we have. Let him act." Draco looked at her, eyes unreadable. "You still trust me? After everything?" "I do." A long silence passed between them. Then he said quietly, "When this is over, what happens to us?" Hermione didn't have an answer. The war could take either of them at any time. But she reached out, taking his hand carefully in hers. "We get through it first," she said. "Then we find out." For now, that was enough. They moved together through the castle's forgotten corners, planning their next step. Hermione sent a message to Kingsley through a secret portrait channel that Lupin had once shown her. She enclosed the documents in a magically sealed pouch, knowing it would reach him by nightfall. Back in the common room, Ron stared at her as she entered. The firelight reflected in his eyes, but he said nothing. He looked at her like he no longer recognized the girl he'd grown up with. Hermione sat beside Harry, silently bracing herself for what would come next. The secrets were spilling out, the enemy drawing near. But now they had something powerful on their side. Truth. The weight of the truth had never felt so heavy. As Hermione sat beside Harry in the quiet of the common room, the fire crackled gently, casting shadows on the walls that flickered like secrets just waiting to be uncovered. They had sent everything to Kingsley. Now all they could do was wait. But Hermione wasn't good at waiting. She had always been the kind of person who needed to act, to fix, to move. Sitting still felt like letting the enemy win. Across the room, Ron's gaze stayed fixed on her. He hadn't said a word since she came back earlier that evening, and the silence between them was colder than the winter air outside the castle walls. She knew he suspected something, maybe everything. Harry eventually stood and gave her a quiet nod. "I'll be in the dormitory. Try to get some rest." Hermione gave a small nod, but sleep was the last thing on her mind. When she was sure the common room was empty, she slipped out through the portrait hole and moved silently down the corridor. The castle had a different rhythm at night. Footsteps echoed louder. Paintings whispered secrets. Suits of armor twitched as if sensing something was coming. She made her way back to the hidden passage near the statue of the one-eyed witch. Draco had promised he'd be back by midnight. She checked her watch. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. She waited. Finally, soft footsteps approached. Draco emerged from the darkness, his features shadowed and pale. "You're late," she whispered, relief flooding her chest. "Ran into Filch," he muttered. "Had to duck into a closet for 15 minutes while he argued with Mrs. Norris about dust." Hermione smirked slightly, but it faded as she noticed the bruising around his jaw. "What happened?" "One of them found me outside the old potions storeroom. I got away. Barely." He lowered his voice. "There are more of them in the castle. Disguised. Polyjuice, maybe. Not students. They're looking for me. For us." Her breath caught. "Did you see who they were?" He nodded. "One of them was wearing a Slytherin crest. But I saw him in Diagon Alley last year. He works with Rookwood." Hermione's mind spun. "Then we need to move faster. Kingsley needs to act now." Draco stepped closer, his voice almost too soft to hear. "They're going after something inside the castle. Not just me. Something hidden." "What?" "I don't know yet. But they're searching. I think it's a weapon." Hermione stared at him, her heart thudding louder now. She remembered something from third year, a forgotten reference in one of the restricted books she'd skimmed, about magical artifacts buried deep beneath Hogwarts. Secrets that even Dumbledore had kept hidden. "If that's true," she said slowly, "then we're running out of time." Draco touched her hand lightly. "Come with me. There's something I need to show you. I didn't want to bring it here." They moved quietly through the castle, avoiding Peeves and nearly colliding with nearly headless Nick near the library. Eventually, they reached the old music room, a forgotten space near the West Tower where broken instruments gathered dust and silence. Draco pulled out a folded parchment from inside his cloak. "This is a copy of something my mother kept hidden. She once mentioned that Hogwarts has more than one chamber. The founders left behind more than just the Chamber of Secrets. This," he pointed to the faded map, "could lead to another." Hermione stared. "A second chamber?" Draco nodded. "Ravenclaws." Hermione felt her breath catch. Why would she build a secret chamber? "To protect knowledge," Draco said. "Ravenclaw's legacy wasn't about monsters or power. It was about hiding dangerous truths from those who weren't ready." Hermione studied the diagram. "Where does it lead?" "The old astronomy storeroom, beneath the original foundation," Draco said. "It was sealed off decades ago." Hermione folded the parchment gently. "We have to find it. Before they do." They returned to their dormitories before sunrise. Hermione climbed the stairs to her bed, but her thoughts spun faster than sleep could catch. Her mind kept drifting to the way Draco had looked at her when she touched his hand. The walls between them were crumbling, but beyond that closeness was a storm neither of them could stop. By morning, the entire castle felt different. Students whispered in tight circles. Aurors were spotted walking the corridors, and Professor McGonagall's stern voice echoed over breakfast. "All students will remain in their common rooms tonight. Prefects are to double patrol. The castle is under watch." "That is all." Hermione shared a look with Harry. "They know," he said under his breath. "Good," she replied. But that evening, while pretending to study in the library, a hand slipped a folded note beneath her book. "Meet me in the second-floor broom closet. Urgent. D." Hermione checked that no one was watching, then made her way there. Inside, Draco waited, eyes alert. "They're already searching the astronomy wing," he said. "Someone tipped them off. Then they're close." Draco took her hand, his voice steady. "We can't stop now." Hermione nodded. "Then we find that chamber before they do." And so, under the cover of night, the two of them began the most dangerous search Hogwarts had ever seen. One built on riddles, secrets, and a connection neither of them could deny. The astronomy wing loomed ahead of them, deserted and silent. Every student had been ordered to stay in their dormitories, but Hermione and Draco had waited until the castle fell quiet. Now, under the light of the waning moon, they slipped past the last known classroom and into the abandoned corridor no one had walked in decades. Hermione held the map tightly in her hand, her wand tucked into her sleeve. Her pulse pounded with every step. The walls were cracked here, ivy creeping in through the stone, as if the castle itself was trying to reclaim what was forgotten. "This used to be part of the original foundation," Draco whispered, his voice barely echoing off the stone. "Before the expansions." Hermione traced her fingers along the aged stones. If Ravenclaw really built a second chamber, it would be somewhere no one would expect, hidden in plain sight. They reached a door at the end of the hall, weathered, locked, and covered in dust. No enchantments hummed against it, no curses lingered. It was simply sealed. Hermione stepped forward. Alohomora. The lock clicked. The door creaked open to reveal a room filled with old telescope parts, shattered furniture, and collapsed shelves. It looked like it hadn't been touched in a century. Draco pulled out the parchment. "It says the entrance is hidden behind the wall near the north window." They crossed the cluttered room, moving aside broken brass instruments and tangled wires. Hermione examined the wall near the window and noticed something. A thin crack running in a perfect arc, forming a faint outline of a door. She pressed her palm against it. "This isn't ordinary stone." Draco stepped beside her. "It's charmed, layered with old magic." Hermione whispered. "Ravenclaw would never leave it unguarded. There has to be a riddle." As if on cue, blue light flickered across the stone, and an inscription began to appear, glowing faintly. "I speak without a mouth, hear without ears. I am invisible, but always near. What am I?" Hermione read the lines aloud. Her eyes narrowed. Draco leaned in. "Is it air?" Hermione shook her head. "No. It speaks without a mouth, hears without ears. It has to be an echo." The wall shimmered for a moment, then silently melted away, revealing a narrow staircase leading downward into darkness. Draco smirked. "Brilliant." They descended slowly, the air growing colder with each step. The staircase spiraled down farther than they expected, deeper than the dungeons. At the bottom, they found themselves in a circular chamber lit by blue torches that burned without flame. The walls were lined with shelves of ancient books and scrolls, each inscribed with symbols Hermione had only seen in the oldest spellbooks. In the center stood a pedestal, and upon it rested a single object, a silver circlet, simple and unadorned. Hermione stepped forward. "Ravenclaw's original diadem?" "No," Draco whispered. "It's not enchanted. It's something else." Hermione studied it. "This is a key to knowledge. Whatever secrets Ravenclaw locked away, this opens them." Before she could touch it, the flames along the walls flared. A voice echoed through the chamber. "Only the wise may pass. Answer this. What is the greatest danger of knowledge?" Hermione froze. Her mind spun. The room was testing them. She thought aloud. "Pride? Power? Misuse?" Draco's voice was quiet but certain. "Assuming you know everything." The flames dimmed. The circlet pulsed once, then glowed. Hermione picked it up carefully. "It's not just a key. It's a warning." They turned to leave, but the entrance had sealed behind them. Draco frowned. There must be another way out. Hermione glanced around. One of the torches flickered oddly. She walked toward it and noticed a carved stone owl above the sconce. She pressed it. The wall shifted, revealing a narrow tunnel. As they stepped through, voices echoed faintly from above. Hermione grabbed Draco's sleeve. "Someone's coming." They moved fast, the tunnel sloping upward now. When they finally emerged, they found themselves behind a tapestry on the 7th floor. Hermione pushed it aside. The corridor beyond was lit, and footsteps were approaching. They ducked back into the shadows as 3 figures passed, wearing aura robes. One of them spoke. "We searched the astronomy section. Nothing." Another replied, "We got a report that someone had tampered with the ward near the North Tower. Might have been a student." As they moved on, Hermione and Draco stepped out. "That was close," Draco said. Hermione nodded, her heart still racing. "We need to tell Harry and Kingsley what we found." As they made their way back to the common areas, Hermione's thoughts swirled. The chamber was real. The danger was real. And somewhere in the school, people were still hunting. They reached the corridor outside Gryffindor Tower when a sudden voice stopped them. "Well, well," Ron said, stepping from the shadows. His arms were crossed, his expression unreadable. "Out for a midnight stroll together?" Hermione froze. Draco stepped forward. "We weren't doing anything wrong." Ron's eyes narrowed. "You never are you?" Hermione opened her mouth, but the words wouldn't come. Ron stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Tell me the truth. What's going on between you two?" Hermione stood firm. "You already know." Ron's jaw clenched. "And you're not even going to try to explain?" "There's nothing to explain," Hermione said. "You made your choice a long time ago. And now I'm making mine." For a moment, silence hung between them. Then Ron turned without a word and disappeared down the hall. Draco looked at her. "Are you okay?" She nodded. "Let's go." As they walked on, Hermione knew the path ahead would only get harder. Secrets were surfacing, bonds were breaking, and whatever lay beneath Ravenclaw's legacy, it was only the beginning. The silence in the Gryffindor common room was unnerving. Hermione sat by the fireplace long after everyone else had gone to bed, her hands curled around a cup of tea she had barely touched. The warmth did nothing to calm the storm within her. Her conversation with Ron kept replaying in her head. The look in his eyes wasn't just hurt. It was betrayal, layered with something deeper, something he hadn't yet said aloud. Maybe it was the weight of years of friendship that made it so heavy. Or maybe it was the way she hadn't hesitated when she chose Draco. A soft knock on the portrait frame startled her. Draco stepped in quietly. His tie was loosened, his hair slightly tousled. The way he looked at her made her feel seen, even through the guilt. "No one saw me," he said, walking in. "Well, except for that third-year Hufflepuff, but I scared him off." Hermione gave a tired smile. "You shouldn't be here. Do you want me to go?" She looked at him for a moment before shaking her head. He sat beside her, the fire casting soft shadows across their faces. "I can't stop thinking about that chamber," she said. "And the circlet. It's like it wants us to learn more, but warns us at the same time. That riddle, it wasn't just a test. It was a prophecy." Draco's brow furrowed. "You think it was about you? Not me specifically. But maybe us. The greatest danger of knowledge is assuming you know everything. Maybe it's about how we're trying to uncover something ancient, something not meant to be understood." Draco leaned back. "You think we're in over our heads? I think we already were the moment we stepped into that corridor." He didn't argue. Instead, he pulled the folded map from his robe and placed it on the table. "I did some digging after dinner," he said. "Cross-referenced the location of the Ravenclaw chamber with the library archives and older blueprints of the castle." Hermione's eyes widened. "And there's a pattern. Ravenclaw wasn't the only founder who built a hidden chamber. There are whispers, old theories, about Gryffindor having one too. A place only accessible to the most loyal. But it was never confirmed." Hermione sat up straighter. "What if each founder left behind a legacy, not just artifacts but trials? Clues to something greater?" Draco nodded. "And we've just unlocked one of them." Their eyes met, the gravity of what they were unraveling finally settling between them. This wasn't about Hogwarts anymore. This was about the founders, their secrets, and the possible consequences of unearthing truths buried for centuries. Suddenly, the fireplace flared green. A head appeared in the flames, Kingsley Shacklebolt. "Hermione! Draco! Come to my office. Now!" The flames vanished, leaving them both stunned. They were in his office within 10 minutes. Kingsley stood by the window, a parchment in his hand, his face unreadable. "You've been busy," he said without turning. Hermione took a step forward. "You knew, didn't you? About the chambers?" Kingsley turned slowly. "I had suspicions, but never proof. Not until now." He tossed the parchment on the desk. It was a letter, its wax seal broken. It arrived from the Department of Mysteries, he said. They've been tracking unusual magical signatures since the night of the headmistress's announcement. Something was triggered deep beneath the school. Something old. Draco frowned. And you think it's because of us? I don't think. I know. Hermione's throat tightened. Then what do we do? Kingsley walked around the desk and faced them fully. You continue, but under supervision. No more sneaking around. And whatever you find, you report it to me. Immediately. Draco looked skeptical. You're trusting us with this? I trust Hermione's judgment. And you, Malfoy, I trust to do what's necessary. It wasn't exactly a compliment, but Draco took it silently. Start with the circlet, Kingsley added. There's more to it than you think. The unspeakables believe it's a key, but not just to doors. Possibly to memories. Preserved knowledge. Hermione's mind began to race. Like a magical record. Exactly. As they left his office, Hermione felt the shift. This wasn't a school mystery anymore. It was a mission. One that might cost more than they were ready to pay. The next day passed in a blur. Classes were a background hum. Whispers followed them through corridors. Ron avoided her completely now, even during shared classes. Harry, however, found her during lunch and pulled her aside. You're walking a dangerous path, he said simply. I know. And you trust him? With my life. Harry studied her for a long moment, then nodded. Then I trust you. That evening, Hermione and Draco returned to the library with a renewed sense of purpose. The circlet sat between them on the table, its glow pulsing faintly. Hermione took a breath. Let's see what you're hiding. She placed the circlet on her head. The world around her vanished. She stood in a memory, not hers, but ancient. A grand hall lined with stone, a woman with dark curls and piercing eyes walking through it. Rowena Ravenclaw. Her voice was soft, echoing in Hermione's mind. If you are worthy, seek the chamber beneath the lion's heart. The vision faded, and Hermione gasped, grabbing the edge of the table to steady herself. Draco caught her arm. What happened? She met his eyes. Ravenclaw's not the end. She left a path to the next one. Gryffindor's chamber. Draco exhaled. Then we're not done. Not even close. They didn't know that as they worked late into the night, someone else was watching from the shadows of the library shelves. A student with sharp eyes and a silent wand. Because secrets didn't stay buried forever. And someone else wanted the truth just as badly. Hermione could feel her heartbeat echo in her ears as she stared down the narrow passage that had appeared behind the tapestry on the third floor. The enchantments around it were ancient, woven in golden threads of forgotten magic. Draco stood beside her, his wand lit and eyes focused. The vision from Ravenclaw's circlet had led them here. The chamber beneath the lion's heart. Gryffindor's secret. They exchanged no words. They both knew what they were about to find could change everything. The stone steps twisted downward, narrower and colder with each step. The walls were lined with faded runes that pulsed faintly when Hermione brushed her fingers over them. Definitely Gryffindor's, she whispered. The runes are similar to the ones carved around the sword of Gryffindor. Protective, defensive, meant to challenge the brave. Draco's tone was dry. Great, because we haven't had enough tests lately. At the bottom, the passage opened into a wide circular chamber. Its ceiling was supported by 4 massive lion statues, their eyes glowing red. In the center, a pedestal stood, and atop it, a golden gauntlet glimmered in the torchlight. Hermione approached carefully. The gauntlet of Gryffindor, she murmured. It was rumored to test the worth of a wizard's courage, not strength, but the strength of the heart. Draco raised an eyebrow. So what do we do? Put it on. Before she could answer, the room shook. The lions roared in unison, and flames erupted from the corners of the chamber. A voice boomed from nowhere. Only the brave of heart, true in purpose and loyal to none but the truth, may wear the gauntlet. Prove yourself. Hermione turned to Draco. We have to do this together. This chamber is reacting to both of us. Maybe because our connection is stronger than we know. Draco stepped forward with her. They reached the pedestal together. As soon as their hands touched the stone, a wave of heat surged through the room. The flames vanished. A blinding light erupted from the gauntlet, surrounding them. Suddenly, they weren't in the chamber anymore. They stood in the middle of the great hall, but it wasn't real. It was a projection, a test. Around them stood illusions of Hogwarts students, facing an angry mob. The mob shouted accusations, wands raised, calling for punishment, for exile. A voice echoed again. Would you stand for truth, even when truth isolates you? Would you choose loyalty to each other, even at the cost of everything else? Hermione stepped forward. Yes. Draco did not hesitate. Yes. The vision shimmered. Now they stood in a forest, surrounded by shadows. A lone figure cried for help, hidden among the trees. They were told only one could go. One must stay behind. Hermione turned to Draco. We choose together. We go together. They took a step, side by side, into the woods. The scene shattered. They were back in the chamber. The gauntlet now glowed brighter, and without hesitation, Hermione reached for it. As her fingers wrapped around it, the magic surged, not painful but powerful. She saw flashes again, of Gryffindor himself, of a younger Dumbledore, of ancient spells cast in secrecy, of blood oaths taken in firelit halls. Then it stopped. Hermione gasped, letting go of the gauntlet. Draco steadied her again. What did you see? He asked. She swallowed hard. Gryffindor hid something. A part of himself. Not an artifact, but a memory. A truth the founders couldn't agree on. That's why they each left pieces behind. We're collecting them. Draco frowned. But why? What were they hiding? Before Hermione could answer, a sound echoed from above, the crash of a door opening, heavy boots descending the stairs. They drew their wands quickly and stepped away from the pedestal. A figure entered the chamber. Blaise Zabini. He raised his hands. Easy. I'm not here to fight. Hermione's voice was cold. Then what are you doing sneaking behind us? I've been watching you both. You've stirred up something ancient in this school. And the Slytherin common room isn't exactly quiet anymore. Some students think you're chasing glory. Others think you're opening something dangerous. I think you're doing both. Draco narrowed his eyes. So you followed us. I followed you, Blaise said calmly, because I want in. Hermione and Draco exchanged a glance. You think this is a game? Hermione asked. We've nearly died twice already. Blaise stepped forward. And yet here you are, still chasing it. You found 2 chambers. There are 2 left. I can help. Draco looked skeptical. You just want power. I want knowledge, Blaise said simply. Same as you. Hermione hesitated. His presence complicated things, but he wasn't wrong. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it became. Maybe having another ally wasn't the worst idea. We don't trust you, Draco said. Blaise smirked. You don't have to. Just don't get in my way. Hermione stepped between them. Fine, but the moment you make one wrong move, we leave you behind. Blaise gave a mock bow. Understood. As they climbed out of the chamber, the air felt heavier, charged with something unspoken. The school above was unchanged, yet the ground beneath it held secrets no one else had touched in centuries. That night, Hermione stood at the astronomy tower alone, the stars above her spinning slowly in silence. Draco found her there. You okay? She nodded. Just thinking. About how far we've come, and how much further we still have to go. Draco leaned against the wall beside her. We've passed 2 tests. There are 2 more chambers. Hermione turned to him. One will be Hufflepuff's. The last Slytherins. Draco's expression darkened. Slytherins will be the worst. You know that. I do. He paused. Do you think we'll survive it? Hermione looked out at the stars again. I think we have to. And deep beneath the school, in a sealed room with walls of silver stone, something shifted. Waiting. Watching. The next morning, Hermione paced the floor of the library's restricted section, surrounded by piles of dusty tomes and ancient parchment. The clues she had seen in the vision left behind by Gryffindor pointed to the next piece of the puzzle, Helga Hufflepuff's hidden chamber. Unlike the others, there were no grand rumors about it, no whispers of tests or relics. But Hermione had a feeling that whatever Helga had left behind would be harder to uncover, not because of danger, but because of subtlety. Blaise slouched in one of the chairs nearby, flipping through a volume on castle architecture. You do realize this is the 4th book on underground foundations you've made me read? Hermione ignored him. Hufflepuff was about loyalty, patience, kindness. If she hid something, It wouldn't be behind riddles or curses. It would be somewhere no one would think to look. Draco leaned over the table, scanning a map she had rolled out. What about the kitchens? Helga's legacy is strongest there. The house elves revere her. Hermione's eyes lit up. Of course. The kitchens are enchanted, but not heavily guarded. It's perfect. She would have made sure her legacy could be protected quietly. Without wasting a moment, the trio made their way down to the kitchens. The house elves greeted Hermione warmly, offering trays of pumpkin pasties and treacle tart, but she politely declined, explaining she was doing research. One elderly elf named Lella stepped forward and tugged gently at Hermione's sleeve. "You seek the warmth of Helga," she said softly. "The foundress whose kindness feeds us still. We know the place. Few have asked. None have entered." Hermione knelt down. "You know where it is?" Lella nodded solemnly. "Below the hearth. A tunnel hidden by her gift. Only those who value what she valued may pass." Hermione looked back at Draco and Blaise, then followed the elf to the largest hearth in the kitchen. Lella snapped her fingers and the flames dimmed, revealing a round tile etched with a golden badger. Hermione reached out and pressed her hand to the tile. Nothing happened. Draco stepped forward, placing his hand over hers. Still nothing. Then Blaise, almost amused, said, "Well, let's try all three," and rested his hand beside theirs. A faint glow began to spread under their palms. The tile pulsed, then sank into the floor, revealing a spiral staircase made of earth and stone, descending into soft, golden light. The air changed instantly. It smelled of wildflowers, bread, and rain. Comforting. Familiar. Peaceful. The tunnel opened into a domed underground grove, impossible to exist beneath stone. Vines curled along the walls, and soft grass blanketed the floor. At the center was a large wooden table set with goblets and empty plates. On the far wall, a door with carvings of all four house animals stood sealed. A voice, not booming like the others, but warm and soft, spoke. "To understand my truth, you must dine as one." Hermione frowned. "Dine?" Blaise laughed. "What is this, a picnic puzzle?" Draco sat down slowly at the table. "Let's just do what it says." The moment they were seated, the plates filled. Fresh bread, roasted vegetables, berries, cheese. A gentle, golden light filled the grove as if it were daytime. They ate in silence at first. Then slowly, conversation began to stir. Blaise glanced at Hermione. "So, when exactly did you realize you had a thing for Draco?" Hermione's cheeks flushed instantly. "This isn't the time." Draco coughed and looked away, clearly caught off guard. "Blaise!" But Blaise simply shrugged. "We're in a Hufflepuff chamber. Might as well be honest." Hermione narrowed her eyes. "Fine. It started third year. He insulted me, of course. Again. But this time I saw through it. He was angry, not cruel. I couldn't stop thinking about why." Draco looked at her, silent for a long moment. "And I noticed her in fourth. During the Yule Ball. She wasn't even with me, but she looked different. Brave. Confident. The plates before them shimmered and disappeared. The voice returned. The table does not lie. Those who speak without masks may pass." The carved door opened slowly. Beyond it was a room unlike any other they had seen. Simple and clean, with bookshelves filled with handwritten journals and a stone basin in the center. Hermione moved to the basin. A pensive, but not just for memory. It's collective. She dipped her hand in, and instantly they were pulled into vision. They saw Helga, younger than the statues depicted her, sitting with Godric and Rowena beside a flickering fire. Salazar stood apart, watching silently. Helga spoke. "We must ensure the truth survives. What we built here is not just a school. It is a test for time itself. If we leave only relics, they will seek power. If we leave memory, they may seek understanding." Rowena replied, "My circlet will offer knowledge. Yours understanding." Godric added, "Mine courage." And Salazar's. The vision shifted. Salazar alone, sealing something in a dark chamber. Helga's voice now distant. "His truth is the most dangerous. It must not fall into the wrong hands." The vision ended. They stood in silence. Hermione breathed deeply. She knew. They all knew. Salazar wasn't just obsessed with blood purity. He was hiding something powerful. His chamber isn't just a test. It's a vault. Draco stepped closer. And we're going to have to open it. Blaise nodded slowly. Well, this just got darker. Hermione walked to the far wall of the chamber. Etched in stone were 4 lines. The head holds truth and bitter end. The heart will burn, the brave defend. The hand gives love, in roots it grew. But the snake waits to test what's true. She turned to the boys. We've done 3. Only 1 remains. Draco's eyes were steely. Slytherin. Hermione nodded. And whatever's inside, it's going to test everything we are. He took her hand. Then we'll face it together. And above them, somewhere deep within the castle, the entrance to Slytherin's chamber stirred for the first time in centuries. A storm rolled over the castle that evening, casting long shadows across the stone walls of Hogwarts. Lightning flashed through the windows of the library where Hermione, Draco, and Blaise sat in tense silence. The chamber beneath the kitchens had left them with more questions than answers, but one thing was clear. Salazar Slytherin had concealed something far more sinister than anyone had imagined. And now they were on the edge of discovering it. Hermione traced the 4 lines from Helga's poem in her notebook, the last line echoing over and over in her mind. But the snake waits to test what's true. The snake isn't just Slytherin, she murmured. It's deception. Lies. Everything hidden. Draco sat across from her, elbows on the table, watching her carefully. Slytherin valued cunning. He would have made his chamber almost impossible to find, let alone survive. Blaise leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head. You 2 act like this is a suicide mission. We've already made it through 3 of the Founder's challenges. Hermione shook her head. This one will be different. I can feel it. The others tested values, knowledge, bravery, kindness. This one, it will test our secrets. Draco stood. Then we stopped talking about it. We find it. The search began in the lower levels of the castle. Hermione knew the entrance to the original Chamber of Secrets had been through the girls' bathroom. But this wasn't that chamber. Salazar's true vault would not be guarded by a basilisk or aimed only at Muggle-borns. It would be deeper, older, hidden even from Tom Riddle's view. They combed through forgotten corridors, sealed doors, hidden alcoves behind tapestries. Days passed with no success. It was Blaise who found the clue. He was in the Slytherin common room late at night, staring at the black lake through the green-tinted windows, when he noticed something odd. A small crack in the wall below one of the carved serpents. When he pressed against it, the serpent's eyes glowed faintly, and a hiss echoed in the room, just above a whisper. He ran to get Hermione and Draco. They returned together, and Hermione examined the crack. It's old magic, warded heavily. Draco stepped forward and spoke in Parseltongue. The wall shifted, groaning as ancient stone slid aside. A dark passage, slick with moss and dripping water, stretched beyond. Hermione lit her wand. No going back now. They stepped into the darkness. The tunnel curved sharply downward, the air growing colder with every step. It didn't feel like Hogwarts anymore. It felt like walking into something forgotten by time. At the end of the tunnel, a tall stone door blocked their path. Upon it was engraved a massive serpent, coiled around a mirror. Below it, the words, "To pass, you must face the self you fear most." Draco inhaled slowly. Great. Sounds lovely. Hermione reached for the handle. It didn't budge. Then, with a loud rumble, the mirror shimmered and light poured from it. One by one, it drew them in. Hermione landed first, on soft ground that smelled of parchment and ash. She was in the ruins of a library. Books burned around her, their pages turning to smoke. In the center stood a version of herself, older, bitter, alone. You failed them, the shadow Hermione said. You chose a boy who broke everything you believed in. You abandoned truth for love. Hermione's heart pounded. That's not true. You will see, the shadow whispered. The image vanished. Draco's vision was colder. He stood in the Malfoy drawing room, surrounded by shadows of Death Eaters. His father's voice echoed, cruel and disappointed. You betrayed your blood. For what? A girl who will never trust you. A name no one will remember. Draco's fists clenched. I am not you. I never was. The voices fell silent. Blaise stood alone in the great hall, everyone gone. No applause. No recognition. Just silence. You were always the shadow, said his mirror. Never chosen. Always second. I never needed to be chosen, Blaise muttered. I chose myself. And with that, the visions faded. The stone door opened. Beyond it was the true Slytherin vault. A vast, circular chamber with a high ceiling draped in stone serpents. In the center was a pedestal, and upon it sat a black book with a green clasp. Hermione approached it slowly. This is what he left behind. Draco stepped beside her. A journal? Blaise raised an eyebrow. Or a trap? Hermione touched it carefully. No curses triggered. She opened the cover. Inside were pages filled with Salazar's handwriting, entries, theories, thoughts. And spells. Dark ones. Twisting rituals designed to purify bloodlines, rewrite memories, manipulate fate itself. Hermione turned a page. He wanted more than a school. He wanted control. Legacy through domination. But then something caught her eye near the end. A final entry, unlike the others. If you have found this, you are not unlike me. You seek knowledge, power, purpose. But remember, greatness without compassion breeds monsters. I left this behind not to be used, but to be understood. Use it, and you risk everything. Draco stared at the book. We can't leave it here. Hermione closed the cover. No, but we also can't use it. Blaise crossed his arms. So what do we do? Hermione met their eyes. We hide it again. Better. And we guard it. Together. And as they began sealing the chamber once more, they knew they had crossed a threshold. One that had changed not only what they understood about Hogwarts, but about themselves. The echo of the sealed vault lingered in Hermione's mind long after they had returned to the castle. Every footstep felt heavier, as if the knowledge of the chamber and Salazar's journal added weight to her every movement. She hadn't slept properly in days, not since reading those pages. Power had always fascinated her, but now it terrified her. Draco had changed too. He no longer smirked with his usual arrogance. Instead, he watched everything closely, warily. Even Blaise had gone quieter, less sarcastic, as though the shadows from the vault had clung to him. The trio had agreed to keep the journal hidden, warded by enchantments Hermione herself designed. Only the three of them could access it now, and only if they all agreed. But trust, once stretched too far, begins to strain. It was after dinner when cracks first began to show. Hermione sat by the fire in the common room, flipping through her arithmancy notes, though her eyes hadn't moved down the page in 20 minutes. She looked up when she sensed someone standing near. Ron, can we talk? He asked quietly. She hadn't spoken much to Ron lately. His avoidance had hurt her, but she also understood it. Things between them had never been simple. Hermione stood and followed him into a quiet hallway. The firelight from the torches cast shadows along the walls, making the moment feel more fragile than it was. I'm worried about you, Ron said, avoiding her eyes. She crossed her arms. Why now? I see you slipping away. You Malfoy, Blaise. Whatever you're doing, it's not safe. People are noticing. She took a deep breath. We're not doing anything wrong. He finally met her gaze. You're lying. Hermione flinched. It's not that simple. Ron's voice was soft, hurt. You used to trust me. She didn't respond right away. Then quietly she said, I still do. But this, it's not something I can explain. He stared at her for a moment. Then you've already chosen. He walked away. The next day brought more tension. Rumors were flying about secret meetings, strange noises in the dungeons, even whispers of forbidden spells. Professors were on alert, and Filch prowled the corridors more than usual. In the room of requirement, the trio met in silence. Hermione broke it. Ron suspects something, and others are talking. Blaise sighed. They'll talk no matter what. Let them. Draco leaned against the wall, arms folded. We need to be careful. If anyone else finds out about the vault, about the book. Hermione shook her head. We sealed it well, but knowledge has a way of leaking out. There was a pause before Draco spoke again. Do you still trust me? She looked at him. His eyes weren't guarded now, not calculating. They were vulnerable. Yes, she said. But I need to know something. If you could use that book to change everything, would you? He didn't answer immediately. I've thought about it, he admitted. About changing what my family did. Undoing everything. But I wouldn't risk you for that. The words hit her harder than she expected. He wasn't lying. She could feel it. That night, everything changed. Hermione woke to loud whispers outside the Gryffindor dorm. A second later, A parchment was slid under her door. She picked it up. The handwriting was familiar. "We know what you're hiding. You should have stayed loyal to your kind." There was no name, but Hermione knew exactly who it was from. She ran. By the time she reached the Slytherin hallway, the entrance had already been blasted open. Inside, the common room was a mess, scrolls thrown, trunks emptied, ink splattered across the floor. Draco stood in the center, a wand clenched in his hand, his shirt torn at the shoulder. Blaise stood behind him, bruised but still steady. Hermione rushed forward. "What happened?" Draco didn't look at her. "They came for it. 4 of them. 7th years. Pureblood loyalists. They thought we had dark magic hidden here." Blaise spat to the side. "They didn't find it. But they were looking." Hermione's heart pounded. "They know. Not everything," Draco said. "But they know enough to be dangerous." She looked at the damage. The attack wasn't just personal. It was a message. The next day, the headmistress called an emergency meeting. Students were questioned, curfews tightened. The school buzzed with fear. But Hermione wasn't afraid. She was angry. That evening, she met Draco and Blaise again. This time, she held the journal in her hands. "We can't hide this anymore," she said. "People are already coming for it. If it falls into the wrong hands, we'll destroy it," Draco said immediately. Blaise blinked. "What?" Draco looked at him. "She's right. This thing, it'll never stop being dangerous." Hermione nodded. "But we can't just burn it. The magic would fight back." "We'll need something stronger," Blaise said grimly. "The Forbidden Forest?" Hermione shook her head. "No, the Black Lake. There's a place beneath it. Deep magic. Even Slytherin feared it. If we take it there and bind it with intention, we might be able to sink it beyond reach." They stood in silence, the weight of the decision settling over them. And then Hermione said, "We end this. Together." They agreed. What had started as a discovery was now a mission. Not for power, not even for truth, but for the future. Because if they didn't stop it now, everything could unravel. And somewhere, hidden in the stone veins of Hogwarts, the echoes of the serpent stirred again. Moonlight spilled across the surface of the Black Lake, casting pale reflections that shimmered like ghosts. The water was still, deceptively calm. Beneath it, legends slept, merpeople, ancient spells, and secrets buried deep before even Hogwarts stood tall. Tonight, it would hold one more. Hermione, Draco, and Blaise stood at the edge, cloaked in dark robes that rustled with the breeze. In Hermione's hands was the journal, wrapped in enchanted cloth and bound with containment spells. Even so, she could feel it pulsing faintly, like a heart that refused to die. They had chosen the time carefully. Most students were in their dormitories. Hagrid was away visiting a sick dragon. The grounds were silent, but the weight of their decision made each sound louder, each second feel longer. "Are you sure this is the only way?" Blaise asked, his voice low. Hermione nodded. "If we destroy it here, it could cause backlash. The lake has protective magic, old and neutral. It's the safest place to bury something like this." Draco took a step closer to her. "We do this together." The plan was simple. Hermione would bind the journal with a final locking charm, while Blaise created the weight enchantment that would drag it deep. Draco would cast the concealment spell, ensuring the journal couldn't be sensed by magic once it sank. Everything had to be done in sync. They waded into the cold water until it reached their waists. Hermione could feel the chill creeping into her bones, but she didn't hesitate. "Ready?" she asked. Draco and Blaise nodded. She unwrapped the journal slowly. The moment the final layer of cloth fell away, the air grew dense. The journal vibrated in her hand, angry and alive. She began the spell, her voice steady. "By intention and will, I seal this vessel. No wand shall control it, no voice shall awaken it. Let it be bound, forgotten, and forsaken." The book resisted, glowing faintly. Blaise moved quickly, tracing runes in the water with his wand. The glow beneath the surface pulsed, and tendrils of light wrapped around the journal. "Weight of truth, weight of power," Blaise chanted. "Drag this down hour by hour." The glow intensified, swirling like a whirlpool below their feet. Draco raised his wand. "Let none seek what lies below. Let none find what once was known. Silence the echo. Hide the name." With a final surge of magic, The book was pulled from Hermione's hands and dragged down into the lake. It disappeared beneath the surface, swallowed by the darkness. For a long moment, they stood in silence, staring into the still water. The glow faded. The lake returned to its calm state. The journal was gone, but its absence left something behind. A hollow space where fear and power had once thrived. Hermione turned to Draco, her voice quiet. "It's over." Draco looked at her. "It will never really be over." They walked back in silence, their clothes dripping, their minds racing. But somewhere, beneath the surface of their guilt and relief, was a strange calm. For the first time in weeks, Hermione felt like she could breathe. Classes resumed the next day as if nothing had happened. Students talked about Quidditch and essays, completely unaware of what had nearly slipped into the world. But there were signs, hushed glances between Hermione and Draco, long silences between questions in class, moments where they lingered just a second longer in each other's presence. One afternoon in the library, Draco found her again. She looked up from her book. "You're quiet today." "I've been thinking," he said, sitting beside her. "About you," he said. "Me. Us." She closed the book slowly. "Draco, I know things are complicated, and I don't expect anything to be easy," he said. "But I meant what I said by the lake. I wouldn't risk you. Not even for everything I thought I wanted." Her heart beat faster, but she kept her voice calm. "And what do you want now?" He met her eyes. Something real. Hermione studied him. There was no arrogance, no charm playfully hiding behind his expression. He was just Draco, guarded, flawed, but honest. "Then let's not rush," she said. "No more secrets. No more hiding." He nodded. "I can do that." For the first time, they smiled at each other without pretending it was just friendship or obligation. It was something more. Later that week, Blaise caught up with Hermione in the corridor. "You and Malfoy," he said with a small grin. "Finally admitting it, huh?" She rolled her eyes. "Is it that obvious?" "Please," Blaise laughed. "Even the suits of armor are whispering about it." Hermione smiled but didn't deny it. She didn't need to anymore. But even as laughter returned and things felt lighter, Hermione still felt a chill sometimes. Late at night, when the castle was too quiet, she'd dream of pages fluttering in dark water, voices echoing beneath the lake. The journal was gone. The magic was buried. But buried things had a way of clawing back up. She just hoped that when the time came, she wouldn't face it alone. The sun filtered through the high windows of the library, bathing the ancient stone walls in golden light. Hermione sat at a long table surrounded by towering stacks of books, parchment unrolled beside her as she scribbled notes on protective enchantments. Though her quill moved steadily, her thoughts drifted again to the lake. No matter how hard she tried, she could not shake the unease that lingered at the edge of her mind. She glanced across the table where Draco was leafing through a thick tome on magical architecture. His blonde hair caught the light, and for a moment, Hermione simply watched him. He was so different from the boy she had once hated. There was still sharpness to him, but now it came with restraint, control. And when he looked up at her, the softness in his eyes made her feel both grounded and unsteady. "You're staring," he said quietly. Hermione gave a faint smile. "Just thinking." "About what?" She hesitated. "Do you ever wonder if we buried the wrong thing?" Draco leaned back. "The journal?" She nodded. "I know it's gone, but something doesn't feel finished. Like we've sealed a wound without treating the infection." Before he could answer, Blaise appeared behind them, holding a worn piece of parchment. "I think you'll want to see this." He dropped it onto the table. It looked like an old survey of the Hogwarts grounds, but etched along the lower corner were markings that didn't belong. Ancient runes, faded but legible to trained eyes. Hermione's heart skipped as she traced her fingers over them. "These weren't on the original map," Blaise said. "I compared them to the one in the restricted section. This version is older. Much older." Draco leaned in. "What does it say?" Hermione translated softly. "Below the stone, beneath the weight of knowledge, lies the twin of thought. Hidden in silence, waiting to be called." They exchanged a look. "Twin of thought," Blaise repeated. "You think the journal had a counterpart?" Hermione closed her book, pulse quickening. Not just a counterpart. A second piece of whatever magic created it. Draco stood. "If there's something else hidden here, we need to find it before someone else does." Hermione nodded. Agreed. Let's start with the oldest parts of the castle. The dungeons. The Founder's Chambers. That night, under cover of darkness, they descended into the castle's depths. Torchlight flickered along the damp stone walls, casting long shadows that seemed to breathe. The air was colder here, untouched by the warmth of students or the cheer of classrooms. They moved in silence until they reached a forgotten corridor behind a tapestry near the potions classroom. Hermione ran her hand along the wall, her fingers catching on a small symbol carved into the stone, the same rune from the map. "Here," she whispered. Draco pressed his wand to the stone. Aprio. The wall trembled. Stone grated against stone as a narrow passage opened, revealing a spiral staircase descending into darkness. Blaise looked unimpressed. Of course, it's always a creepy staircase. They descended carefully, the stairs curving so tightly they could only see a few feet ahead. At the bottom was a small chamber lit by a single enchanted torch. The walls were covered in carvings, many of them damaged, but one central symbol remained untouched. A circle split into two halves, each containing mirrored text. "The twin," Hermione said softly. In the center of the room stood a pedestal. Upon it rested a single object, not a journal this time, but a silver mirror, ancient and cracked down the middle. Draco stepped forward cautiously. "Is it enchanted?" Hermione scanned it with a spell. "Yes. Old magic. Reflective and intrusive. It doesn't show your face. It shows your thoughts." Draco looked uneasy. "So if the journal let us write things into reality, the mirror might let us see them? Or even worse," Blaise muttered, "pull them out." Hermione took a breath and faced the mirror. Her reflection did not appear. Instead, she saw flashes, her standing at the Black Lake, her holding the journal, but then it twisted, showing her alone in the forbidden forest, Draco gone, the sky cracked open with red lightning. The vision faded just as quickly. She staggered back. "It shows what might be. What could be. Even what we fear." Draco stepped beside her. "Then it's more dangerous than the journal. If someone used this to manipulate another's fears." "We have to seal this too," Blaise said firmly. "We can't destroy it without knowing what it's tied to." Hermione nodded. "We'll come back with proper protections. But we need to make sure no one finds it before then." As they left the chamber, the mirror sat silently on its pedestal, the crack down its middle glowing faintly as if aware of their presence. That night, Hermione dreamed again, but this time it wasn't of the lake. It was the mirror, and in it, she saw Draco standing over her, wand raised, his expression cold and empty. She woke with a gasp, heart pounding. For all they had sealed, there were still pieces of the castle that whispered. And what they had found tonight was not an end. It was the beginning of something darker. Morning light had never felt heavier. Hermione stood by the window in the common room, arms crossed tightly, her mind unable to shake the vision from the mirror. She tried to remind herself it was only a reflection of fear, a twisted projection. But the way Draco had looked at her in that vision, distant, almost unfamiliar, gnawed at something deep inside. She barely noticed when Draco entered until he stood beside her, watching the grounds below. There was tension between them that hadn't been there the day before, something neither could quite name. "You didn't sleep," he said quietly. "Neither did you," she replied. He looked at her, and for a moment the air between them stilled. "You saw something in the mirror." Hermione hesitated. "I saw you, but not you. A version of you that frightened me." Draco was quiet for a long time before he answered. "I saw something too. You walking away. Like I had already lost you." Hermione's breath caught. "We can't let that mirror get into our heads." He nodded. "That's what it wants. It twists your doubts until you start believing them." They didn't say anything more as they prepared for their next trip below the castle. They had decided to seal the chamber before word spread of their discovery. Blaise had secured protective runes from Professor Vector, and Luna, surprisingly, had offered her help, sensing something was wrong. In the evening, they met at the tapestry near the potions corridor. Luna arrived wearing her usual dreamy expression, but her presence felt grounding. She didn't ask questions, she simply followed, trusting them. Back in the mirror chamber, the air felt colder than before. The mirror stood silent, still cracked, but it hummed faintly with energy. As if aware of their return, Blaise began drawing runes around the pedestal. Hermione and Luna assisted, muttering incantations as the chalk symbols began to glow. Draco, however, stood still, watching the mirror. Luna turned to him. "It's not meant to show truth. Just the echoes of what could hurt you the most." Draco didn't respond immediately. Then, without a word, he stepped forward and raised his wand. Incendio. Flames shot toward the mirror, but instead of catching fire, they vanished against the surface. The mirror pulsed, and for a moment, Draco's eyes flashed silver as if caught by something unseen. Hermione shouted, "Draco, get back!" He staggered, gripping his head. Hermione reached him and pulled him away from the pedestal. The mirror calmed, its glow dimming, but the damage was done. Draco leaned against the wall, eyes closed. "It got inside. Just for a second. I saw myself betraying everyone." Hermione held his hand tightly. "That's not who you are. Not anymore." "I know," he whispered. "But it's still a part of me. The mirror knows." They resumed the sealing process. When the final rune was completed, Luna placed a charmed orb at the center of the room. The light expanded, fusing the protective symbols together until they shimmered across the walls and floor like frost. "It's sealed," Blaise said. "At least, until someone really dangerous decides to look for it." On the way back, Luna stayed behind. She said she wanted to speak with the castle, something Hermione didn't question. Luna had always understood things others couldn't. Later, as Hermione and Draco walked through the dark corridors, she asked quietly, "Do you ever wonder what version of us the mirror would show in another life?" Draco looked at her. "Sometimes I think the only version that matters is this one." She smiled faintly. "Me too." But the peace didn't last long. The next day, rumors began spreading. A second-year Hufflepuff claimed she saw glowing light from the dungeons. A few Slytherins were caught trying to sneak near the potions corridor. And then came the worst part. Professor Snape summoned Hermione and Draco to his office. His expression was unreadable, but the parchment in his hand was unmistakable. A map, an old one, the same kind they had used. "Where did you find this?" he asked coldly. Hermione hesitated. "We didn't find it. Blaise did. He showed it to us." Snape narrowed his eyes. "And did you follow where it led?" Draco spoke calmly. "Yes, and we sealed what we found. It was dangerous. We handled it." "You handled it," Snape repeated, voice low. "Do you have any idea what you've awakened?" Hermione's stomach sank. "We sealed the mirror. No one else can reach it." Snape's hand curled into a fist. "You think sealing it stops its influence? That mirror predates the Founders. It doesn't need to be touched to poison. It only needs to be remembered." Hermione glanced at Draco, then back at Snape. "So what do we do?" Snape studied them both. "You watch, you listen, and you make sure the castle doesn't start whispering to the wrong ears." As they left his office, the halls of Hogwarts felt heavier, quieter. The weight of their choices pressed in from every corner. Hermione took Draco's hand. He didn't pull away. They were in this together. Even if the mirror had shown them what to fear, they knew who they were now. And they would not let the shadows rewrite their story. Hermione sat alone in the library, books spread around her but unread. Her eyes remained fixed on a single open page, though she had not turned it in 15 minutes. Her mind was still lingering in the shadow of the mirror chamber, of Snape's warning, and of the image of Draco crumbling in front of the cursed reflection. She had seen fear before, but never in his eyes like that. It had stayed with her like a bruise beneath the skin. Madame Pants gave her a suspicious glance before bustling off. The silence of the library felt heavy. It wasn't peaceful anymore, not after everything they had seen. A soft tap on the wood startled her. She looked up. Draco stood at the other end of the table. "You disappeared after lunch," he said, voice low. "I needed to think," she replied. "About the mirror. About Snape's warning." Draco pulled out a chair and sat across from her. "I've been thinking too. Maybe we were stupid to go down there. Maybe we thought we could fix something that was meant to stay broken." "You think we made a mistake?" she asked, though her voice was calm. Draco hesitated. "No, I think we uncovered something that was waiting for us. But we need to understand it now. All of it." Hermione's eyes flicked to the open book. "That's what I'm trying to do. There's barely any mention of a mirror like that in the library. It's not the mirror of Erist. It's something else." "I was thinking," Draco said, "about what Snape said. that the mirror poisons through memory. That's not just magical influence. That's psychological. What if it was designed to feed on regret? Hermione blinked. You think it's parasitic? In a way. It doesn't just reflect, it infects. It uses what you fear and plays it back until you start acting on it. Like a spell you don't realize you're casting, she whispered. Exactly. They sat in silence for a while, the only sound being the scratching of a quill at a nearby table. Then Hermione said, "We need to tell someone else. Not just Blaise or Luna. Someone who knows how to study dangerous artifacts." Draco frowned. "You're thinking Dumbledore." "I am," she nodded. "But we have to be careful. If the mirror can twist memory, then it could make even someone like him vulnerable." Draco tapped his fingers against the table. "We show him the map. We show him our notes. But we keep the mirror's exact location between us. We sealed it. That should buy us time." Hermione closed her book. "All right. We talk to him tomorrow." Later that evening, Hermione found herself walking through the snow-dusted courtyard. She wasn't sure why. Maybe she needed air. Maybe she needed to clear the fog from her thoughts. She wasn't alone for long. "Granger," came a familiar voice. Blaise stepped from beneath the archway, his usual smirk absent. "I thought you'd be with Luna," she said. "I was." Until she started talking to the frost patterns on the windows. Hermione gave a tired chuckle. Blaise walked beside her, hands in his pockets. "I know you and Draco are trying to take this all on yourselves. But the mirror, whatever it is, it's affecting more than just you two." Hermione stopped walking. "What do you mean?" "I heard some Slytherins talking. Ones who were nowhere near the chamber. They were having dreams. Strange ones. Visions. People from their past, things they feared." Hermione's stomach dropped. "How?" "I don't know. But I think the mirror is leaking. Its energy. Its influence. Like cracks in a dam. We sealed it. You sealed the room. Not the magic." Hermione turned away, breathing deeply. "Then we're running out of time." Blaise nodded. "Tell Dumbledore. Soon. Before more students start losing sleep. Or worse." When Hermione returned to the common room, she found Draco at the fireplace. He didn't look up when she entered. His hand held a letter already opened. The parchment trembled slightly in his grasp. She approached slowly. "What is it?" He handed it to her. It was from his mother. Hermione read it, her face changing with every line. "Your father suspects something. He thinks you're hiding something important. And she's worried. She thinks the moment he finds out, he'll act." Draco didn't speak for a long time. Then, "If he finds out about the mirror, about us being near it, about you." "He won't," Hermione said firmly. "We'll stay ahead of him. He's already watching." "I know it." Hermione sat beside him. "Then let him watch. We're not children anymore, Draco. We don't have to play his game." Draco looked at her, his expression unreadable. Then he took her hand gently. "No," he said. "We don't." They sat there, quiet but not alone. And outside the castle walls, the snow continued to fall. But it didn't hush the whispers. It didn't silence the magic deep beneath Hogwarts, which pulsed like a heartbeat in the stone. Something ancient had stirred, and it was not done with them yet. Hermione's hand lingered near the heavy brass knocker shaped like a griffin as she stood before Dumbledore's office. The door loomed silently, its surface gleaming with the faintest shimmer of enchantment. She could feel her heartbeat in her throat, steady but loud. Draco stood just behind her, shoulders tense, his gaze fixed on the polished wood. "Ready?" she asked, glancing back. "No," he replied honestly. "But let's go anyway." Hermione nodded, took a breath, and lifted the knocker. The sound echoed deeply inside. A few moments passed, then the door opened on its own, slowly revealing the spiral staircase within. They ascended together, neither speaking. As they reached the top, the office door opened without a sound. Professor Dumbledore sat at his desk, half-moon spectacles perched on his nose, fingers interlocked before him. Fawkes the Phoenix slept peacefully on his perch, red and gold feathers glowing dimly in the firelight. "Miss Granger, Mr. Malfoy," Dumbledore greeted with calm curiosity. "Please come in." They stepped inside, sitting in the chairs that seemed to pull themselves forward slightly to meet them. Hermione clutched the parchment in her hand tightly. Their notes, their sketches of the mirror, the map with the hidden chamber marked in ink. "We need to tell you something," she began. About a mirror, Draco finished. Dumbledore's eyes did not widen. He merely inclined his head. Go on. They told him everything. From the moment they first found the map in the restricted section to the night they entered the chamber and saw the mirror. They described the memories it showed, the way it infected their thoughts, and Snape's warning. When they finished, Dumbledore remained quiet for a long time. His fingers tapped lightly on the desk. This mirror, he finally said, was it shaped like an arch? With no visible glass, yet it reflected your past. Yes, Hermione said quickly. And you both saw moments you regret? They nodded. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, his eyes distant. You have found something most dangerous. Older than Hogwarts. Older than wands. A mirror that feeds on memory is no simple enchantment. It's a cursed relic. One I had hoped was forever buried. You know about it, Draco said quietly. I have heard whispers. From my own teachers many years ago. They called it the Mirror of Shadows. It was believed destroyed after a duel between two powerful wizards centuries ago. Its curse twists memory, yes, but also desire. It shows not what you want, but what you once wanted. And it convinces you that you could have changed it. That's exactly what it did, Hermione whispered. And that, Dumbledore continued, is what makes it so dangerous. People try to relive, redo, rewrite. And in doing so, they lose themselves. Hermione handed him the parchment. We sealed the chamber. But the magic, it's leaking. Students are having dreams. Visions. Dumbledore read the parchment without expression. Then we must act quickly. He stood, walking to a cabinet and withdrawing a small, rune-etched crystal that shimmered like starlight. This, he said, is a ward stone. One of the few things that can contain such magic long enough to destroy it. But placing it must be done carefully, by someone who has already touched the mirror's mind. Someone it recognizes. You mean us, Hermione said. Yes, but not alone. You will not return there without protection. Draco stood. Professor, what if it's already started influencing others? What if it's not just us? Dumbledore gave him a long, steady look. Then the mirror is waking, and Hogwarts must prepare. As they left the office, the mood between them was heavier than ever. The night sky outside was thick with clouds. Wind howled down the corridors. The storm was moving in. Do you trust him? Draco asked as they descended the steps. Hermione didn't answer immediately. I trust that he wants to protect the school. But I think he's afraid. More than he let on. Later that night, Hermione returned to her dormitory to find Luna waiting near her door. She blinked, surprised. Luna smiled softly. I had a feeling. About the mirror. You've seen something you weren't supposed to. Something old. Yes, Hermione admitted. We told Dumbledore. Luna nodded. Good. But it won't end there. The mirror doesn't just feed. It wakes something else. Something beneath. Hermione stared. What do you mean beneath? The castle. The foundation. It was built atop something ancient. Some say the founders didn't build Hogwarts alone. Some say they found magic already sleeping beneath the rock. The mirror is just a crack in the seal. Hermione felt a chill run down her spine. Do you know what it is? No, Luna said calmly. But I've dreamt of it. And it's watching now. Through the mirror. Through you. Hermione didn't sleep that night. Her dreams were a jumble of flickering candles, twisted corridors, and a voice whispering her name. The next morning, the castle was different. The portraits were still. The staircases didn't move as much. The air was heavy, the sky outside gray and unwelcoming. And then in the great hall, just before breakfast, a scream shattered the silence. A first-year Ravenclaw girl stood trembling near the entrance. She had found a mirror. Not in the chamber, but outside the potions classroom. It had moved. The Mirror of Shadows was no longer hiding. It was hunting. The scream echoed through every corridor of Hogwarts like a crack of thunder. By the time Hermione and Draco reached the entrance to the potions classroom, a crowd of students had gathered, their faces pale and eyes wide. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were already there, shielding the young Ravenclaw girl who had collapsed to the floor, her hands pressed tightly over her ears. Hermione's eyes found the mirror instantly. It stood at the far end of the hallway, exactly where Snape's chalkboard used to hang. Only now the wall was cracked, darkened by a swirl of shadowy tendrils creeping outward like vines. The frame of the mirror gleamed with a sickly silver glow, and the air around it rippled like heat. It should not have been there. It moved, Hermione whispered, unable to look away. It was sealed. We sealed it. Or it let you think that, Draco muttered, stepping beside her. Dumbledore said it was sentient. It was only waiting. McGonagall's sharp voice cut through the murmurs. All students are to return to their common rooms immediately. Prefects, assist your heads of house. No one is to wander alone. Students obeyed hesitantly, and the hallway slowly cleared. Hermione and Draco remained behind. Dumbledore arrived moments later, his face unreadable, though his eyes held the same urgency they'd seen in his office. He walked up to the mirror and raised his wand. A beam of white light struck the glass, and instantly dissolved into it like water soaking into sand. It has anchored itself, he said quietly. This is no longer just a cursed object. It is part of the castle now. But how? Hermione asked. It was just a mirror. A memory trap. No, Dumbledore said gravely. It was never just a mirror. It was a door. And now the door is open. He turned to Draco and Hermione. We don't have much time. The more people who see their past through it, the more it feeds. The more it feeds, the more it breaks the boundary between thought and reality. Soon it will not just show memory. It will shape it. You said we could use the ward stone, Draco said. That we could seal it again. I hoped we would have more time, Dumbledore said, placing the rune-etched stone in Hermione's hand. But now it must be done swiftly. You both have touched its mind. You must go again, but this time not to witness, but to end it. Hermione stared at the stone. It was warm, pulsing like a slow heartbeat. She felt it tug at something in her mind, something buried deep. What happens if we fail? She asked quietly. Then the past will become present, Dumbledore answered, and the castle will be lost to its own memory. That night, Hermione and Draco stood once more outside the chamber door. Only now the entrance was no longer hidden. The archway that had once required special incantations was wide open, dark and beckoning. Runes flickered along the walls like restless fireflies. Are you sure about this? Draco asked. We don't know what it's going to do. I'm not sure of anything anymore, Hermione said. Except that if we don't stop it, no one else will. They stepped inside. The chamber looked different. The walls twisted as if they were breathing. The ceiling dripped with strands of shadow. And at the center stood the mirror of shadows, taller now, its frame pulsing like veins. Hermione clutched the wardstone tightly. As they approached, the mirror's surface began to ripple. This time, there was no hesitation. The mirror did not ask questions. It did not wait. It showed them everything. Draco saw his father, not angry or cruel, but proud. He saw himself younger, eager to impress. Then he saw himself rejecting that pride, standing beside Hermione in the library, in the great hall, in the forest. Moments he had wanted to forget, but now clung to. Hermione saw her parents, before their memories were taken. She saw the moment she first realized she loved Draco. She saw herself crying in the library, hiding the feeling, choosing silence. The images pulled at them, louder and louder, until the chamber shook. The stone in Hermione's hand began to glow. Now, Draco shouted. Put it in the base. Seal it. Hermione moved forward, but the mirror's surface stretched toward her, forming a shape, almost human, almost her. It whispered her name. You can change it. You can still go back. Say what you wanted to say. Hermione's hand trembled. Her reflection looked real. It looked like the girl she used to be. Hopeful. Naive. Untouched by pain. You could have saved him, the mirror whispered. You can still save yourself. Then Draco's voice cut through the storm. Hermione, that isn't you. That's just a shadow. She closed her eyes and slammed the stone into the center of the frame. The mirror screamed. Not just a sound, but a pressure in the air, the walls, the mind. The surface cracked, then shattered, the glass exploding outward in slow motion. Light burst from the stone, filling the chamber, washing over them like a wave. And then silence. When Hermione opened her eyes, the mirror was gone. The walls had returned to stone. The air was still. The wardstone lay in the dust, cracked but still glowing faintly. Draco exhaled. Is it over? I don't know, she said. But I think we did it. They left the chamber in silence, returning to the world above. But as they emerged into the corridor, Hermione noticed something on the wall. A faint outline, as if something had once stood there. A mirror's shape. She didn't say anything. Not yet, but she knew it was not over. Not truly. Something had seen her through that glass, and it remembered her name. The days following the shattering of the Mirror of Shadows passed in a strange hush. Hogwarts carried on, lessons resumed, and students returned to their usual routines. But something in the castle felt different, like it was holding its breath. Hermione walked the corridors with a quiet vigilance, her eyes scanning every wall and corner, looking for signs of something that might linger. Nothing unusual had happened since that night, but she couldn't ignore the feeling that something had slipped past them, something unseen but very much aware. Draco had taken to following her on her rounds without being asked. Neither of them spoke about the mirror, the shadow voice, or the whisper that had reached into Hermione's soul. But the silence between them was not empty. It was layered with understanding, shared memory, and a fragile new trust. They sat together one evening in the astronomy tower, watching the sunset fade over the black lake. The orange glow painted Draco's pale features in soft warmth, and for a moment, he looked almost peaceful. "You've been quiet lately," Hermione said. Draco gave a slow shrug. "Just thinking." "About?" He hesitated. "About what it means. What we saw in that mirror. What it tried to offer." "It wasn't real," she said quickly. "It felt real," he replied, looking straight at her. "I saw myself the way I wanted to be. The way I was scared to be. The way I still might be if I had the courage." Hermione's breath caught. He wasn't smiling. He wasn't teasing. He was speaking with the kind of honesty she rarely saw from anyone, let alone Draco Malfoy. She looked away, her voice quiet. "It showed me things I never told anyone. Things I never even admitted to myself." "You mean about me?" "Yes." Silence again, but it wasn't awkward. It was heavy with things they'd left unsaid for too long. "You could have told me," he said after a pause. "You would have laughed. I might have. Back then. But not now." She looked back at him, her heart racing faster than she wanted. "Why not now?" "Because I think I would have said the same thing." They sat in that moment, the sun dipping below the horizon, and Hermione didn't know whether to speak or stay silent. But the decision was taken from her when a faint flicker caught her eye from the edge of the tower. A glimmer of silver. She stood quickly, moving toward it. There, nestled into the groove of the stone wall, was a shard of glass. She knelt and picked it up. It was smooth and cold in her hand, but as she turned it toward the light, she didn't see her reflection. She saw a corridor, long, dark, and twisted. She saw the mirror, whole again. She saw herself, standing before it, lips moving in silent speech. And then the image disappeared. Draco was at her side in seconds. "What is it?" "A piece of the mirror," she whispered. "I think it's still connected." "How is that possible?" "We destroyed it. We destroyed the frame. Not the mind." She held the shard tightly. It pulsed faintly like it remembered. Dumbledore summoned them shortly after. His office was dim, the fire crackling low. Fawkes gave a soft trill as they entered. "You found it," Dumbledore said, his eyes settling on the shard. "You knew it might survive," Hermione said. "I feared it would. The mirror's essence is not entirely physical. Like a Horcrux, it attaches itself to memory and thought. When you touched it, Hermione, it touched back." Draco stepped forward. "So what now? We track every shard? Every echo?" "No," Dumbledore said. "We must find the original core, the memory it was born from, the moment in time that gave it life. Only then can it be truly undone." "And how do we find that?" Hermione asked. Dumbledore turned to his cabinet and retrieved a shallow stone basin. "The pensive," Draco murmured. "You will need to travel back," Dumbledore said. "To the beginning. Not just of the mirror, but of its first witness. The one who created it, even unknowingly." Hermione blinked. "You mean it came from a person?" "Every powerful enchantment begins with human emotion. This mirror was no exception. It began as a wish. A deep, desperate wish." He motioned for Hermione to pour the shard into the pensive. She hesitated only a moment before letting it go. The shard dissolved into swirling silver mist. "You must follow it," Dumbledore said. Draco glanced at Hermione, then back at Dumbledore. "We both go." You both must, because the mirror chose you both." They stepped forward together, side by side, and dipped into the memory. The world twisted. They landed in a quiet room, not in Hogwarts, but in a large, ancient-looking manor. A young girl sat before a mirror, tears streaking down her face. Her eyes were red, her robes tattered. She whispered into the glass, "I wish he remembered me. I wish I could go back. I'd give anything to change it." Hermione gasped. The girl was barely older than a first year, but there was something in her face that looked familiar. The mirror in front of her began to shimmer. A voice, soft and echoing, responded, "Then let me show you how." Draco stared in horror. This is where it started. Hermione stepped forward, but the room around them rippled. The girl turned and looked straight at them. "You shouldn't be here," she said. And the memory shattered like glass. They were flung back, thrown out of the pensive, and onto the floor of Dumbledore's office. Hermione's heart pounded. "She saw us," she whispered. Draco sat up slowly, eyes wide. "She's not just a memory." Dumbledore's face was grim. "No, she's alive." And the true mirror, the first one, was still waiting. The air in Dumbledore's office felt heavier than ever. Dust swirled in the light from the fire as Hermione and Draco sat on the stone floor, reeling from what they had just experienced. It wasn't just a memory, it had reacted. The girl had seen them. The mirror's creation had retained more than magic. It had kept awareness. Hermione struggled to gather her thoughts. Who was that girl? That wasn't just a reflection. She was real. Dumbledore looked older than he had in months. Her name was Alara Meyermont. She was a student here nearly 100 years ago. Draco frowned. "A Slytherin?" "Yes," Dumbledore said. "Brilliant, isolated, and very much forgotten. Until now." Hermione stood, pacing. She said she wished someone remembered her. She wanted to change something, desperately. And desperation, Dumbledore said quietly, is powerful magic. Draco stared into the fire. So she created the first mirror by accident. A magical echo of her wish. Not quite a creation, Dumbledore said. She invoked something older. Something that has existed in whispers. The Mirror of Shadows responds to yearning. It uses desire as a doorway. Hermione turned toward him. "If she's alive, where is she?" Dumbledore hesitated. "I believe she was drawn into the mirror. Not physically, but her soul, her essence, bound to the enchantment she awakened. And now, after all this time, she is waking up." Draco looked grim. "Because of us. Because of Hermione," Dumbledore corrected gently. When she stood before the mirror, her desire was strong enough to stir Alara's presence. "It was not your fault, but it was the moment everything began again." Hermione felt her hands tremble. "We need to find her. We need to end it." "You will not be able to reason with her," Dumbledore warned. "Her soul has been twisted by a century of longing. She sees the world through glass, warped, unbalanced. But if we don't try," Hermione said, "she'll keep reaching through. She'll try to use me again. Maybe others." Dumbledore gave a slow nod. "Then you must prepare for what lies ahead. You must find her realm, the place within the mirror where her mind still lingers." "How?" Draco asked. "There is a ritual," Dumbledore said. "Dangerous, but it will allow you to cross into the mirror's reality. It must be done at midnight, in the room of requirement, where magic is most fluid." Hermione didn't hesitate. "We'll do it." Draco met her eyes. Together. Later that night, the two of them crept through the castle, the silence between them filled with quiet tension. When they reached the 7th floor, Hermione walked past the blank stretch of wall 3 times, focusing on what they needed. A room to enter the mirror's world. The door appeared. Inside, the room of requirement had transformed into a dim, candlelit chamber. A tall, oval mirror stood in the center, framed by ancient runes that shimmered faintly. It wasn't the Mirror of Shadows itself, but a portal shaped by memory and intent. Hermione stepped forward and drew her wand. "We'll need to cast it together." Draco joined her, and they began the incantation Dumbledore had taught them. Their voices intertwined, rising and falling in unison, until the runes around the mirror flared to life. The surface of the mirror shimmered, then swirled into liquid light. Hermione reached out and touched it. A pull, gentle, insistent, tugged at her hand, then her shoulder, then her chest. She gasped as the world spun and tilted. Draco grabbed her hand just before the pull consumed them both. They landed with a jolt. The sky above them was endless glass. The ground beneath was mirror-like, reflecting twisted versions of themselves. In this place, colors were muted, and the air hummed with magic and sorrow. "We're inside," Hermione whispered. They began to walk, following the strange pulse that seemed to call them deeper into the mirror world. Strange silhouettes flickered at the edges of their vision. Memories, thoughts, fragments of people long lost. Then they found her. Elara Meyermont stood before a throne made of broken glass. Her hair floated like silken water. Her eyes were endless mirrors. "You came," she said. Hermione stepped forward. "We need to talk." Elara tilted her head. "Talk! You broke my mirror. You tore it apart." "It was hurting people," Hermione said. "It was hurting me. I was alone for so long," Elara said, her voice like wind through a cavern. "And then you came. So bright. So full of feeling. You lit the path again." Draco spoke now, his voice firm. "This place is poison. You were forgotten, yes. But that doesn't give you the right to trap others here." Elara's face darkened. "I was left behind. I only wanted to be remembered. To be loved." Hermione took a step closer. "Then let us help you. Let us set you free. The real world is still out there. It's not too late. You take me back?" Elara's voice trembled. "Yes," Hermione said. "But not like this. Not if you keep pulling others down with you." There was a long pause. Then Elara raised her hands. The ground cracked. Shards of memory rose around them like walls. Reflections of Hermione's own face stared back at her, whispering truths, fears, hopes. "You must prove it," Elara said. "Face your truth. Then I will release you." Hermione turned to Draco. "Stay close. I'm not going anywhere." And then the mirror world shifted again, dragging Hermione forward into a reflection she did not recognize. One that showed her alone, afraid, and in love with someone she once thought she hated. Behind her, Elara watched in silence. The test had begun. Hermione stood frozen in front of the reflection. It wasn't just a scene. It was a living memory twisted by the magic of the mirror world. She saw herself in third year, hunched over a table in the library, lips pursed, eyes darting to where Draco Malfoy sat a few tables away. He was pretending to read, but his smirk showed he knew she was looking. The mirror Hermione whispered softly, her voice trembling with guilt, "Why him?" Hermione clenched her fists. This wasn't a memory she'd ever spoken aloud. This was the private beginning of something she had fought hard to suppress. From the mist around her, Elara's voice echoed. "Desire begins in silence, but it never truly disappears. It roots itself deeper." Hermione stepped forward, breathing steadily. "I'm not ashamed of how I felt. I didn't understand it then, but I do now. I saw something in him that others didn't." The scene shifted violently. Now she stood in the great hall, surrounded by her friends. Harry, Ron, and Ginny laughing, unaware that her gaze kept straying toward the Slytherin table. Toward Draco, sitting stiffly, casting quick glances when he thought no one would notice. Suddenly, Miraron stood and pointed at her. "You're betraying us. You're choosing him over everything." Hermione flinched. "That's not true. I never betrayed anyone. I love my friends. But I couldn't lie to myself forever." The version of Ron lunged forward, and the glass floor beneath her feet cracked. Draco, watching from the edge of the trial space, tried to move but was frozen by the mirror's magic. Then the image of her parents appeared. They looked at her with blank, unknowing eyes. They didn't recognize her. A reminder of the memory she had once erased to protect them during the war. "You lose everyone," Elara whispered. "That is the price of becoming who you are." Hermione's throat tightened. "I never wanted to lose anyone. But I also won't abandon the truth. Draco is part of my truth." With a surge of defiance, she raised her wand. Finite, the illusions around her shuddered. Her parents faded. Ron's voice silenced. The library scene turned to mist. The mirror floor mended itself. And suddenly, Hermione stood alone in a garden. It was Hogwarts grounds in spring. Sitting beneath the tree was herself, older, peaceful, writing in a journal. Draco walked up beside her, sat down, and she smiled. The vision faded, leaving Hermione back in the broken mirror world, facing Elara. "You faced your truth," Elara said softly. and you didn't let it destroy you." Hermione looked to her side. Draco was unfrozen now, stepping forward with guarded awe. "I saw everything," he murmured. "Even the part where you looked at me like I mattered. Back when I didn't think anyone ever would." Hermione turned to him, heart pounding. "You always mattered. You just didn't see it." Elara's form wavered. The glass throne behind her crumbled. She stepped closer, eyes no longer mirrors but soft, distant stars. "I remember now," she said. "There was someone once. Before the mirror. Before the loneliness. I think I loved him, but I never said it. I buried the feeling until it buried me." Hermione placed a hand over Elara's ghost-like fingers. "Then let us say it now. Let us bring you back. You don't have to be forgotten anymore." Draco stepped forward. "We'll remember you. The real you. Not just the mirror." Tears shimmered in Elara's eyes. "Then I can rest." The mirror world trembled. Cracks spiderwebbed across the sky. Wind howled through the glass plane, and in a flash of white light, Hermione and Draco were pulled upward, the mirror collapsing behind them into dust. They awoke in the room of requirement, lying on the floor. The mirror frame was shattered but peaceful. No magic hummed from it now. Hermione reached out, touched Draco's hand. "We did it." Draco looked at her, eyes unreadable. "You did it. You saved her. She saved herself." I just listened. There was a silence, warm and weighty, before Draco gently squeezed her fingers. "What you said in there about me being part of your truth. Did you mean it?" Hermione met his gaze. Every word. His expression softened, and the tension in his shoulders faded. "Then let me be part of your future too." She smiled. "Then stop talking and start walking. We have a story to tell." As they left the room of requirement, the castle seemed brighter, like the shadows had lifted. And for the first time in a long while, Hermione felt no guilt, no hesitation, just hope. The news of Hermione and Draco's mysterious absence spread like wildfire through the corridors of Hogwarts. No one knew exactly what had happened, but rumors flew fast. Some said they had disappeared into a secret chamber. Others claimed they were seen walking out of the room of requirement looking pale and dazed. Only Harry, Ginny, and Luna knew even fragments of the truth, and they had sworn to keep it quiet. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione sat by the fire with her fingers tangled in her curls, trying to process everything. Draco had returned to the Slytherin dungeons under the watchful gaze of Professor McGonagall, who had asked only one question: whether they were safe. Hermione had simply nodded. Her mind kept replaying the image of Elara's final smile before she disappeared. The echo of her story, her loss, her regret, left a heavy imprint in Hermione's chest. But there was also something else. Something new. A lightness. As if a weight she had been carrying for years had finally been set down. She heard the sound of the portrait hole creaking open and turned her head sharply. Harry stepped in, quiet and steady. "Everyone's asleep," he said softly. "I figured," Hermione replied. Harry didn't sit immediately. He looked at her with a searching expression. "You okay?" Hermione nodded. "Yeah, I think I am." He finally took the seat across from her, leaning forward on his knees. "I saw the look on your face when you came out of that room. You looked whole." She gave him a faint smile. "I faced something in there. Something that's been haunting me for a long time. But it didn't break me. It made me stronger." Harry didn't say anything for a moment. Then quietly he asked, "And Malfoy?" Hermione hesitated. "He was with me the whole time. He never left. Not when the mirror turned on me. Not when I was drowning in it." Harry nodded, though his jaw tightened. "And now?" She met his eyes. "Now I want to see where it goes." There was silence again. But this time it wasn't heavy. It was respectful. "You deserve to be happy," he finally said. "Just be careful. There are still people who don't want this." "I know," she whispered. "But I'm not hiding anymore." Meanwhile, deep in the shadows of the castle, in an abandoned corridor few dared to walk, a quiet voice echoed between the stone walls. She awakened the mirror. A hooded figure stepped out from the darkness. His face was hidden, but his voice was unmistakable, slow, cold, and deliberate. "I told them it should have been destroyed after the war," he continued. "But now it's too late. She's seen too much. And so has he." From behind him, another shadow stirred. "Shall I handle it?" "Not yet," the first figure replied. "Let them grow comfortable. Let them believe they've won. The second voice gave a quiet chuckle. And then we remind them that not every ghost is friendly. Some were left behind for a reason. Back in the Slytherin common room, Draco sat on his bed, staring at the window where the moonlight cast a pale silver across the floor. He could still feel Hermione's hand in his, the way she had looked at him without fear or judgment. For the first time in his life, someone had seen through the layers he had built, the arrogance, the cruelty, the bitterness, and found something worth saving. He reached into his trunk and pulled out a folded scrap of parchment. It was the letter he had never sent, written in the darkest days after the war. A letter addressed to no one, filled with words he'd never dared say out loud. But now, maybe he didn't need it anymore. He stood, opened the window, and let the wind take the parchment from his hand. In the great hall the next morning, eyes followed Hermione and Draco as they walked in side by side. A few students whispered. Some stared. Pansy looked like she might faint from confusion. Ron looked like he was chewing his own tongue. But Hermione kept her chin high, and Draco didn't flinch. They sat down across from each other, and for a moment, the world stood still. Ginny leaned in to whisper across the table. "You know you just broke the entire school's brain, right?" Hermione smiled. "Good. It's about time." From the staff table, McGonagall watched quietly, lips pursed but not disapproving. Something had changed in the air. A war had ended years ago, but a new battle, one for acceptance, for honesty, for love, had just begun. Hermione found herself walking slower than usual to the library that evening. The whispers in the corridors had grown louder over the past few days. Students didn't even try to hide them anymore. Some were cruel, some were curious, and others were just plain ridiculous. She caught pieces of them in passing, words like betrayal, obsession, or dark magic. But none of them stung as much as seeing old friends avoid her gaze. She stepped into the library and found Draco already waiting at their usual table, a pile of books spread out around him. His hair had fallen into his eyes, and he looked up with a faint smirk when she arrived. "You're late," he said, pretending to be offended. "I stopped to listen to the rumors," Hermione replied dryly, sitting beside him. "Apparently I've been placed under a love curse." Draco snorted. "Better than what I heard. Someone in Ravenclaw is convinced I'm secretly a vampire." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Well, that would explain your attitude during early mornings." Draco laughed quietly, and for a moment, the tension between them evaporated. She liked this side of him, the unguarded one, the one who teased instead of insulted. But the moment didn't last. He glanced down at the book he'd been reading, then closed it slowly. "I've been thinking," he began carefully, "about what happened in the room of requirement." Hermione's eyes met his, more serious now. "So have I. That mirror, the way it responded to us. It wasn't just showing fears or memories. It was sentient. Aware." Hermione nodded. Elara called it the mirror of Fain. "I've tried researching it, but there's barely anything. Almost like someone deliberately erased it from every archive." Draco looked troubled. "Then why was it still inside Hogwarts?" Hermione looked around cautiously, lowering her voice. "That's what I've been trying to figure out. I even asked Professor Flitwick. He acted like he didn't know what I meant, then changed the subject." Draco leaned forward. "You think the professors are hiding something?" "I think someone is," she whispered. "And I don't think Elara's appearance was just chance." That night, Hermione returned to her dorm but couldn't sleep. Her thoughts were like a tangle of threads, each one leading to more questions. She stared at the ceiling, recalling Elara's final words before vanishing. "Beware the one who never let go." Hermione sat up suddenly, her heart pounding. What if Elara hadn't just been a trapped spirit? What if she had been guarding something, or someone? She climbed out of bed, pulled on her robe, and slipped out of Gryffindor Tower. The castle was mostly quiet at this hour, shadows stretching long under the moonlight filtering through stained glass. She made her way to the astronomy tower, needing fresh air to clear her head. But when she reached the top, she wasn't alone. Draco was already there, leaning against the stone railing, his arms crossed, staring at the night sky. "I figured you'd come here," he said without turning around. Hermione stepped closer. "You couldn't sleep either?" "No," he said simply. "Something's off. I can feel it." She nodded. "I think whatever Elara was warning us about, it's still here." Watching. Draco's eyes narrowed. Then we need to be ready. No more waiting. No more hoping it'll go away. Hermione hesitated. We could go to McGonagall. Tell her everything. Draco shook his head. If we do, they'll either deny it or pull us out of school. And we both know we're not leaving this unfinished. They stood in silence for a moment, the wind rustling through their robes. Draco glanced at her. You still trust me? Hermione didn't hesitate. More than I've ever trusted anyone. His expression softened for a moment before he looked away. Then let's finish what we started, he said quietly. No matter what it takes. Far below, in the dungeons of the castle, a cold breeze swept through a forgotten corridor. A torch flickered, and the shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally. Two robed figures stood before the old stone door that had been sealed for centuries. The mirror has awakened, one of them said in a low voice. The other nodded. Then the final key must be found. Before they do, they placed their palms on the ancient stone, and a faint light pulsed beneath their fingers. The girl and the boy, the first whispered. They are walking straight into it. A crack formed in the stone door, and behind it something stirred. The next morning arrived in a wash of pale gray light. Rain tapped lightly against the windows of the great hall as Hermione pushed around her eggs without eating. Across the table, Ginny watched her closely, concern drawn across her face. You haven't touched your food in 10 minutes, Ginny said. I'm fine, Hermione replied without looking up. Ginny didn't push further, but Hermione knew she didn't believe it. Few people still looked at her without suspicion these days. Ginny was one of the rare ones who hadn't turned away. Draco entered the Great Hall seconds later. He didn't sit with the Slytherins. He didn't sit at all. Instead, he caught Hermione's eye from across the room and nodded once before turning to leave again. Hermione stood and followed without a word. They walked in silence through the corridors, taking sharp turns and detours to avoid the usual crowds. Finally, they reached an abandoned corridor on the 7th floor. The same one where the room of requirement used to reveal itself. But they weren't here for that. Draco reached behind a torn tapestry, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling downward. Hermione blinked. I thought this led to a hidden broom cupboard, she whispered. Draco's tone was low. That's what I thought too, until I saw someone coming out of it last night. They descended in silence, each step creaking faintly underfoot. The walls were damp, the air thick with the smell of mildew and something older, something ancient. At the bottom, the staircase opened into a small, windowless chamber. The stone walls were carved with faint runes Hermione couldn't recognize. At the center stood a pedestal, and upon it rested a cracked tile etched with the symbol of a serpent coiled around a star. Hermione stepped closer. What is this place? I think it's part of the old castle, Draco said. Before Hogwarts was fully expanded. Hermione brushed her fingers across the tile. A low hum vibrated through her hand. This symbol, it's older than the Founders. Draco nodded. Exactly. I've seen it in some of the Black family's oldest books. It's not just magical. It's protective. Like a seal. Hermione looked up sharply. A seal meant to hold something in. Draco didn't answer, but the expression on his face was all the confirmation she needed. We need answers, she said. Real ones. And there's only one person I know who might have them. Within an hour, they were outside Hogsmeade, standing before the crooked house of Madame Rosmerta. The barkeeper had always seemed kind, if a bit shrewd. But there was something else Hermione had discovered. Rosmerta had been at Hogwarts as a student. And according to a very old yearbook Hermione had dug out last year, she had once been part of the school's secret dueling club. When Rosmerta opened the door, she blinked in surprise to see them both. Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy, she said slowly. Not the pairing I expected on a rainy morning. We need to talk, Hermione said. About the Mirror of Fain. Rosmerta stiffened. I don't know what you mean, she said too quickly. Hermione stepped forward. Please. You do. You were part of the group that tried to destroy it. You were a student here the last time it was opened, weren't you? Rosmerta's eyes darkened. Come inside. She ushered them quickly into the dimly lit room and locked the door behind them. You're not supposed to know about the mirror, she said in a low voice. Most professors don't even know. Only those chosen to guard the school's deeper secrets. So it was hidden, Draco said. Rosmerta nodded. It was sealed. The mirror is not just a magical object. It's a gate, one that opens when a pair of matched souls touch it while bound by emotion. Hermione froze. You mean? You unlocked it, Rosmerta finished for her. Because of what you feel for each other. Draco looked away. Hermione swallowed hard. What does it lead to? Hermione asked. Rosmerta looked down at her hands. A memory. A creature. A soul fragment left behind from a time before Hogwarts. A being who calls itself Fain. It thrives on manipulation and mirrors desire. When awakened, it attaches itself to those with strong bonds, feeding on their emotions until it can fully emerge. Hermione's stomach turned. And now, Rosmerta's expression was grim. Now it is awake. And if you do not find a way to break its link, it will not only destroy you, it will use you to open the final door. Draco spoke up. There's a sealed corridor beneath the castle. We found a symbol that matches the one on the mirror. Rosmerta nodded slowly. That is the final gate. The place Fain has been trying to return to. You must not let it open. Hermione looked to Draco. Then we need to go back. Today. They left without another word. As they approached Hogwarts again under the heavy rain, the castle loomed darker than usual. Storm clouds curled over its spires. Lightning flashed. And deep within the castle's bowels, the ancient door pulsed again, a heartbeat not of this world. They had little time, but they had each other, and that perhaps was the very thing the mirror had been waiting for. Hermione and Draco hurried through the torchlit corridors of Hogwarts, their robes soaked from the storm outside. The echo of their footsteps was the only sound accompanying them, but even that seemed to fade as they neared the ancient spiral staircase hidden behind the tapestry. Everything in the air felt heavier now, like the castle itself was holding its breath. The moment they descended into the underground chamber again, the room was not as they had left it. The pedestal was glowing faintly and the cracked tile now shimmered with faint red light. A quiet hum reverberated through the floor beneath their feet. Hermione reached for her wand instinctively, her voice calm but urgent. Something's changed. Draco stepped closer to the seal, his eyes narrowing. The symbol, it's reacting to us. Or to our presence together. Hermione's heart beat faster. We activated it without knowing. Rosmerta said it feeds on bonds. And ours must be strong enough. Draco turned to her. Do you think we should break it? Hermione shook her head. If we try to force it, we might make things worse. We need to understand what it's waiting for. A voice answered her, but it did not come from Draco. It is waiting for the final confession. The voice echoed through the chamber, soft and melodic, like 1,000 whispers overlapping. They both froze. Hermione turned, but no one was there. The air had grown colder. The chamber dimmer. The red glow from the seal deepened, casting elongated shadows that danced along the walls. Draco's eyes searched the corners. Fain, I have watched you, the voice continued. From the moment your hearts aligned. You bring out in each other something neither of you were allowed to feel. Hermione's grip tightened on her wand. You're feeding on us. I reflect you, the voice said gently. Your fears, your hopes, your desire. And I offer you one choice. Speak the truth, or lose everything. What do you want from us? Hermione demanded. A mirror appeared slowly from the far wall, as if it had always been there, waiting beneath the stone. Its surface rippled like water. And then it cleared. Their reflections appeared, not as they stood now, but as children. First-year versions of themselves, staring at each other through the glass, wide-eyed and uncertain. Then the image shifted. The two reflections grew older, showing moments neither of them had lived. Hermione leaning her head on Draco's shoulder by the lake, Draco brushing a tear from her cheek during a snowfall. The real Hermione swallowed hard. This is what you want, the voice whispered. For your truth to set me free. Draco stepped in front of her. You're twisting things. The mirror shimmered again. Now it showed Draco, standing alone in the Slytherin common room, staring into a fire with hollow eyes. Then Hermione, sitting in the library, clutching a book to her chest as tears fell silently onto the pages. This is what will happen, Fain said, if you choose silence. Hermione stepped forward, trembling. Why us? Because your hearts are stronger than your pride. Because love that defies reason is the rarest kind. Hermione turned to Draco. We have to say it. He stared at her for a moment. Are you sure? No, but we can't run from it anymore. Draco nodded, his eyes steady. Then let's end this. Hermione looked back at the mirror, heart racing. I never meant for this to happen, but I've loved you since that night in third year, when you helped Neville without asking for anything. When I saw the real you. Draco's voice was quiet, but firm. I never thought I could care about someone like you. But I do. More than anyone. The moment the words left their lips, the mirror exploded with white light. The seal on the pedestal cracked further, the runes glowing brilliant gold. Wind swirled through the chamber as the very air seemed to bend. But instead of an eruption of chaos, there was silence. Then a figure stepped from the mirror. Not a monster, not a creature, but a woman with pale skin, long hair flowing like silver smoke, and eyes that seemed to look through time itself. I am Fain, she said softly. A guardian, not of evil, but of balance. You have done what no others before you could. Chosen love over fear, truth over silence. Hermione looked at her, stunned. Then why the illusions? The manipulation? Fain smiled gently. Because love that is untested is not yet real. You faced each other without masks. You broke the cycle. Draco stepped closer. So it's over? For you, Fain said. It begins. The mirror faded behind her. The seal on the pedestal turned to dust, and the chamber filled with light that warmed them to their bones. When they emerged from the stairwell hours later, the storm had cleared. The sky above Hogwarts was calm. Students walked the halls unaware of what had just occurred beneath their feet. Hermione and Draco walked side by side. Not hiding, not afraid. For the first time, it wasn't just a crush. It was a beginning. The days after the chamber incident felt oddly quiet. Not in the sense of silence, but more like the world was holding its breath. Hermione found herself walking through the corridors of Hogwarts with a strange kind of calm. She kept replaying the events over and over. The seal, the illusions, Fain's words, but none of it scared her anymore. Not even the future. She and Draco didn't talk much about what had happened, at least not directly. But something had shifted between them. They no longer avoided glances in the Great Hall or hesitated when their hands brushed. The unspoken tension was gone, replaced by something much deeper, more anchored. They had survived the impossible together. Now came the hard part, living with the truth. Ron had started noticing. He wasn't stupid. His narrowed eyes followed every step Hermione took when Draco was near. He hadn't confronted her yet, but the question lingered in every awkward silence between them. It was a Saturday morning when Hermione finally decided it was time. She found Ron outside by the lake, skipping rocks like they used to in their earlier years. He didn't look surprised to see her. "You've been avoiding me," she said gently. He didn't turn to her. "You've been avoiding the truth." Hermione sat beside him, knees drawn up. "Then let's stop doing both." Ron tossed another stone. "So it's true?" She nodded slowly. "Yes." He was quiet for a long while. "I could blame Malfoy. Or I could tell myself you're under some weird spell. But I know you. You don't fall for someone by mistake." Hermione looked down at the rippling water. "It wasn't supposed to happen." "Of course not," Ron muttered. "That's the part that hurts." She reached for his hand, and this time he didn't pull away. "You mean a lot to me. You always will. But this isn't about choosing between you and Draco. It's about being honest with myself." Ron exhaled, shoulders slumping. "I miss how simple everything used to be." Hermione smiled sadly. "We've grown up. It was never really simple. We just pretended it was." He gave a short nod. "So what now?" "I don't know," she admitted. "But I think we're stronger than we were before." They sat in silence after that. No need to fill the air with apologies or promises. Meanwhile, Draco was standing outside the room of requirement, pacing. He hadn't asked Hermione to meet him. He didn't even know what he was waiting for. He only knew something wasn't finished. The door appeared without warning. It creaked open to reveal a small room, dimly lit, filled with bookshelves and a fireplace in the center. It wasn't the room he expected, but it felt familiar. Warm. He stepped inside and was surprised to find Professor Snape already there, seated on a wooden chair beside the fire. "Professor," Draco said quietly, unsure what was real anymore. Snape didn't look up. "You've grown reckless." Draco narrowed his eyes. "You're not really here, are you?" Snape finally met his gaze. Does it matter? Draco remained silent. You think you've won, Snape said. That because you faced a shadow and survived, the war is over. It wasn't a war. Snape's expression darkened. Everything is a war when it involves the heart. Draco stepped closer. I didn't choose this path to prove anything. I chose it because I care about her. And when that care is tested again, when the world does not approve, I'll stand by her. Snape studied him for a long moment, then nodded once. Then perhaps you are not as foolish as I thought. The room began to fade, the fire flickering to nothing. Draco blinked and found himself standing alone in the corridor again. At breakfast the next day, eyes followed Hermione and Draco as they entered the great hall together. Side by side, they didn't sit apart. They didn't try to explain. They just existed, as if this had always been their place. McGonagall didn't say a word but raised an eyebrow. Luna smiled serenely, like she had known all along. And Harry gave Hermione a quiet nod that she understood perfectly. Whispers would follow them, of course, but they weren't afraid anymore. Later that evening, Hermione found a letter waiting on her bed in Gryffindor Tower. No name, just her own in delicate handwriting. She opened it with careful fingers. You face the mirror and pass through. But one test remains. You have until the end of the term to choose. If your bond survives the storm that is coming, I will lift the last seal. But if it breaks, all will be undone. There was no signature, no magic residue, just words. Hermione folded the parchment and tucked it under her pillow. She didn't need a prophecy to tell her that love would always come with a cost. She was ready to pay it. The final week of term arrived wrapped in an eerie stillness, like the world was pausing to wait for something inevitable. Hogwarts was abuzz with revision, exams, and talk of summer, yet beneath the surface, Hermione felt the weight of something greater. The letter's warning echoed in her mind every night. One test remains. Draco met her in the library one evening, where the windows glowed gold with the last light of day. He was quiet, a stack of closed books beside him, but he stood when she entered, his eyes searching hers like he could already sense what was coming. It's tonight, she whispered, sitting across from him. Draco nodded. The seal? Hermione nodded back. It's the final one. The last magic tethered to the old blood, to whatever Fain put in place centuries ago. It's either broken tonight or it stays locked forever. He leaned forward, voice low. And what do we have to do? We have to face each other, Hermione replied. And we have to choose. Not in anger, not with regret, but with honesty. Draco's jaw tightened. That sounds like a trap. It's not, Hermione said. It's trust. That night, they made their way through the castle to the astronomy tower. The stars had aligned for something greater. Hermione could feel it. When they reached the top, they found it exactly as she expected. Empty and still, the wind gentle, the stars blazing above. In the center of the stone platform was a circle carved into the floor, pulsing faintly with light. Hermione stepped into it. Draco hesitated, but joined her without a word. A low hum filled the air, and a familiar voice echoed around them. Not Fain's, but older, female, powerful. Blood and bond must choose the way. If truth is born, the magic may stay. But speak in lies, the seal shall bind, and all that bloomed shall be left behind. Hermione looked at Draco, heart racing. We don't lie, she said softly. We speak from the heart. He nodded, shoulders squared. You go first. Hermione breathed deeply. I never planned this. I never imagined I'd fall for someone like you. But I did. Not because of some ancient magic, not because of rebellion or defiance, but because I saw the real you, the boy behind the name. And I liked him. I loved him. Her voice didn't waver. I'm not ashamed of that anymore. I choose you, even if it's hard, even if the world disapproves. Draco's eyes glistened. My turn, he said. You terrified me, not because you were a muggle born or because of the house you came from, but because you were everything I was taught to hate. And I knew from the moment you proved me wrong that I was in trouble. You challenged me. You forced me to become more. He stepped closer. I was a coward once, but I'm not anymore, because I have something worth standing for. You. I choose you, Hermione. The magic around them flared, golden light swirling like wind in a storm, encasing them in warmth. The seal lifted, not broken by force, but transformed. Where once there was ancient protection and buried prejudice, there was now something new. Unity. The light faded, and the voice returned. The choice is made. The bond is true. Let old walls fall and life begin anew. Hermione and Draco stood in silence, their hands now linked, the stars above blazing brighter. Back in the castle, nothing changed outwardly. There was no announcement, no prophecy unveiled to the school. But the feeling shifted. The corridors whispered differently. Students glanced their way, not with judgment, but with curiosity. In the common rooms, old rivalries softened. Luna spoke about alignment and cosmic balance. Even Ron, though distant, offered Hermione a tight smile during breakfast, his acceptance quiet but sincere. And Harry? He simply clapped Draco on the back one afternoon outside the Great Hall. No words, no conditions. Hermione spent their final day at Hogwarts with Draco under the beech tree by the Black Lake. The sky was soft with clouds, the breeze gentle. "Do you think people will remember this?" Draco asked. Hermione looked up. "Maybe not all of it, but I hope they remember that we tried something different, that we chose love over fear." He smiled faintly. "Sounds like a fairy tale." She leaned her head on his shoulder. "Maybe, but it's our fairy tale." The train ride home felt less like a goodbye and more like a beginning. As the scarlet engine pulled away from the station, Hermione held Draco's hand, her heart steady for the first time in months. They had defied the odds, the expectations, the weight of history. And now they were free to write their own story. Together. Always.